Good morning and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. And today, two's coverage of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Nottinghamshire and Durham. Now, I don't know if you've missed yesterday or not really paid attention to the last couple of weeks, but this is the final game of the season here in 2022 campaign. And 3 days left in this fixture. Now, yesterday, day one, the toss got taken place. And it was Stephen Mullaney that won that toss, and he has chosen to bat. So that meant that Notts went out there with Hasiba Mead and Ben Slater. And at the end of the day, it finished on 276 for 2 with Matthew Montgomery and Joe Clark at the crease. Now, let's remind you of all the action from yesterday, and we'll do that with the highlights from day one.
Hamid and Montgomery tons get Notts off to a flyer. After dominating Division 2 for the majority of the season, with the title just out of reach, Notts had a wake-up call away at Worcestershire last week, slumping to an innings defeat. Durham are their visitors. 7 points would secure Notts promotion. A win with maximum bonus points guarantees them the title. The hosts won the toss and chose to bat. Demons to be exercised after their disappointing showing, and Hamid and Slater got them off to a good start. They were closing on 50 when Slater fell caught behind to the in-form Ben Rain, but Notts refused to be knocked off course. Montgomery was now alongside Hamid. The opener looked in fine touch, and they built the score towards 100. By the time they walked in for lunch, Notts were 94 for 1, the partnership worth 45, and Hamid was 6 away from a 50. They moved into triple figures after the break, the partnership up to 50, and Hamid 1 away from a half-ton of his own with the boundary, which was his with a single to the very next ball. The mark reached off 89 deliveries. Notts had earned themselves a bit of freedom, and with it, the run rate climbed. The pair were really starting to find some joy now. Montgomery fired Drissel away off the front foot to bring up the 100-run partnership. The hosts quickly moving past 150 one ball later. With 2 more pushed away into the offside off Potts, Montgomery moved to his 50, scored from 112 balls. Attention swiftly turned to the other end. Hamid was obviously seeing it well. He found a single from even the most awkward position to bring up his 100, scored from 145 balls. He then moved Nottinghamshire to 200. They were well on top here now. Durham would finally get the better of Hamid. Potts angled one in, and Borthwick did well to take the catch at second slip. The score at tea, 231 for 2. Montgomery was following in Hamid's footsteps, 250 up after the break with another 4. Was closing in on a ton too. He brought that up with a single off Travaskis. The mark reached off 198 balls. A first century in an 8th first-class appearance for the 22-year-old. Bad light would force them off with the score 276 for 2, and it wouldn't improve. The day brought to a premature end with Nottinghamshire well on top. The performance had been a massive improvement from their showing last week. It was all going to plan for the hosts. The Division 2 title was beckoning. They'll look to impose themselves even further on this match when they return for the second day at Trent Bridge.
So as you saw there, Hasiba Hamid got his 4th 100 of this year's campaign, but it was a special day for Matthew Montgomery, his maiden first class 100. He'll start the day on 101 out there in the middle with Joe Clark. But what did he think of yesterday's play and that partnership with Hasiba Hamid, and also getting his maiden first class 100? Well, Trent Bridge Media spoke to him last night, so let's take a look and listen and hear what Matthew had to say.
Matt, congratulations. A special day for yourself, but a really important innings in the context of this game and potentially the season as well. How do you reflect on that day?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, obviously we couldn't have asked for much more as a team to only be 2 down. We've set ourselves up nicely, but like you said, it's still day one. There's still a long way to go. So hopefully we can carry on scoring some more tomorrow and set up a big first innings total, and then look to take some wickets.
Steve, in the lead up to this game, said it's all about focusing on the process, taking things session by session, day by day. Is that a little bit easier than done at times when you know sort of what's potentially at the end of this game?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, there's always a tendency to check scores going around, but I think we as a group made an agreement to just focus on what's happening here, and like you said, just take it day by day and session by session, and even more ball by ball.
How you felt sort of in the side, more as a more general rule in the last sort of month, 6 weeks or so? Obviously Ben Duckett going away with England Lions initially, and now England has given you an opportunity, and it's one that you sort of seem to have taken with both hands.
Yeah, it's obviously been a really nice opportunity, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it so far, and hopefully I can continue to try and put in some performances and like create a spot for myself. Yeah.
And more on sort of today's performance, it looked assured and calm. Is that the way that you feel when you're out there? You know, sort of unflappable nature.
I think you go through periods. I think in general I try to like be quite calm and level-headed, but obviously there are always a few nerves, especially in the 90s there. But yeah, I think no one would have those. Yeah.
And do you feel quite confident out there as well, having got a number of games under your belt as well?
Yeah, I think it helped since scoring. Like I was lucky to make a few runs in my first game, and that sort of settled it down. And so yeah, the nerves have started to like subside a bit. But obviously it's first class cricket. We're playing against some good players, so you're always a bit nervous. Yeah.
And you're on the cusp of your 100. Talk us through the emotions when you're in the 90s and they bring the field up to potentially stop you doing that. Maybe there's a little bit of chat out there as well. But how did that feel?
Yeah, I was quite determined to just not throw it away and just carry on. And I was like convinced they were going to give me an opportunity, and eventually it came. It took a while, but yeah, it was a big relief.
And how much easier has it made having someone like Hass at the other end as well? I think you put on about 180 in the end together. Does it make it a little bit easier when you've got someone going at a good rate at the other end and someone who's in form as well?
Definitely, yeah. Hass is very calm and composed and quite unflappable, and having him just go about his business at the end makes it quite easy for me just to knuckle down. Yeah. And
you've obviously got your eye on sort of the bonus point situation, and there's another sort of 130 to get tomorrow before you get to 400. Yeah. How do you approach that? Do you look as far ahead as that yet, or is it again just sort of break things down?
Well, I think there's still 20 odd overs till that, so we come back in the morning, get ourselves back in. We've got to start again. It's still a relatively new ball, and then we can look to go from there.
Okay, so as Matt said there, they will be looking to obviously start again this morning. But really, it was him and Hasib Hamid that led the way yesterday, and that 180 partnership. And it was a partnership that really was equal between the two of them. If you just take a look at that graphic that should be on your screen right now, you'll see that 90 runs for Hass and 82 for Monty. So it really was a double partnership there, and they really did lead the way in getting Notts up to really the first bonus point. But if we just take a look at the wagon wheel for both Hass and for Monty, because it's quite interesting just to see where they scored their runs. And you'll notice that obviously a lot of runs scored in that third man area. I spoke to Hasib Hamid on the stream last night, and he mentioned that the cut shot was something that he did look to play yesterday. And you can see that in 46 runs being scored in that area. But also a lot of runs scored in the mid-wicket area and the cover area as well. Now, the bell has just gone, so that means that we are literally just under 5 minutes away from the start of play at 10:30. And just before the players come out and the umpires make their way out, let's just remind you really of the situation at the top of the table for Division 2. And really it's just about Notts, Middlesex and Glamorgan. So 18 points at the start of play yesterday, the difference between Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan, 9 points between Middlesex. 2 teams get promoted out of Division 2 this year, and obviously Notts are on top. And if we just take a look at the point situations needed as well, and remind you of that situation, 7 points are needed for Notts to get promoted to Division 2. 16 points if they are to be crowned Division 2 champions. 2 points down, 5 points to go. Now, if Notts want to get maximum batting points, then they need another 124 runs, but they need to score that in the next 25.3 overs. Now, if you was with us yesterday, you will notice it. Well, you will know that we obviously left the field of play early due to bad light. So we have got overs to make up today, 104.3 overs minimum today, so we are in for a bumper session of cricket. You'll see that some players are out there on the pitch already. We are just waiting for the umpires to make their way out as well, but I will hand you over to your commentary team of Martin Emerson and Dave Bracegirdle, and they have some guests in there with them today, so listen in and enjoy Day 2's coverage here on Trent Bridge Live.
Well, hello everybody and a very good morning from Trent Bridge. Glad to have you along with us for day 2, and more importantly glad to have dry weather once again. I think we've had perhaps a few spits and spots this morning. It's thankfully not been as bad overnight as certainly I feared, and I think as the ground staff feared. They certainly protected the square, the covers, the run-ups overnight before I left. Yesterday evening I watched them put out all the tarpaulings and all the heavy sheets just in case there was a bit of a downpour in the night. Never really certain when you get the scattered showers forecast whether it's going to hit you or miss you. Missed us overnight. Let's hope it misses us through the day. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Martin Emerson's here from BBC Newcastle. It's day 2 of Nottinghamshire versus Durham. Big game for lots of reasons, principally I guess because it's the final game of the season, so we're all a little morose and sad that we'll be heading off into the bleak midwinter after this game.
I didn't notice anything different in your demeanour, Dave. There's the first one up for the
You never wait to be intrused, do you? Here's Martin Emerson.
Go on and on and on, that's right.
The players are out there.
We're only here till Thursday.
276 for 2. We talk about sessions, we talk about days. I think it's fairly clear that Notts had the better of things yesterday. Durham have got a new ball in their hands. If they're going to make a mark in this game, they need to strike back this morning with this second new ball. Otherwise this could be a super long day for them, and I think for everybody, because we've got 104 overs to squeeze in.
Yeah, and down Paul Coghlan as well, who left the ground yesterday for personal reasons. The ball is, this is 4.3 overs old, this new one, isn't it? I forgot about the new ball, actually, when I was doing my pre-match report today, but 11.5 overs remained on the scoreboard yesterday when they went off a bad light at 4:35, so they will try and reclaim 8 of those back today, which means 104 over day, which means lunch at 12:40, tea at 3:30, and supposedly the scheduled finish around about 10 to 6, which never normally happens. But there is another issue now, because we've gone past the autumnal equinox. We're now losing 5 minutes of daylight a day.
Well, what's that all about? Anyway, here's Potts, here's Martin.
Potts from the pavilion end starts the day. Oh, that one rises sharply on Matthew Montgomery. Is hurt.
A rib tickler.
Yeah. He got hit a few times yesterday, didn't he?
He did.
And there's your starter for 10 today.
Yeah.
He's down on his haunches again now.
What's an equinox?
You know what an equinox is?
I don't.
Well,
so equal.
Equal, yeah. So it's equal night and day. So September the 21st was when the sun was passing back over the...
So it should be 12 hours a day, like 12 hours a night?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll do.
But...
No, I don't need any buts.
Well, you do, because...
No, that's roughly sorted it out for me.
I need to explain other things to you, but you never want to listen. This has gone off down towards the gully for one run from Montgomery. Initially, once we've had the longest day of the year at the height of June, you start to lose around about 2 minutes of daylight then, but by this point in the year, we're now losing about 5 minutes of daylight. So in a fortnight, that works out at quite a bit of daylight.
I tell you what, we've got even more than 104 overs, because it was halfway through an over last night, so it's 104.3 overs. They did take a single there, by the way, so Montgomery's on 102. So 104.3 overs.
So last ball, and then we've got 104 overs. Potts in. And he began this over at about 4:30 last night. Yeah. And that is the end of the over.
That's 4 over 8. Yeah. Although Durham's over 8, my word, I'll let you expand on that.
I can't even see where it is.
Bottom right.
+6. Never seen that in my life. Well, I had the spinners on for a lot yesterday, didn't they? So they've lost a seam bowler in Paul Coghlan, and then they've got Bushnell bowled a bit yesterday, but Drizzell was on for a while, wasn't he, and Travaskis? Didn't see Borthwick bowling, did we?
No, not yesterday. It's going to be Ben Rain, who probably was, well, along with Matty Potts, was carrying a lot of the heavy-duty lifting for Durham yesterday. 20 overs he bowled, 1 for 35. At Brace Cricket, at Marty Cricket, if you'd like to get in touch, as Ben Rain gets us underway with a delivery wide outside the off stump that Montgomery, I think, would like to have again in terms of the shot he played, a loose waft. And Martin's got an email address.
Yes, it is wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. Just seen something that Mark Church, the Surrey commentator, has tweeted.
He's just said it's his last day or something, in the commentary box or something.
Did he?
So so I don't know if he's
seen
not
that.
doing the rest of the game. Perhaps he's off on holidays. This one's wide of the off stump through to the keeper. What's he tweeted?
Well, he is, because he can't come to the dinner next week.
What's he tweeted?
Well, he has tweeted something from the Cricket Society. The Cricket Society has tweeted today, "We are delighted to announce the Cricket Society Ian Jackson Award for Services to Cricket 2022 goes to the BBC Sport county and regional commentators." With Kevin Howells saying they were thrilled to be honoured like this. Now, if this is the person I think it's named after, I used to know Ian quite well, actually.
277 for 2 as Rain bowls. Again, wide of the off stump. Kept a little low, I fancy there. Montgomery didn't chase after it.
There was an Ian Jackson who lived in Newcastle who was a Durham member, and he was on John Lewis's benefit committee way back when, and I was invited to come and do a few events with them. And then Ian invited me to play in a charity match, and I hadn't played any form of cricket for years, so I turned up and I said, "Look, I haven't played for years." He said, "Don't worry, we'll hide you in the batting order," and he sent me out to open.
Here comes Ben Rain. Bowl wide of the off stump through to the keeper.
So I was in one team. It was celebrating the 50th anniversary of some touring team he was involved in, so he put me into open for the other side, and then he came into ball and bowled this dibbly dobbler, and I thought, well, I'm going to teach you a lesson, making me open the batting, and I tried to smash him into next week and lost my middle stump. So I made one run, and I think that was the last time I ever played cricket. So sadly, Ian left this mortal coil not long after that. It was a few months later.
And comes Rain, bowls wide. Oh, very, very wide. Will that be called a wide? And
went off the side of the track there, didn't it?
I think it was actually taken by the slips rather than the keeper. It's not been called a wide. Did go a long way, to be fair, after it had gone sort of past the sticks, but that went very, 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 very wide.
The keeper ended up between first and second slip, but it was Bedingham at first who got it.
There is Ben Rain. Final ball then of the first full over. It goes through to the wicket keeper, who is Chris Benjamin. If you weren't with us yesterday, he's on loan to Durham from Warwickshire. Took a catch yesterday. He's got some good runs last week in his Durham debut. And he'll be a dangerous player, I'm sure, as and when he gets a chance to bat in this game. Just thinking about that, what would Stephen Mullaney do? I mean, it's like a title of a television programme, isn't it? Or one of those Stacey Dooley documentaries. What would Stephen Mullaney do? He'd bat all day, wouldn't he? Here's Potts.
Potts in. Start of his... well, he had half an over earlier, so... Start of over 1.5.
If you need a draw to get promotion, I know ideally they'd like to put the cherry on top of the icing, on top of the cake by lifting the title, but there wouldn't be a declaration, would there, today? If they bowled out, they bowled out. But surely it's going.
Well, I think they declared today. Potts in, bowls edged and caught at second slip by Dixon, low to his right-hand side. Why was Borthwick not in the slips? Is he on the field? I think he is.
Maybe took that one on the finger end in the last over. That was a good catch, wasn't it? And so they have got a wicket.
Out for 28. Clark.
Joe Clark didn't add to his overnight score then. And, well, he may or may not have one more innings left this season. Hasn't scored a century. Would have hoped this would have been the day. Batted for an hour and a quarter. Faced 53 balls, 4 fours. But has gone early in the piece on day 2. Knots a 277 for 3. And it was indeed a good catch by Sean Dixon. And Matty Potts has 2 wickets in the innings.
Was that the first ball of the over or not?
No, I don't think so. Second, Martin, 86.2 have gone.
Yeah.
There's Lyndon James, of course, he filled his boots
Yeah, he got lucky.
up at Chesterley Street with his maiden first class 100. He's since added to it. Yeah, since added to it with a big one, 155 here against Middlesex. It was fairly close. I was still a little surprised this game last year when Scott Borthwick was quite happy to shake hands with several overs left, and he was in the 70s not out, wasn't he? We were sort of wondering, or I was wondering, if he might get the opportunity, and I thought Durham might just go on a little longer just to see if they could perhaps force a win.
Absolutely dead. They could have been bowling until the next morning and that wouldn't have ended in anything other than a draw.
But he's out there early on, Lyndon James. We talked last night, didn't we, about the gloom, and would either side want to stay out there in the gloom and the cloudy conditions, new ball. Maybe Durham would have perhaps wanted to stay out there. Maybe the batters would have been pleased to get off. Certainly Lyndon James would have been very pleased not to have to go out there last night.
Potts into James. James turns this towards mid-wicket. Well, wasn't Clark dropped just before they went off?
Yeah, on 27, yeah.
So by Benjamin off Potts, and then the umpires had a chat and decided to go off, didn't they? He added 48 there for that third wicket.
And it's a bowling bonus point to Durham.
Comes in again. Oh, that wraps in sharply. James plays and misses the ball, hitting him in the thigh pad. Bit too high for an appeal. Yeah, Churchy tweeted yesterday that that was his last day in the press box yesterday.
Yes, we were. Say after this delivery.
Potts to James. James plays the ball off towards the covers. No run.
Were you in the midst of saying that band of troubadours, the county cricket commentators, had won something? Is that what you said?
Yes, the Cricket Society has announced that the Ian Jackson Award for services to cricket this year goes to the BBC Sport county cricket teams.
Oh, not the commentators.
Yes, the county cricket, the BBC. Well, of course it's the BBC.
Well, no, I didn't know if you mean the people that keep us on air. And
no, the county and regional commentators.
Oh.
Potts bowls again. That's through to the keeper. But I'm saying I think it's named after Ian Jackson, who was a Durham member.
I've never won anything in my life.
No.
And clearly I haven't won anything there, as nobody's told me.
I did win the first time I played bingo when I was a kid.
I tell a lie, I won a VHS video recorder just about the time that they were sort of being phased out on a raffle. It was one of those where your remote control was actually connected to the to the set by a lead. Do apologise for my phone making noises as Rowing bowls and it's defended. It is on for a very good purpose. One, just so people can tell me if we do slip off air, so we can quickly get you back on. But also, we're hoping today that we might get one or two guests coming up to say hello, and
of course
perhaps
you could have it on buzz.
I've got enough with you buzzing in one ear without the phone doing
instead
anything.
Instead of making all those noises, you just have it on vibrate like anybody normal.
There's Rain into bowl, and this one goes through to the keeper. 277 for 3.
Did you get it from Luddite Phones? Did you? LudditePhones.com.
Just leave me alone.
I'll tell you what, it's a bit hot in this window at the minute, isn't it? Suddenly all that big bank of murks just drifted away from us. And the sun's appearing.
Open your window. We are sat on either side of a box. Heaven forbid we'd get close to each other. My window's wide open so I can gulp in the fresh air. Martin, with 14 layers of clothing on, is huddled behind a closed window watching the cricket, watching Ben Rain come in and bowl. He's got a lovely rhythmical action, Ben Rain, and puts this one on a right on a spot just outside the off stump, and it goes through to Montgomery. We were 276 for 2 overnight, yes, so we've just had the 1 run scored by Montgomery, and then we lost Joe Clark in the last over, bowled by Potts. So Durham with the early honours. It's 1 for 1 today. In comes Ben Rain, almost a little shuffle up to his bowling mark, and sets off. And as I said from the previous delivery, it really is a lovely rhythmical action, and he gets a lot of the purchase on the ball, gets it to move away, but Montgomery follows it, just helps it out into the offside, fielded by Bushnell. I think we're entirely sure where Jonathan Bushnell will bat when it becomes Durham's turn. Looking forward to seeing him for the first time.
I think he does open for the seconds, but I was told Travaskis would open for Durham in this one.
Scott Borthwick is on the field.
He's at the ball, don't they?
Yeah, he's at mid-off, isn't he? You did make the point. He wasn't in the slip cordon to take the catch, as Montgomery works this off his hip. Just a fairly regulation bread and butter shot. Gets his second run of the day. That is Travaskis coming in from in front of the batman board to do the fielding, and Notts advance their score to 278 for 3. We're in the 88th over, so there's still 22 overs after this one in which bonus points can be gathered. Notts should, with the following wind, be able to get up to 400, you'd imagine. There's Rain, bowls to Lyndon James, and he's off the mark now with a steer down to third man. I think he'll keep strike. End of the over, 279 for 3.
Going to say hello to Chris and Rosemary, who I spotted walking in this morning. They were sitting on the balcony next to our commentary position at Leicester a couple of weeks ago, and the week before they'd been watching Durham at Derby. They live in the Midlands. They are Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire members, so they just flit around enjoying retirement, watching county cricket all summer, depending on where the fixtures take them. But they were saying this year Leicestershire and Notts have not really clashed when it comes to home games. One's been at home and the other's been away. So they're getting their last week of cricket into the can before winter creeps up on us, and all those jobs that you've been putting off for months need to be done. Potts, 279 for 3, coming in here to bowl to Lyndon James. Played to Travaskis a point. Bernard's email, he says, "Dear Marty, it doesn't help when people don't understand geography." I don't understand where he's going with this one. In the early years of secondary schools, long before any public exams are likely. Potts comes in and bowls. Oh, that's an inside edge, I think. Did it carry? They were all apparent. It mustn't have carried. Must not have carried. See that again. As Potts was going up to celebrate, he'd gone right through the inside edge of James, and then did it not carry, or was it a put down? Next ball is bowled and played up to mid-on. Not showing a replay of the previous delivery. I think Bernard's on about equinoxes, maybe. The umpires can help get the overs bowled, but it's down to the fielders to manage 16 overs an hour. Spinners have to be used more, or county cricket will copy test cricket in losing too many overs. That's left alone outside the line of off stump. $279 for 3. Potts has 2 balls left of this over, and then there are 100 to go today if the light holds. He comes in and bowls to James. Inside edge onto the front foot, no run there. Bernard says that I should try to educate you, but feels you're a lost cause.
And Joz says, very much loving the Statler and Waldorf act this morning.
Yes.
Thank you, Joz. It's the Muppet Show.
Oh, I'd like to say it's him and not me.
Just a moment.
He's waiting for somebody to arrive in our commentary box and keeps disappearing to go and look for them. Last ball of the over. Potts in. That's left by James through to the keeper. You're right. Yeah, you. Yeah, it's just sunglasses weather for about 10 minutes.
So end of the over. Did sort of tease that we might hopefully get one or two guests today, and we've also mentioned that Durham have gone in with a very strong spin attack into this game. Unfortunately, Notts have just gone in with Liam Patterson-White for this.
Unbelievable day.
Ben Slater's popped up and joined us. Just said that, so I saw you practicing your office before the start of play. 279 for 3 as Ben Rain comes in and bowls, and this one goes through to the keeper. Before we get on to your bowling, did you nick that one yesterday? I mean, it looked like you were disappointed. Was it disappointed at getting out, or you... Can you say? You're giving me that sort of look as if you don't want to get in trouble, so I don't want you to get into trouble, but...
No, I think you should say.
You were surprised the finger went up from your reaction?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Trying to get him into trouble.
Well, no, we're not.
He's been in 30 seconds. You've already got him in a demerit point.
Had a pop and got him in trouble. Yeah. Here's Ben Rain coming into bowl. Got nice sunshine at the moment. Bowls. Oh, and that's a little bit streaky, but it's going to bring. It's going to bring a boundary. Yeah, it's gone for 4. It was a decent effort down at third man, but Matthew Montgomery has got another boundary, and he goes on to 107, 283 for 3. How are you then, fella?
I'm all right, thanks, Dave. Yeah, nice day for it. But coming up here, you can see the clouds in the background. So
it was cold when you were doing your warm-ups, though, wasn't it?
Freezing this morning. Dane's not been happy the last couple of weeks with the temperature. I think he's ready to get back to Cape Town now. Especially this morning, it was cold out there.
Where was it? He was moaning about the heat somewhere. Was it Bristol? As rain bowls and. This is pushed up to mid-on. In the Royal London, he complained about the heat there.
Yeah, he went off the field with sunstroke. The only man from South Africa that I ever met that has come over here and got sunstroke in Bristol. So
does it not get cold in Cape Town? Must do.
Well, they get all sorts of weathers, but
they've got penguins on the beach there, haven't they?
I don't think it's as cold as it gets here. But yeah, the only South African I know to get heat stroke in Bristol.
Is
Remarkable.
Is he a good target for wind-ups, Dane? I would imagine he'll sort of swallow the bait now and again as this is pushed to mid-off.
Every now and then, yeah.
Yeah,
Every now and then.
I can imagine that. And the practical jokers, of course, being Fletcher and yourself.
I don't know if I'll put myself in that bracket, but Fletcher's definitely up there, yeah. He is.
Now, what's Notts going to do today, Ben? Bat all day and bat into tomorrow if they can, knowing the draw, or is the incentive there? Let's put a score on the board, maximum points, and then bowl them out.
We're not trying to look too far ahead, really.
As Ben Rain comes in again to Matthew Montgomery and pushes this gently into the covers, no run.
We just said this morning, just take everything as it comes. Really, not try and look too far ahead. 350 in the 110 was our first target. If we can get there and we're in a position to push for 400, we'll try, but we don't want to look too far ahead at the 400 target, really. Try and bat as long as we can, I think, today, to put ourselves in a strong position to win the game, I think.
283 for 3. Next ball wide of the off stump through to Chris Benjamin. End of that over. The 90th of the innings. We've still got 99 to go. This could be a long one if the light holds. But as we saw yesterday, I think we'd be pushed probably to keep playing on till about 6 o'clock. I think we'd be very lucky, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I think so. Especially dropping dark this last week or so. The nights are drawing in, aren't they? So yeah,
Dave hadn't noticed.
Well, I'm not technically aware of things like you saying we're experiencing the equinox or whatever it was you said.
I mean,
I'm not into all that, are you?
No, that's way above.
Yeah.
Way above my head, that.
Me as well.
Potts starting anew over here from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls. That's gone through to the keeper. Well, because the world is on a tilt, that's why we have the seasons, you see. So that's why in our winter the sun's down there, and in our summer it's up here.
So, are you glad you came?
I did know
the equinox is the point where the sun is passing back over the equator, so it's either heading north, spring equinox, or it's heading south, autumnal equinox.
Very good.
It's handy for photos of the sunrise out the back of our house on the river on a morning, because it comes up about 7 o'clock these days. Pot in, it's defended. Whereas some photographers on the seafront this summer have been getting up at 3 in the morning to get pictures of paddleboarders as the sun's coming up at about 4, but that's still the middle of the night, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We're fast asleep then.
Yeah.
We're not up early to watch the Giants and the Cowboys this morning.
I did actually wake up at 1 o'clock and saw my phone, and they'd just kicked off. I did.
Potts in, well, that wraps in towards the bat handle and around the box area. This is quite a bruising encounter for both these batsmen against Potts at the moment.
Yeah, Matt Montgomery was struck first ball of the day, wasn't he? Had a few blows yesterday.
Yeah, it's a bit of a funny wicket, really. Looks like it should be flat, but still enough there for the bowlers, I think.
Potts comes in and bowls. That's played off the back foot out towards the covers. No run there. Picked up by Bushnell.
Because you were a long time at the crease at Durham, we should mention that. You'll face Potts pretty much at his best, because straight after that, it was only a week or so after that he was called into the England side, wasn't he? You know, he's a very, very fine young bowler, as we've seen in the internationals this year.
Yeah, I think the last couple of years he's come on a lot, really. Still young and obviously done very well this year.
Comes in and bowls. On a waft outside the line of off stumps through the keeper. So, I mean, I'm just trying to think if you would have faced him last season compared to this season, because to me, he filled out an awful lot during the winter, and he seems to have got a yard quicker as well.
I don't know if he played last. Did he play last year? I don't know if he did.
He played a few games, didn't he? But
I don't know if we played against him last year.
He was more white ball. And I mean, he did take, I think he took 21 championship wickets last year.
I know he spent part of the winter on a franchise with Samit Patel, so that maybe helps with him filling
Lahore,
out.
Wasn't it? And Potts comes in, that's wide of off stump left alone. Yeah, he didn't actually play in that franchise. He just spent time in the nets with the players, but he said the experience was good. But he just looks a different player now. He's bigger, broader.
I can't remember facing him last year, but definitely from the last time I faced him, it was different bowler, if that makes sense, sort of thing.
And this is his 6th season now, because he burst onto the scene as a 17-year-old in 2017.
Yeah, he's a good bowler.
Going to be rain to continue. Presents a different sort of challenge, not quite as quick or as skiddy, but it's just that nagging sort of 80 mile an hour, 78, 80 mile an hour, and it just does enough, doesn't it? Brings this one back into Montgomery, who works it away behind square, and they'll come back for 2. They'll run hard. Lyndon James, particular at the non-striker's end, has to quickly get back and make his ground, and does, and it's 2 more to Montgomery. Lovely scenes yesterday with all of you guys on the balcony applauding Montgomery, and I know you've done it with Lyndon James, with Joey Everson, with the others over the years, as the youngsters have got that first century, a landmark, a milestone. It's very nice to see Matt being celebrated like that yesterday.
Yeah, he's come into the side this year and done really well. Plays a crucial knocks for us, and it's nice to see him get his first one yesterday.
There's rain in again, bowls to him, and this is eased into the offside by Montgomery. It was almost a little bit like he was having some on-the-job learning yesterday, batting with Haas for that long period. You know, there are similarities, aren't there? They'll soak up pressure for a long time and then punctuate those periods of perhaps a little bit of bowler's dominance with some really eye-catching shots. They both kept breaking out, just keeping the board ticking over. It's a lovely partnership. As rain is in again to Montgomery, and he's deflected this down to long leg, and it's going to go all the way for 4 with Travaskis in hot pursuit. And Montgomery on to 113, and Notts closing in on that third batting bonus point at 289 for 3.
Yeah, he's been good for us in the Royal London this year as well. The knocker they played against Lancs in the semi to get us up to, was it not the semi, the quarter final, to get us up to 330. Yeah. It was a hell of a knock. So yeah, he's done really well this year for us.
Should be 9 games in this round of county championship matches. Started in 7 of them, no play at Wantage Road or at Edgbaston just yet, as Montgomery works this next one onto the leg side, fielded by Maddinson. Northants Essex, delayed start on day 2. Essex 220 for 8 overnight. Warwickshire 138 for 2. They had a lot of rain yesterday. They're playing Hampshire. The 2 sides that Notts, I suppose, will be keeping an eye on, although from the dressing room apparently you're not keeping an eye on the other sides. But I can tell you, Worcestershire 193 for 8 playing against Middlesex, who were second, and Glamorgan, who were third, and now 238 for 4 at home against Sussex. There's 1 or 2 quotes, I think, from the head coach saying we're just not going to look at the other scores. We're going to take care of what we need to do as this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
What's it's about 60 miles from here to Northants, would it be?
Yeah.
I know, because when you're down at Grace Road, if it's raining at Northants, generally Grace Road's about to get it because they're a bit closer together, aren't they? And
well, it's strange weather here because you can often see it coming, and then it splits and goes round the ground. I mean, Paul Johnson, who played here for 20 years, always talks about it splitting and then following the river sort of around the ground, and it's a strange old phenomenon, really, as rain comes in and this one goes through to the keeper.
I could try and explain it to you, but your head's already full of Equinox now, so I think that's your one for the day.
That's too much for Dave.
Very much so. Winter plans?
None at the minute, no. Probably just be here and in the Radcliffe Road for another 4 months. Really looking forward to it.
Presumably you'll get. What do you have to come in next week, and maybe do you have to do a bit of a way off for the for the?
No, as soon as this game's done, and we're pretty much done until we come back in start to mid-November, really.
You got 1 or 2 awards to attend. You're going to the PCA one, and
I'm not. No, so I go away on holiday on Monday.
So you have got plans?
Oh yeah, holidays. Yeah, not cricket. No, Vegas.
Oh. I managed 3 days there. It's quite something, but here's Potts starting you over, defended. I was there with my wife, and it was our first wedding anniversary. We went up the Stratosphere Tower. She'd rung up to book the table, and she said, "I'm sorry, but I asked for a table with a view of the strip." And the guy said, "Yes, madam, you'll be looking at it in a couple of minutes." And she said, "How?" And I had to point out that it was a moving floor. It was
a spinning round.
Spinning restaurant, yeah.
I mean, there's Vegas and there's Vegas, Ben. Are you going with your good lady, or are you going with the lads on a stag do? Or?
No, with my girlfriend and her mum and dad. So
flying to McCarran Airport, isn't it? I think the airport's right on the edge of the strip. We were on a tour, so that's how we ended up there. As Potts comes in and bowls, that's left alone. I've got to go next door.
I was just going to say, it's 11 o'clock.
We had one night there on a Thursday, and we stayed at the Excalibur Hotel. And then on Friday and Saturday, the hotel room prices are ridiculous because everybody comes into the city for the gambling weekend. So that was when we went up to the Grand Canyon. And then we came back a couple of days later when everybody had gone home off the weekend. And we had this room the size of our house for about $25. It was just amazing. Great place, but I'm not a gambler, so a lot of it was lost on me on the gambling floors. Potts bowls, defended quickly.
I thought you'd gone.
I'm going, but all these people around these big gambling tables, every time they threw the dice, and me and my wife were like, "Oh, that's terrible," that, and then they would all be, "Yeah," and we were like, "Ooh," and then we thought they'd done really well, and that was when they'd had a bad one, so we kept away from those tables.
More from Martin in a second or two. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners in just a moment. Then more from Ben Slater, Notts opening batsman, as Potts bowls past the outside edge of Lyndon James' bat. This goes through into the gloves of Benjamin. Got 3 slips. David Beddingham at first, Sean Dixon at second, Nick Maddinson squeezed in there at third at the moment. It's the 1 wicket to go down this morning, that of Joe Clark. Nicely taken at third slip by Sean Dixon from the bowling of Matty Potts.
short yesterday because of bad weather, but Dave Bracegirdle is there for us again with the latest.
Yes, the weather's behaving itself at the moment. We've started on time. Nottinghamshire resuming from their first day score of 276 for 2, but they have lost a wicket this morning. Joe Clark didn't add to his overnight 28. He nicked the England bowler Matty Potts to third slip. It was a good sharp catch from Sean Dixon, so Joe Clark had to go. Lyndon James is out there. He's just made a single. Matthew Montgomery, that maiden first-class 100 under his belt yesterday, he's advanced his score to 113. Sun's starting to come out. Nottinghamshire 289 for 3. Next delivery's just drifted down the leg side, nicely stopped by Benjamin, although he couldn't gather it cleanly. And it is the end of the over, 289 for 3. So Notts on course, you'd say, for maximum points, Ben, or would you? 60, 61 from, let's do the math, 61 from 17 overs. They should be able to do it, unless they have to soak up 2 or 3 maidens.
Yeah, 3. Well, we'll definitely get. Well, you'd like to think we'll get to 350, and then if you have a good couple of overs, maybe push for the full points at 400.
Trevor's been in touch at Brace Cricket. Doesn't seem 5 minutes ago since you were fighting the chill at Hove early season. Where has the season gone? There's a bowling change here, Ollie Gibson. It was freezing cold at Hove, wasn't it, for that first game, and probably even colder a couple of days before when you came for the press day and it was snowing.
Yeah, it was a cold couple of weeks. That probably the coldest I've ever been was that pre-season game at Derby. Before all that, it was freezing there, but yeah, snow on press day, that was something.
289 for 3. So Ollie Gibson, 10 overs, none for 56 yesterday, comes in from down below us, and a lovely punch through the offside shot, says Ben Slater, and that just about does it justice. He's stroked that very elegantly away, Montgomery, and has now become the leading run scorer in the innings. He's gone past Asiba Mead's 115. I guess if you're gonna get your maiden one, you might as well make it a big one.
Yeah, so you don't have to pay for a round of drinks for a long time.
Yeah, you don't want it to go up in increments, do
Yeah.
you? There is that little bit of a thing, isn't there? If you better your first class score, you're liable for a round of drinks at the end of the season. As Gibson bowls, and this wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. I don't know if you know, and I'm certainly not assuming this is going to happen or whatever, but do we know there is a second division trophy, isn't there?
I would imagine
yeah,
so.
yeah.
I'm sure I've seen people in the past get presented with one. Well,
I
obviously,
think so.
I'm not 100%, but
and that would very much be the cherry on top of the cake this week, wouldn't it? It is all about getting promotion first and foremost, but having led the table throughout the season as Gibson bowls again on the pads, and that's going to be back-to-back boundaries. Absolutely diagonally opposite from the previous one. First one through the offside, this one on the leg side, and Gibson's got to sort his line out. That would be the target, wouldn't it, to finish top?
yeah, I think obviously we would like to finish top, but not try and look too far ahead and get the points we need so we get promoted, and then put ourselves in a position to win the game. I think is what we want to try and do.
297 for 3. So Gibson's got underway here by leaking a couple of boundaries, and Montgomery blocks this one. He'd have faced him a little bit yesterday. Came on first change, didn't he?
Yeah, faced him up at Durham as well.
Yeah.
He played at the Riverside as well. So
yeah,
It's his 7th match in first-class cricket.
had a nice start to the day, didn't you? The first ball of the day away for 4. That must be a lovely feeling. Just we're away, we're up and running.
yeah, that first over, I thought the wicket was a belter, and it was coming onto the bat nicely, and we'd not had one. I thought we'd not had one this colour in a long time here. So
no, there's normally that green stripe.
Yeah,
I know it doesn't play, it doesn't hoop round corners like it used to do in the 80s anymore. But we often start with a very vivid green stripe down it. But it's not been there this week. 297 for 3. Durham over 8 yesterday, +6. That's terrific. They really rattled along with things. As Gibson comes in and Bowles, and that's struck Matthew Montgomery, and very nearly had to go down for a count of 10. He's
going to be black and blue, isn't he?
Is it a leg bye? It's called a leg bye, but I don't think it hit him in the leg or on the leg. 298 for 3. End of the over. 94 overs have gone. You're practicing your offers. Are we likely to see them unveiled in this final game of the season?
I don't know now. I'm probably down, third spinner now. Now Monty's in the team, which I'm not happy about.
It would be the dream scenario, wouldn't it? A broad fifer and a Slater fifer just to end the season.
You're asking a bit much there, I think, Dave. But now I think I'm relegated to third spinner now. Monty's in the team, which
he's not bowled though, has he? In the championship, he bowled in the Royal London, but he's not bowled yet in the championship.
Yeah, not yet. But we've not really been in a position where he's been needed really. So yeah, we'll have to see, won't we? I'll try and get in the skipper's ear. But yeah, I think I've been relegated to third spinner now.
Pots to continue, Martin.
Comes in and bowls. That's left alone. Are you? How long are you in Las Vegas for, by the way? Till you run out of money, or?
7 nights.
Because everything that goes on in Las Vegas stays in there, obviously.
Yeah, and I think
the film title once.
Yeah, I think I'm doing it the right way round though. First time going with my missus, so I'll actually see a bit of Vegas rather than going with the lads. And
there's some good shows on and stuff, but we went to a comedy night in one of the big hotels one night, and it was over in about an hour. This is bowled outside the line of off stump, left alone.
Chris Morley says to say hello to you. Outlaw Chris says hello to my mate Ben. He's listening. He's down on holiday himself. He's down in Somerset.
Is he down? Is he away? Is he?
Yeah, he's not at the game. He's down in Somerset listening.
It's not the same with him.
No,
sat over in the stand.
Does it give you a bit of chirp over from the Fox Road stand where he sits?
Not necessarily. Not really. A little bit. A little bit of banter, but usually it's good support from Chris.
Potts bowls through to the keeper. It bounces out of his gloves. It was just wide of the off stump. Moved a little bit. A couple of suggestions for day trips. Obviously, Grand Canyon. You can fly there in a helicopter.
I'm not doing that.
You're
not
doing
going
that?
in a helicopter, no. Not for me.
We drove to the North Rim from Las Vegas, but it took about 6 hours. But we stayed in a log cabin when we got there, which was really nice. And the Hoover Dam's not too far away. That's probably about an hour's drive. It's worth going to see. Other than that, you're going to be in darkness in lots of indoor settings where there's no clocks on the walls at all. Potts bowls again, and this has gone off towards mid-wicket. The first night we got there, we couldn't even find a way out of the hotel. We wanted to go and find a bar, and we ended up in the garage underneath the hotel, and there was this taxi driving through, and we flagged the taxi down. He said, "Where do you want to go?" And we said, "Outside." So he basically drove us to the suite upstairs. There's just no obvious doors to get out of some of these places.
Try and keep you inside for as long as possible.
Hence the lack of clocks on the walls, so nobody knows how long they've been gambling for or whatever. Defended here by Montgomery, pushes it out towards Travaskis.
I'd like to see a photo tweeted of the stadium. Ben, have you looked? Are the Raiders at home?
They're not. I did look. Yeah. I think it's that typical. It's a bye week when we're there. I think.
I've got this next week. I'm going to be in Naples next week, and they had a game on the Sunday. I fly in on Saturday, and because they're in the Champions League, they've moved the game forward to Saturday lunchtime before I get there.
It's not on, is it?
No.
This is left alone, and that is the end of it. Isn't Messina not too far away? Haven't they got a team?
Yeah, they're not in. I'm not going all the way to Messina to watch Serie C. I think they're in there.
Is that what they're in? Yeah. It's a big port, isn't it, Messina?
Yeah. End of the over. And the ground once again bathed in sunshine. Lots going on away to our right. The Dave Bracegirdle care home is taking shape away to our right. It'll obscure our view.
Oh, look, there's a corner piece
in there next year, eh, Dave?
That's the corner piece going into your penthouse, Dave, on the top there. Will they keep the crane in place so you can get up to the top? Is that how you'll get up there on the cherry picker?
There's Gibson with squad number 73, bowls and chopped away by Lyndon James for a single. Lots inching their way closer to this third batting point. That'll be 299 for 3 when it goes up, and now is. It'll certainly be a very different view if we're fortunate enough to come back next year and see it, and I'd imagine we'll just about be able to see in. If you can get one of those.
I wonder if it takes the prices up if you're if the one on the corner where you can actually see in the ground.
Yes, you'd imagine they would be the most sought after, as the 300 does come up with a pleasing push from Matthew Montgomery into the offside. Goes to 300, so we're in the 96th over. Nottinghamshire 300 for 3 already. Ian Smith doing his stuff with the scoreboard. The third batting bonus point is up there. Montgomery 122, Lyndon James 2. This morning Notts have lost. Joe Clark caught by Sean Dixon at slip from the bowling of Matty Potts for 28.
I wonder if it costs more to overlook Radcliffe on Seoul Power Station. Do you reckon?
Next ball is eased into the offside, and there's no run. George Drissel doing the fielding. 300 for 3. Standout moment of the season, I guess your double 100, your career best at Chesterley Street.
Yeah, it would have to be that, I think. Yeah, there's not been too much other than that, to be honest, Dave.
Well, your wickets.
Apart from my wickets,
your wickets.
Yeah.
What have you got now? 3?
3, yeah, probably that. Yeah, the double or my first wicket, I think.
Next ball is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. It was a run out, your first wicket, wasn't it?
Here we go.
Was it Matty McKiernan?
No, Thompson.
Alex Thompson of Derby. He was given out stump Martin, but I'm pretty sure he was over halfway down. It was almost run out.
Still not giving me any credit for this, eh, Dave? What's it going to take?
I've spent years trying to get through his head. I've given up.
Here's Gibson in and bowls, and this one just comes back into Lyndon James. Can't work it away.
225 at Durham there was a big partnership, wasn't it? A record third wicket partnership.
Yeah, him and Lyndon James.
Yeah.
I mean, the one way of looking at it is you've got 2 more first-class wickets this season than Ben Duckett.
There is that, yeah. His wasn't really genuine though, was it? Caught down the leg side. Mine have all been genuine wickets.
They have indeed.
Before you got your 225 at Durham, what was your previous highest score?
Ah, well, we talked about that on air a lot last week. There's his clue. Well, he would know. Ben would know. This is pushed into the offside.
Yeah.
And what was strange about that, Martin? Do you know? Have you got that in your notes?
Leicestershire against Lancashire. He was on loan.
Yeah. And where was it at?
Oh, was it one of the neutral grounds?
Yeah, it was.
Was it Headingley or something like that? No. Derby?
No, it was at New Road. So he got his career best for Leicestershire against Lancashire at Worcestershire on loan from Nottinghamshire. And then, we'll forget about the week after, Ben, but a fortnight later he came back and matched it with a ton for Nottinghamshire against Lancashire. So they were sick of the sight of him. So
that was the COVID summer where some matches were played at neutral bubbles, weren't they?
Yeah. We were when I went to Leicester, we were in a bubble that week at New Road,
Yeah. Potts to start a new over here, and that's gone through to the keeper, because Durham lost to Leicestershire in a T20 at neutral Leeds. And I think Derbyshire played there the same day against Lancashire, but what they did was, because we were still in lockdown, more or less, Sky wanted to show the T20 games, but didn't want to be moving their crews around the country, so they had everybody come to them, and they stayed in a bubble.
If I remember rightly, that Lancashire game here was Lancashire's home game, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, we had all the...
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Baller comes in, that's in the air, but it's away safe. It's gone behind square leg for 4 there from Montgomery.
We had all the advertising hoarding round the ground about visit Old Trafford and stay in the whatever hotel it's called and go to the... what is it, the MEN Arena? All the advertising boarding around the ground
that was their home game at New Road as well.
Yeah.
When I played for Leicestershire.
By the Manchester Evening News and all the rest of it, all the way around Trent Bridge.
Durham played Derbyshire in Durham, and that was Derbyshire's home game because for a period I think there were still tier 3s around this area, were there? Because for a while it looked like Leicestershire's game against Durham would be in Durham as well. This is played to point because Leicester remained in tier 3 right through that summer, and then eventually right at the end of the summer they allowed Leicestershire to play Durham at Grace Road.
Mark says Good morning, gents. From a chilly Stamford, I was sat watching in the Cooper stand when Slats got his first wicket. Absolutely loved his joyful response at getting that wicket.
Nice. At least someone's pleased for me, Dave.
304 for 3. Potts in. Sort of a play and a miss really there by Montgomery. Is that the funny stand, Dave? The Cooper stand, is that the one?
It's the Smith Cooper stand.
Yeah, the funny shape one. Yeah. The roof that shelters about 4 people at the back, is that the one?
Well, I can only speak for myself, but I think it's a very attractive looking stand, and it really is a nice feature of the ground.
I've just had a text from Ben Duckett telling me that his wicket was genuine. So
glad to have you with us, Ben.
Pot in again, and Montgomery plays this just behind square leg towards the Fox Road stand for 1.
Is it this afternoon they play again? I think it is, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so. I'll have a little look. So
hey, if he's listening, Brace, that Barber 4 that wasn't that we were talking about yesterday.
Oh yeah. In fact, no, it's tomorrow. They've relocated to Lahore.
So my mate Cookie texted me the other night. I didn't see the game on Sunday. I was driving down here. There's Potts bowls. This is defended by James out into the cover.
Just to set the background, very early in that game on the Sunday game, Ben, if you're still with us, there was a boundary or a shot hit towards the boundary from
off Willie
Babar Azam, off David Willey, and the ball boy in his enthusiasm actually came onto the pitch, took it on the bounce and threw it back, and 4 runs. It wasn't one that would have, just trickled. Perhaps would have gone to the rope or not. It was, he basically saved himself a 20-yard jog after fetching the ball. But he actually stepped on the pitch to get it and threw it back in. And we had a correspondent yesterday saying, well, England lost by 2 runs, but that should have been disallowed. And then we got the regulations, and it should have been a dead ball apparently.
Oh, right.
So
it's one of them, then, isn't it?
Well, we had a strange old weekend, didn't we, with regulations. I presume you saw the women's game.
Yeah, well, I didn't see it. I saw the tweets.
The fallout of it is
on Twitter after.
Ollie Gibson to bowl to at Montgomery, pushes this up to rain at mid-on. 305 for 3. Perhaps that's that'll be another string to your bow. Perhaps you can get a sneaky wicket with the old lifting the bail off.
I've got all on trying to get it down the other end in a respectable area to be thinking about doing something like that, Dave. I think.
Would you do it?
Nah, I don't think
I would. I'd have to warn somebody. I mean, if they were sort of with the running spikes on and leaving the crease early, you'd warn them once or twice, wouldn't you? As this goes through to Chris Benjamin outside the off stump, 305 for 3 knots. They gone into this game knowing that a draw would guarantee one of the top 2 positions, a win would guarantee top spot. Led the table for all but the second week of the season. Lost to Glamorgan here. Dropped to 2nd or 3rd then, but quickly bounced back and been top of the table ever since as Ollie Gibson. Bright sunshine now. Bowls nice and full and dug out by Matthew Montgomery. And it remains 305 for 3. Funnily enough, the strip we're playing on, Ben, I don't know if you're aware, that's only been used once this season. That was for the Glamorgan game.
The Glamorgan game.
Yeah.
The one that we.
The one that we're actually playing on now. The one that
we lost on.
The only one you lost. Yeah. Well, the only one that you lost here. I have to stop saying the only one they lost because, of course, you had a bad week last week, didn't you?
Yeah.
Next delivery. Just deflected down to long leg. We'll have to have a little bit of a look at the umpire just to check. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah. Run to Montgomery takes him to 128, 306 for 3. Longer day today then, and you've got to wait a little longer for your lunch and tea, all of you.
Yeah, the extra overs getting added on. It's not always. It doesn't always go down well with the lads.
I guess they were pleased to get off last night. It was dark. Durham had got a new ball. As Gibson comes in, to Montgomery. Oh, and he very nearly played on there. Another full-length delivery from Gibson, still looking for his first wicket.
It's hit his foot, I think.
Oh yeah, it is Lyndon James, I beg your pardon. 306 for 3, very nearly rolled back onto the stumps, but it was only going to sort of favour Durham if they'd stayed out last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. At the same time, I think obviously Monty and Clarkey were playing well, so sort of a catch-22 in that situation. We had it sort of the other week against Leicester where we came off for light and me and Haas were going all right. So,
this one's down the leg side. Benjamin leaps away and at least stops it from going for 4. It's a bye.
Leg stump.
307 for 3. Official Liam says it's going to be a 72-bed luxury care home.
What is that? Is there?
I presume that's what Liam's referring to.
Beyond your capabilities, isn't Dave? If there's luxury involved in it.
And Bill Rodham says, thank Slats, because his bowling bagged me some extra fantasy league points. What about that? It's all about the fantasy. You do the fantasy football, don't you?
Yeah.
I do the fantasy NFL.
I'm glad I could contribute in some way.
Are Forest going to be able to stay up this year once all the new signings
he's
have met each other?
He's not interested in that, are you?
Who do you support?
Chesterfield.
Chesterfield?
Yeah, he's not a football fan.
I once went to the old ground. What was the old ground called?
Saltergate, yeah.
I saw them play Walsall there years ago, back in my ground spotting days, and it finished 0-0, but it also finished with police horses on the pitch. So was there some needle between Walsall and Chesterfield for some reason?
I don't know, to be honest.
There's an old 3rd division game or something. Ben Rain is in. He's replacing Potts from the pavilion end. This is turned away by Lyndon James off towards long leg.
I know this says as much about me and my size and weight as it does about Saltergate, but I think both me and Saltergate were dilapidated by the end. I went to the very last game at Saltergate against Bournemouth,
yeah.
And I sat down in the press seat. I mean, there's 3 or 4 press seats that were already absolutely broken to smithereens, and I sat down in my press seat and went straight through it. It's my last abiding memory of Saltergate.
Did all your reports from a hole in the floor?
Very much so. Yeah.
It was falling down, to be fair, Dave. So
it was a bit dilapidated, wasn't it?
New ground doesn't look too bad, actually.
No, it's all right.
Rain bowls. Is that an edge? No, he's played and missed quite a way outside the line of off stump there, Montgomery.
It's right next to a
Tesco,
a huge supermarket, isn't it? I went last season for the Notts County game.
That film they made about Brian Clough.
That was filmed at Saltergate. Yeah. Damned United.
Yeah, the Damned United. Yeah, they filmed loads of the scenes there, didn't they?
Yeah.
I've had an email from Stuart Manger, who's in Sedbergh in the Cumbrian Fells. He said, this morning we had a near frost in Sedbergh, but a bit of sun, and it's a gorgeous late summer morning now.
That looks like a nice ground, Ben. I don't know if you've seen
Sedbergh's beautiful.
The pictures of it. They've played 1 or 2 games there, haven't they, Lancashire? There's
Durham
a hold up here. I think they're waiting for a helmet, yeah.
Durham played there about 3 years ago in the June time, and we only had one little bit of bad weather the first morning for about half an hour, but you've got these huge fells overlooking the ground, and the scenery's just stunning. And it's this little market town with dry stone walls. I think it used to be part of Yorkshire, and then it moved into Cumbria, and there was all this row about why are Lancashire playing in what used to be Yorkshire, but it was a gorgeous week. It was one of the best weeks I've ever had covering cricket.
Yeah. Nice part of the world, isn't it?
Beautiful.
That way.
And Martin Spate, the former Durham and Sussex wicketkeeper, is now the cricket coach there, and he's bringing through some exceptional talent, of which more in a sec. And just changing the field here. The keeper's standing up to the stumps, got 2 slips tight. They've moved Maddinson from mid-wicket to point, backward point. Travascus is dropping down a 3rd man. Deep mid-wicket's come into mid-wicket, and Rain is bowling here to Montgomery, and this has gone out of the covers, no run there. They tried this tactic a few times yesterday, putting the keeper up with the stumps. Stewart says Dave Bracegirdle needs to take notice of the equinox because the arrival of it does materially affect usable hours of cricket and thus Nott's aspirations to be promoted. Incidentally, all here are very glad of Harry Brooks' form for England. No doubt the final blossoming of Martin Spate's coaching. Harry's an old boy of the school. There's 3 or 4 lads have come through Sedbergh recently who've gone on to do great things. This is it's not taken by the keeper. It bounces out of his gloves and ends up short on the leg side. No run.
Keaton Jennings has been dismissed for 199 today. That's a tough one, isn't it? You don't mind getting to 199, I suppose, but Jennings out to Jamie Overton for 199. I can remember Jason Gallion a couple of times getting out for 199, and Ricky Vessels down at Hove during his time with Notts.
There's a Ben Duckett link to Keaton Jennings, isn't there, as rain comes in and bowls. That's kept by the keeper. When we went to the cricket writers' dinner in 2016, wasn't Ben on the stage to collect the prize on behalf of Keaton, which I then put in my bag and took back up to Durham? Is that right?
Well, Ben won the...
Was that the year he won both?
Yeah, Ben won... I don't know.
Jennings won Player of the Year that year because he got 1,600 runs.
And Ben might have won Young Player of the Year.
He won both, didn't he, at the same time, Ducky? Or not? PCA?
No, this is the cricket writers.
The cricket writers.
Rain in.
And that was...
spills out the gloves as well.
That was also Asiba Mead's big year as well, 2016.
Well, that was the year that Jennings got into the England setup, and he replaced Hamid in India.
Yeah.
And the cricket writers, he just texted.
He must have been Young
Did
Player
he win
there.
both?
Well, Jennings won Player of the Year because I had to take the salver back up to Durham to present it to him because he was away with an England training camp in Loughborough somewhere.
End of the over. Anyway, just very quickly, because we haven't mentioned them today, the other scores: Somerset 202 all out at Canterbury. They had rain yesterday. Kent 38 without loss. I've just mentioned Keaton Jennings out for 199. Lancashire 468 for 7 against Surrey. Still not playing at Wantage Road between Northants and Essex. Just started at Warwickshire after rain delayed the start. They're 139 for 2 against Hampshire. And Yorkshire 141 for 5 at Headingley, replying to Gloucestershire's 190s. Gibson bowls and then has the ball leathered back at him by Lyndon James. Can't gather it cleanly in his follow-through, and they take a single. In Division 2, the East Midlands derby that Ben Slater's played for both these sides. Leicestershire 249, Derbyshire 94 without loss. And the two sides that are trying to close down Notts, Glamorgan 277 for 5, but they've only had 50 overs in that one. They lost a lot of rain, so still time for Glamorgan to get maximum points. And Worcestershire are now 225 all out against Middlesex. So this one's gone through Matthew Montgomery. Thought for all the world with that deviation he must have nicked it, but clearly hadn't. That was a decent delivery, Ben.
Yeah, well, like it just nipped back on him and clipped his pad through to the keeper, I think.
Difficult to see on our monitor with the sun on it. We don't usually complain about the sun, but hard to see the replays there. Do some blinds in here. It's not a great viewing spot, your players' balcony, for this game, is it? Sometimes when they are playing over on the Fox Road side, I guess you're all fighting for those end seats, are you, on the balcony, and edged away for 4 by Montgomery this time, past the slip cordon, and it's just raced away. Probably went through where 4th slip would be, and it's gone for 4.
Right, here you are, Cricket Writers 2016. Ben Duckett, then of Northants and then 21 years old, won the Young Player of the Year for 2016. Keaton Jennings won County Championship Player of the Year. That was the Cricket Writers.
I did think Ben took 2 trophies though,
well, he might have won both at the PCA.
I was going to say, but no, at the one we went to. But you're right, because you had me either film you or photograph you or something collecting the award. This one's clipped away on the leg side for a single, and of course roles were reversed last year when I sat down for my soup and a couple of drinks, and suddenly I was called on stage unbeknownst to collect the award on behalf of Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah. If you'd known, your speech would have been 15 minutes instead of 12, wouldn't it?
Well, I thought I ought to thank his mum and dad and Kirsty and the kids and Kevin Shine and Mick Neal and principally me, of course. 314 for 3. Did him a good job. Well, I'd like to think I did. Oof. This one's been cut to backward point, and the fielder there went down in instalments. They only just reached backward point. Who's that? Bushnell?
Dressel, couldn't it?
Slight figure. With,
Bushnell, yeah.
Now then, what's this we've got in our ears? Oh, crikey. Thank you very much.
I'm going to go for Hotel California.
Hotel California. playing. We'll have an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second. I don't know how long you can stay, Ben. Very much appreciate your time as this is eased into the offside. And that is 100 overs up and done. Knots 314 for 3. A run rate of 3.14, obviously. 89 overs remain. I'm sure we'll be doing an update for Radio Nottingham any second. And
an update on your HSR headline in a moment, but first, cricket, second day of the match between Nottinghamshire and Durham. Hey, brace girdle is there.
yeah, blue skies over Trent Bridge at the moment, Mark. Nottinghamshire 314 for 3, so they've already added one more batting bonus point to their tally. They've taken 3 from this game. Things are looking good for Nottinghamshire, of course. This is a game where a draw will guarantee promotion, a win will guarantee the title. Matthew Montgomery's still there, the youngster, 22 years of age. His maiden first-class 100 secured yesterday. Just takes another single to move on to 134. Lyndon James with him, just starting his innings. The one man out this morning, didn't add to his overnight 28, was Joe Clark. We've had 100 overs in this match. Nottinghamshire, who won the toss yesterday, 315 for 3. I got there in the end. It's going to be Ben Rain from the pavilion end with a backdrop of the committee balcony behind him. Bowls to Lyndon James, and he plays it up to mid-on. And there's no run. Who's impressed you this season round the county circuit, Ben, that you've seen youngsters coming through, either for knots or that you've played against?
That's a good question, really. I think now. I can say on the spot there, Dave.
I'm going to say there was a shout out there for Harry Brook. I don't think Notts have played against him this year, or probably played against him in the Blast. He's really just gone on to the next level very quickly, hasn't he? As this one's clipped, a push and run by Lyndon James up to mid-on, and a single is taken. 316 for 3. I know when I saw you in the foyer when I'd just parked in the car park outside down at the hotel that we're staying down at Lord's, and you were there, and I think the first thing you said was, just heard that Shahid Sharafrid is not playing, Dave, and it was sort of the way you said it was good news for an opening batter going out to face Middlesex. 316 for 3 as this one's dropped on the leg side. They'll have to run quickly, and Montgomery gets home, but only because the shy misses. That might have been very, very tight. You must, as you rack up at places like that, obviously be sort of thinking, contemplating who you're going to be facing, and it's obviously good news if somebody of that sort of talent and experience isn't playing.
Yeah, I think obviously someone of his calibre playing in that game. Obviously a big game for us going up against them. We were behind them at that time, so I think we got a little bit of a boost knowing he wasn't playing. And similarly this game, obviously getting Brodie back probably have that sort of effect on the opposition this week. So
Rain bowls cut away by Lyndon James. I'm going to get 2 runs here. This is Graham Clark doing the fielding down below us, on as the 12th man for the visitors, and Lyndon James on to 7.
Has Potty gone off to change his boots, or is he still out now?
But likewise, it must be great coming through a battle against some of the very best around and making a good score.
Yeah, definitely. You can gain a lot from that, playing against the best players. So obviously always a challenge, but
final ball of this over. Just changed ends a little bit. Oh, that one's gone through Lyndon James, and Benjamin takes it very close to the off stump end of the over. Yeah, he's lifted off about. Very difficult to see, aren't they? These,
it's too bright at the minute.
With the sponsors logo as well, the blue and the green. Obviously, I said your standout moment was the innings at Chesterley Street. I guess he had a decent Royal London campaign as well, topped off with the disappointment of defeat, but you couldn't have done much more yourself at Blackpool with that 100 on your birthday.
Yeah, looking back, I think we probably didn't play it as well as I probably could have in the middle. nice to get 100, but I think if you look back and probably didn't play as well as they did it in the middle, really.
You'd take 330 any day of the year, though, wouldn't you?
Gibson, leading edge, off towards backward square leg for 2 from Montgomery.
Yeah, I think to get those runs on the board. Yeah, we thought we were in with a chance, but talking to obviously Luke Wood, he's listening. He's texted me as well. Him and Hales and Ducky listening in Pakistan. But speaking to him, he always said they back themselves chasing there because it's such a hard ground to defend, and obviously we found that towards the end.
Dangerous ground to commentate in with that marquee at Cow Corner. Gibson in again.
So we were probably 20 short that day, but we thought we had a chance at the time. But it was just so hard to defend with that short boundary one side, and that's what Luke said. They back themselves to chase anything on that ground because it's so hard to defend.
One run there down to third man, which brings James back on the strike. Did you play Lancashire in the T20 in Blackpool as well?
Yeah, a couple of days before your game, yeah.
So the local lad from Blackpool got some runs in that one, didn't he?
He always gets runs there, doesn't he, Stephen Croft?
That's absolutely thumped through the covers for 4. Really nice drive that. Just left it hanging out too far outside the line of off stump there, Gibson. And James has thoroughly dispatched that to the boundary.
Yeah, if he's listening, we should say congratulations to Luke Wood, England international Luke Wood now. It's
when you asked me that question earlier about who's in pressure around the counties, I was going to say I was going to say him, but I don't want his head to get too big.
326 for 3 now. James on 11, and that four's taken this partnership with Montgomery to 49.
Would you have had a season here with him, or do you,
yeah.
You came back end of 2018, didn't you?
Yeah.
Gibson in bowls, and that's down to third man for 1 from James. So that's the 50 partnership in 92 balls.
Matthew Montgomery's contribution 36. Lyndon James has been becalmed a little bit, 12 from 41 balls faced. Do you anticipate an acceleration at any point? We know the skipper, if and when he gets to the crease, plays very much on the front foot in every sense, and we'll go along at a quicker rate.
I think we'll just play it as we see it, really. I think, like I said earlier, 350 first to get there. I think looking at that 73 off 8 overs is probably unachievable now, really, unless we get a couple of good overs. But I think we'll just try and bat for as long as we can now. Get that 350 and then bat for as long as we can, really. Try and grind them down.
Brilliant sunshine here at Trent Bridge as Gibson bowls. Ball played up to Borthwick at mid-off. End of the over. Then 327 4-3. Just talking about all the different grounds and stuff, because couldn't get much to work at Blackpool. And anyway, halfway through the game it rained when Durham were there for the T20 match. Only match that was affected this year. Grounds that you like to visit? Is anything special, and particularly any out grounds that you think, just a little bit quirky and different?
Well, I enjoyed playing at Chesterfield when I was at Derbyshire, my home ground.
Yeah,
Queen's Park.
Nice place, isn't it?
What's your record there? Did you?
Not very well. I think I got 150. I got a 50 there, 60 once, and I only played a couple of games there. But
were they your 60. Club side as well, Ben?
Yeah, still are. Yeah. I think I played at Cheltenham once. That was nice.
Yeah.
Start of a new over, rain bowling to Lyndon James. This one down the leg side, taken by Benjamin. He's in his 27th over now, Ben Rain.
Enjoyed playing at Cheltenham. That was nice. Red hot the week I played down there.
Durham were there in 2018. It was an absolute scorcher. I don't think it got below 20 degrees even on a night time, and there's no shelter there, is there?
I think the week I've played there, that would have been 5-6 years ago now, but it was red hot then.
Here's Rain. Lyndon James on 12, pushes this up to mid-off. There's no run, and of course you had the novelty. We all went on the overseas trip, if you like, to the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, that looked good.
It was, wasn't it? It was a lovely setting for a game of cricket with the banks all the way around it.
It was, but it was a bad couple of weeks for us. So
cricket
it
wise.
Was that in 2019 it was a tough couple of weeks for us. So we probably didn't enjoy it as much as we probably should playing there.
Next one's chopped away to backward point. They take a single. They're coming at you with plenty of power on both sides of the ball, aren't they? Hampshire with Abbas and Abbott with the ball, and then with the bat, Sam Northeast. They had was it Rahane?
Rahane,
yeah, Rahane with.
He got a good 100.
Runs, yeah. So it was a tough week, but just the experience of I've never been to the Isle of Wight before, but going on the ferry across to cover county cricket was obviously a novelty.
Did you get your passport stamped?
Did, yeah. Got my sticker rock as well. There's rain bowls. Lyndon James leaves it alone. It goes through to Chris Benjamin.
There's I don't know if you heard this story when you were there, but a few months ago I was listening to Mark Steele's in town on Radio 4, and he was on the Isle of Wight. I think they were in Ventnor. Is it Ventnor at the time?
Yeah.
And there's this theory there that because of atmospherics across the English Channel, you can often from high ground on the Isle of Wight see France upside down. It's because of the way the sun shines through all the different layers of the atmosphere.
Rain bowls worked away by Lyndon James. Yeah, he's clipped that away nice and fine. Gets another boundary. That week actually it ended I forget how many games it was, but a monumental sequence of appearances for Notts for Samit Patel. He played every game for however many years, and of course then he didn't play that game, but then came back in for the next one. So we had to change it. He's kept his sequence going of playing however many games it was in a row on the mainland.
Doesn't count because it was.
This one's cut away nicely by Lyndon James. It's back-to-back boundaries. This one behind square on the offside. The ball comes to rest in front of the hover cover, which is situated away to our right in front of the William Clark stand, and that area of ground that's been redeveloped. 3-3-6 for 3.
Weren't they over there for one-day cup matches this year or something?
Yeah, Lancashire, I think it was, went just for a one-day cup match. End of the over, 3-3-6 for 3. Just a reminder, if you're listening in the ground, I know it's up on the board now, or if you're coming later, mentioned it a couple of times yesterday, the great giveaway they're calling it. There's been so much cricket memorabilia, books and magazines, etc. donated over the years, and the heritage team, the volunteer team, have gone in there over the winter, sorted it all out, and there's lots and lots of stuff that they're happy to literally give away to a good home, because they've got so many copies of the Cricketer magazine, the Wisden magazine, etc. etc. If anybody's coming to the ground, just go over to the squash courts during the intervals and you can get some. Jonathan Bushnell coming into the attack, went wicketless yesterday, 8 overs for 38.
7 overs left for bonus points. Bushnell right arm over from the Ratcliffe Road end. That first ball is left alone by James. What's the ground on the Isle of Wight? Didn't they base the surface area on Hampshire's ground or something like that? Was that the way that the guy who's put the money in designed it based on another ground somewhere else?
I'm not sure. There's certainly the bowl element to it.
Bushnell comes in and bowls, and that's driven past
Lovely shot.
Point and away for 4. Thumps into the wall at the front of the Fox Road stand. It might have dented the ball, that.
I think when we went, was it 2019? I think there's some very sad news that the guy that, as I remember it, hopefully correctly, the guy that had bought the land and built the cricket ground and done all he could to get Hampshire there had sadly died. So it had been left to his family, and his family left with the cricket ground. Wanted it to continue, but they'd actually put it up for sale, and there was a lot of talk about whether they'd be able to go there again, but clearly they were able to go back this year.
Bushnell in to James. James plays this to Minon to Ben Rain. No run there. So they're 10 away from the next batting point, and then they probably don't really need to worry about another one after that, do you think?
No. Durham have Be disappointed just to get one, won't they? They need 3 wickets in 6.5 overs to get another bowling point. I think the bowling units collectively, Ben, are disappointed if they don't get maximum bowling points.
Ball played up the rain again. I think this looks like the sort of day where Notts at some point will declare later on. It does look a very good batting track.
Yeah, it does. Even this morning, with that new ball, we've seen both of these two play and miss quite frequently. So I think our bowlers will be happy with that. I've been seeing that this morning.
James flicks that one out to deep mid wicket to Maddinson for 2.
So you mentioned winter plans. When are you back in November?
Yeah, Price here this morning. Our S&C just said it's looking like the 9th, I think, 9th of November.
And that's what then runs up Wollerton Hill and
hopefully not. No.
Swimming and.
I was hoping for the week after the 14th, but he said it's the 9th, I think. So.
All this time defended and just rolls out on the offside.
You get reacquainted with the bicycles, the static bikes, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, back on the watt bike for another 4 or 5 months. I think it'll be for me. So
well, you've got a Lycra lad to your right there.
How much do they change things around just to keep you all interested? Because it must be mind-numbingly dull.
Yeah, I think obviously it gets to this sort of time of the season, and everyone, obviously end of the season, you're happy to go away, but then in the back of your mind you've got November coming up and you're back in the gym. So yeah, I think it'll be nice if we can do a few things that are a bit different, and we are good here. Pricey and Pete do try and mix it up and get us doing some different things to keep us sort of, not say interested, but to keep us going through those winter months.
Yeah.
There's Rain starting his 28th over, putting in a shift here. Montgomery eased into the offside, and you go away somewhere on a salt course or some such last year.
Yeah, we went up to the Lake District. Marshy, our psychologist, said we were going to Windermere, and I've been to Windermere a couple of times, lovely part of the world. And we got to Windermere, obviously been on the bus for 4 hours, and then we were on the bus for another hour past Windermere. So he wasn't. The lads weren't too happy with him when we went an hour past Windermere.
Rain bowls, Montgomery defends.
It was a good trip actually up there.
Where did you end up at? Was it an outward bound course or something?
It was with a company called White 2. We did gorge walking, abseiling into a quarry, and then walked up one of the fells. And
there's a guy I know from Sunderland called Neil Travis who does a lot of these outward bound courses, and he took the Durham team over there. I wonder if it was the same place.
It's Rain bowls again. Montgomery can't get this away. Maddinson fields. Graham Rowley says Dave Brian Gardner was the name of the gentleman who founded the new closed cricket ground on the Isle of Wight. Thank you for that, Graham.
The year that Durham last won the title in 2013, basically it was announced they didn't have any money to go on a pre-season tour, so Paul Collingwood took them hiking up some of the Munros in Scotland in the snow and whatnot as a team building exercise, and then it must have worked because there was quite a bond that year.
Montgomery, I won't say snuck his way up, but he seemed to get a little bit bogged down in the 120s. That's not a bad place to be bogged down, but he's now closing in on another milestone. He's got Ben's highest snooker break up on the board after his name up there. 147. 343 for 3. Just got going again, hasn't he? Put a bit of a spurt on in the last few overs. And
yeah, Lyndon's just started to. Looks like he's started to find his rhythm and his flow a little bit. It struggled a little bit at the start, but looks like he's finding his rhythm now.
Put 66 on. Rain bowls to Lyndon James, and there's 4 more. They've put 70 on now, driving it through the offside. Nick Maddinson made a half-hearted attempt to run after that and said, "No, I'll leave it for Jonathan Bushnell." 347 for 3.
Experienced pro that. Let the young lad go and pick it up.
Yes, I think you'll be glad to see the back of Maddinson, won't you? 'Cause you know, these players that have played international cricket just every now and again can really go out and hurt you. You want to see them off as soon as you can. 3:47 for 3. Would you have seen the funny side then if at the end of your 2 days up in the Lake District they said, right, you've got to make your own way back to Trent Bridge now and you can't use public transport or some such?
That would have been interesting.
Next ball is dropped on the leg side.
I think there's been a few of the lads still trying to get back now if that was the case.
They'd have been quickly on their apps, wouldn't they, getting that car company that
Uber,
that rhymes with Suber. Yeah, 3:47 for 3. Take me back to Nottingham as quickly as you can. We've had 105 overs. Matthew Montgomery on 147. Lyndon James on 23. Partnership of 70. Seba Mead yesterday out for 115. Ben next to us in the 20s in this innings, fell in the 18th over. And Joe Clark out today. He went for 28. Not nicely poised for a 4th batting bonus point. Need 3 more runs. 3:47 for 3. It's going to be Jonathan Bushnell. It's going to be Martin Emerson.
Bushnell in, on balls, defended on middle. Rolls short on the leg side, no run.
Get a chance to see Chesterfield, no doubt, a time or two in the next few weeks.
Yeah, we're doing well, top of the table. I keep saying to Booney, our dressing room attendants, keep looking up because he's a county fan and they're in 3rd. But yeah, I've not managed to get yet. So I've not had a time off to.
This is pushed into the offside, no runs.
Club record unbeaten start of the season, isn't it? With 11 games, 10 games, 11 games.
Paul Cook back at the helm. Got his players in there, I think, that suit his style, and we've started well. 2-0 victory over Wrexham, the money men. So,
well, it's Chesterfield, Wrexham, and Notts County. You'd imagine the 3 that have the resources, but only 2 at most can go up.
Bushnell balls, tries to go Yorker length. It's played out into the covers, no run there. Who was the manager who was there when you got relegated out of the league? It was a former Newcastle player. There were 2 brothers. One of them came to Sunderland as well.
When we got relegated out of the league?
Yeah.
I think when we went down, it was.
Was it Sheridan?
No, I thought it was Jack Lester when we went down.
Well, hadn't he replaced somebody else who'd been formerly? Bushnell balls. This is defended. It runs.
Scottish guy.
Yeah. We've got a single there. I didn't think we were going to get anything out of that. It was just drifted off towards backward point.
Played for Wigan.
Yeah. There were two brothers who played for Newcastle United. Then one of them came to Sunderland. Gone out my head.
I'll put you out your misery in just a second.
He wasn't the most liked manager.
Didn't go down very well, did he?
No.
I'm sure he did end up at Wigan at some point as their manager.
Yeah, he was. He did well for Wigan, but I think he had a good budget there.
Yeah.
Right, we're in.
This is bugging me now.
Just defended on off stump, no run.
Well, there's the last 6 or 7, so I don't know what era you're...
Gary Caldwell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his brother, what was his brother called? Stephen Caldwell, was it?
Yeah, he wasn't the most liked in Chesterfield, Gary Caldwell. Closely followed by Dean Saunders, I think.
They're big fans of your work.
Shot.
This is off the back foot, a nice cut for 4.
350.
350 up in the 4th batting point.
I know we've got to let you go at the end of the over, Ben, and terrific to see you. If we don't get the chance to wish you well for the winter and enjoy your holiday, we'll do so now, and I hope the listeners have very much enjoyed you spending the last hour with us.
When the fun stops, and all of that.
Do you like the slots of the fruit machines and all that?
Not a big gambling man, but I'm sure I'll have a go when I'm over there. Yeah.
2 cent slots are in it, but I wouldn't. I'd keep away from the tables. Enjoy the shows and the comedy clubs and the bars and stuff.
It'll be a great experience.
Sure I will, yeah.
Send me a photo of that stadium. I like the look of that.
Yeah, I'll try.
Hopefully we'll get to see you at the end of the game, perhaps, and hopefully with a bit of silverware. But
fingers crossed.
best of luck to the boys for the rest of the game, and,
Cheers, Dave.
and to
Thank
all of
you
you for the close season. And thanks for the times that you pop up and see us. We really
No
appreciate
problem.
it. Ben
you.
Slater with us here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Newcastle, in the commentary box with myself and Martin Emerson as a single is taken. Love it when the guys spend a few minutes with us, just get a little bit of a perspective on what's going on out there in the middle, and just nice to know what just nice to be nosy and find out what the guys are up to.
It's all about the nosiness, Dave.
It is indeed. 3:53 for 3 is the score. 107. We wouldn't have known that we'd got some followers in Pakistan this morning.
No.
Without Ben's intervention.
Rain balls. This is played upfield to mid-on, no run there. I did have an email from Mervyn earlier, which was entitled Overrates. Good morning, Martin and Mr. Bracegirdle. Yeah, we're just in morning by 3 minutes. He said, I heard you mention overrates. The brutal truth is that they're disgraceful and will remain so unless and until a meaningful penalty is applied to transgressors, and that means everybody.
Thank you, Bill. A note you did send the message in, Gary and Stephen Caldwell, once we were looking it up. Thanks, Bill.
Rain in again. This is defended and it goes off towards point. He goes on to say, everything we deal with in cricket is reliant on one constant, and that is goodwill on all sides. Alas, goodwill is as common as a colliery brass band playing in a desert. That's an interesting analogy. It will never change until the players have been punished in a way that hurts. Thanks for the enjoyable listening. Not forgetting Mr. Bracegirdle, who says, always interesting, Irvin Hardy.
Thank you very much to your correspondent there.
Norman's emailed. I'll just read this out before next door as that rain comes in here. Halfway through this over, this is played nicely by James. He's found a gap through the covers and it's off towards the Cooper stand for 4. One of the Durham 12th men's run all the way around the field now from in front of the Batman scoreboard. Norman says, hiya Marty, another enjoyable commentary. Has anything been sorted with the accusation about Nick Maddinson and his oversized bat the other week? Haven't heard a thing. As I said yesterday, they'll probably announce a penalty deduction in 2 weeks' time when everyone's on holiday. My first visit to Trent Bridge was in 1980 for a NatWest 60-over day game. As rain comes in and bowls. That's a short one, and James looks to hook it, and I think that's hit him on the back of the helmet there, but umpires don't seem that bothered. I'm not going to have a concussion check. He said Nott's opener was Basharat Hassan, who later appeared as 12th man in a test match. He played until he was in his 40s.
Oh, he's still around. Bash is the club president at the moment.
Oh, well, there you are. The next question was going to be, could you please ask Dave if Basharat is still active in the Notts area?
I would imagine he'll be on the ground, sir.
Well, there you are. In comes the bowler. That's a bouncer, which looked from this height to be unplayable, but the umpires are quite happy with it. And
In
that is
fact,
the end of the over.
I'd go so far as to say he'll definitely be on the ground. Club president very rarely misses a home game. In fact, I would imagine the committee are at our end of the ground. I might have a little see if we can find out if Basher is on the ground, and perhaps try and tempt him up this afternoon for 10 minutes of memories.
Just quickly got to midday, so I'm going to shoot away. But Roman, he said, I can't understand why England have dropped Potts like a hot brick. Do you have any ideas, Marty? Well, he hasn't played T20 for England, and it's the T20 squad that's out in Pakistan at the minute. He was called into the one-day squad for that game at Chesley Street in the heat and went off with sunstroke. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's touring Pakistan again in a few weeks' time. And on that bombshell, as they used to say.
And with that, he's gone, like the genie coming out of the bottle, and then go. Oh, he's taking a handful of chocolates with him on his journey next door. Should he be hungry? We're going to start the 108th over down there in front of us with Jonathan Bushnell to bowl to Matthew Montgomery on 149. Can't get a single from this first ball. Works it to backward point, and there's no run. 357 for 3, Nottinghamshire. Partnership now worth 80 between Montgomery and Lyndon James. Joe Clark out for 28 this morning, quite early on in the piece. Matty Potts getting his second wicket of the innings. Bushnell bowls to Montgomery. South African born 22-year-old. Just leans on this one with a forward press into the offside, no run. Just one slip there now for Durham. David Beddingham, who's moved across to probably a conventional third slip position. As Bushnell bowls to Montgomery, drops it down on the leg side. Immediately cried no. Might just, if they'd both gone on impact, they might just have got that single. Alan's been in touch. Good morning, gents. Watching the live stream from, do you say that, Vodice in Croatia? As Montgomery again defends, Vodice. We'll have a guess at Vodice. You've probably already explained, but is a draw good enough for Notts to win Division 2? Just do an update for Radio Nottingham. Notts bat on there, 357 for 3. They lost the wicket of Joe Clark in the first couple of overs today, out for his overnight 28. Matthew Montgomery's on strike at the moment on 149 not out. Can't get this next ball away. Lyndon James with him on 31. They've added 80 since the fall of that Clark wicket. A reminder, a draw will be good enough for Nottinghamshire to secure promotion back to Division 1. A win will be good enough to win that Division 2 title, and that's the prize they most want. Nottinghamshire 357 for 3. There's Bushnell in again. Can he get this single? He can. He runs it down to third man, and Matthew Montgomery has converted a maiden 100 now into a very substantial score indeed. 150 not out to Matthew Montgomery. Been at the crease for 327 minutes. He's faced 304 balls and hit 22 fours, and this is a terrific effort from Montgomery. He'll keep strike as well, taking a single from the last ball of the over. 320 minutes at the crease, so he's getting on for what, 5.5 hours at the crease. That's a terrific effort, and we're going to get a bowling change. Liam Travaskis. Back to Alan. Is a draw good enough for Notts to win the Division 2, even if Middlesex beat Worcestershire? Would all come down to the point situation, Alan. We'll know more at the end of obviously the first innings here and the first innings in the match between Worcestershire and Middlesex. We'll keep you updated as we go on. Obviously a draw will be enough certainly for promotion, a win will be enough for the title, but we'll have to see with regards to the bonus points situation whether a draw would be enough for the title if Middlesex win. Gordon, good afternoon. Dave, watching the live stream in Siem Reap, having a day out in Angkor Wat. Now, where's that? Is that Thailand, Gordon? As Montgomery defends, hoping for a Notts win and promotion. Gordon from Arnold. Angkor Wat. Is that Thailand? Cambodia? Let me know, Gordon. Gary's been in touch. I sat next to Bashir Hassan on Friday at my lad's cricket training as Montgomery pushes this one into the offside. His presidency in association with Nott ends at the end of this game after 57 years. You say association with Notts. I don't know if his association with Notts will completely end. He'll always be associated with Notts, but I know what you mean. If he's no longer got an official title or no longer on the committee, had many roles, marketing roles, commercial roles over the years after his long stint as a player ended. 358 for 3. Yeah, it'd be very nice if we could get Basher, if he's on the ground, to come and have a few words with us as this is pushed back to Liam Travaskis. We'll try that this afternoon, I promise you folks. Try and find out if he's here. Travaskis bowls and Montgomery pushes this out into the offside. I can see Ben Slater, of course, was here with us for much of the last hour, just making his way back around the boundary edge. to the dressing room at the far end. No youngsters in the ground, of course, they're all at school. Normally, I'm sure he would be stopped a time or two for a photograph and an autograph, as Montgomery gets another run. Dropping it on the... in fact, they come back for two. That's sharp running between Montgomery and Lyndon James. Montgomery wears 14, Luke Wood's old number when he was here. 360 for 3 at the end of the 109th over. Marty's back from his sojourn to update the listeners in the northeast, and I was going to tell you the score again. I think it's 360 for 3, but we've got a reminder up on the big screen here that the library will be open during the lunch interval. You can go and get a book to read.
Every time I've tried to do an update today and yesterday in the news bulletins on BBC Newcastle, and I've looked at the big scoreboard, it's generally told us the library's open or the big giveaway's on. So I went for that most recent update with a phone in hand with a live scorecard in front of me. Notts are 360 for 3, so Durham are going to miss out on any more bowling points. They'll have to settle for the 1 unless there's a sudden flurry of wickets in this over, a hat-trick or whatever. Otherwise, this is the last over, 4 bonus points. Bushnell bowling to James, who's on 31. This partnership now worth 83. As I was saying a few minutes ago, I think this is just a case of Nottinghamshire batting into the afternoon and then declaring. I can't see a way in which, at this moment in time, Durham are going to bowl them out here. They've had the new ball. It's not really made any difference to the old ball. It's doing a little bit early doors, 1 or 2 playing and missing, but it looks fairly steady away for the batsman here. That one's gone down the leg side and is taken by the keeper. If you want to get in touch, you can email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk or @MartyCricket on Twitter. It's @BraceCricket on Twitter. Bushnell, none for 50 from 11.2 overs, and that slams into the fielder at point, who's knocked over. I think that's Dixon. I don't know if it hit him in the foot or the shin. Stopped the ball though, and it was absolutely going like a shell. His last match for Durham before he joins Somerset. Durham apparently just too far north for where his family are in Hampshire and Kent. Wishes he could pick Durham up and move it somewhere else, but then it wouldn't be Durham then, would it? So. Bushnell in. That's out the back of the hand. Played out towards the covers for 1 by Montgomery. He moves on to 153. 362 for 3. 2 balls left, and then that is it for bonus points.
Well, I think we can safely say that's it then, can't we? Bushnell bowls. Ball played back towards him. He can't quite grab it, but it runs down to mid-off. No run there. Borthwick picks it up. Last ball, and that is the end of the bonus situation. Bushnell bowls, pulled out towards long leg for 1 by Lyndon James. So 363 for 3, 4 batting points for Notts and 1 bowling point for Durham. Travaskis to continue. Gordon's come back. Dave, Angkor Wat is in Cambodia. We're on our last day of our holiday to Vietnam and Cambodia, flying home tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing Notts County on Saturday. Thanks very much for that, Gordon. Is it Altrincham, I think, this week they're at home to? 363 for 3. Travaskis, a high full toss put away for 4. Oh, crikey. You can send down as many of those as you want, I'm sure, says Lyndon James. It was a high loopy full toss, not particularly threatening or dangerous from Liam Travaskis. And Lyndon James just helped it away through mid-wicket for 4. One must have slipped out.
Altrincham is definitely the team they're playing at the weekend. I saw the poster on the wall as I drove past yesterday.
Travaskis in again, pitches this one, Lyndon James just drops it out. Square of the wicket for another run, 368 for 3. Lyndon James on to 38.
I think one of my former bosses at 5 Lives on the board at Altrincham now, I think.
Just a reminder that the lunch interval's slightly delayed today as Montgomery pushes this back to Travaskis. Should be 12:30, and it's going to be what, Martin? 12:40.
Yeah.
So 10 minutes. Probably spend that 10 minutes faffing about, getting somebody with pads on or bringing a helmet out or some such. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run, although to be fair, as we've mentioned several times, there hasn't really been an awful lot of faffing about or hanging about in this game. Durham's over rate of +6. I'm sure it'll be adjusted one way or another at lunchtime, but they've rattled on with things quite admirably. Another full toss, and again worked onto the leg side, this time by Montgomery. But he'd only get a single. 369 for 3. Montgomery on to 154. We're managing to attract listeners from all over the world at the moment, Marty. The last 2 have been Croatia and Cambodia as Travaskis bowls, and this is hit to mid-off. Johnny says, I'm listening to you, Dave, in Skiathos with my wife. Come on, Knots. Pleasantly hot. Regards, Johnny in Skiathos. That's another of the Greek islands, isn't it?
As a person in Cambodia bumped into Kim Wilde. Did she have a song, Flight to Cambodia?
Oh, I don't know, but Andrew Parker's correcting me that I've put Knots had 3 points. Diddle-dee-diddle-dee-dee. Knots had 4 points. You're absolutely right, Andrew. Thank you very much.
I've not been to Cambodia or Vietnam, but I hear it's very beautiful and the seafood's fantastic.
To Malaysia and Singapore.
Yeah, I did Singapore many years ago. Back in the days when Boogie Street was still a thing. I think they built a big shopping centre on it in the end. Bushnell from the Radcliffe Road end. Well, this is played back to him. We went to Singapore on our way out to the World Cup in Australia in '92. Presume you stopped off there on your way, did you, to Australia or somewhere?
Singapore stopped on the way back from Australia, and Malaysia I went a couple of times in the RAF.
Bowler comes in. This is cut behind point down towards wide third man, which is cut off. One run.
Once had a week in Kuala Lumpur and once had a few days at a don't know what it was, a town on the border, I think, between Malaysia and Singapore. Johor Bahru it was called. That's for chicken one day, and it was almost completely raw. I mean, we've all cut into a joint of roast beef.
And some new fad diet, new fast weight loss diet. Bushnell, that's wide of off stump, and played out to the cover boundary. Tumbling stop from Rain in front of the Fox Road stand. 1 run.
Yeah, we've all had roast beef and sliced into a piece of it, and you see a little bit of the blood, but to do it to a chicken is a whole new experience. Lancashire 9 down at Old Trafford, but they've got 512 runs on the board. Playing Surrey, the new champions, who no doubt will have celebrated long and hard, and deservedly so, over the weekend.
Bushnell bowls, and Montgomery plays it short to Gibson at mid-on run, quick run.
Yeah, he missed out I felt on one of those when he was on 149, could have brought up his 150 earlier, but perhaps regretted it then and now did take that sharp single. Seen Stephen Mullaney very happy at times to go on and rack up 500 or 550 when Notts have been in these sorts of situations.
327 for 3. That's gone to point. No run there. The next big hurricane hitting the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic is now Hurricane Ian. We're talking of 150-mile-an-hour winds across western Cuba and up in towards the southern section of Florida today. Bushnell into ball to James. It's carved down towards wide, third man again for 1.
So we all get our information from various sources. I'm aware of that because I've seen, following the NFL, I've seen that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers team have all up sticks, and the whole lot of them have gone to prepare for their match at the weekend by relocating to Miami because it's expected to hit the western side of Florida where Tampa is, but not the eastern side or the southeastern corner where Miami is. So they've all gone, and to move a whole NFL team just for a week of training shows how much serious they take it.
If you haven't been to Florida and you think, well, it's hurricane season, it hits Florida every year. It only hits certain parts of Florida, and it can be often 20 odd years between your area. So when we were in Florida, I think 2019, something like that, and we had a few days around Disney, then we went all the way down to Naples, southwest corner, and Naples was recovering from that winter's hurricane.
And then James is on 40. He faces Liam Travaskis, blocks the first ball of this over.
We went to a place called Everglades City, and that had been badly damaged and flooded, but they hadn't had anything like that since, I think they said, the mid-80s. But some extremely expensive houses in Naples. It's Millionaires Row on the seafront there, and a lot of them were having their roofs replaced. And
Travaskis just asking Scott Borthwick if he can have his short, fine leg out on the deep backward square fence. So he's got 2 out there now for Lyndon James. Deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket right on the fence on the Fox Road side of the ground. And, well, it's been nicked to second slip. Had there been a second slip, he would have gone, but he's going to get 2 runs instead. 375 for 3. Just quickly on the other 2 sides with aspirations of being promoted. Middlesex bowled Worcestershire out for 225, so they got maximum bowling points of 3, and Middlesex are 36 for 1, and Glamorgan are 314 for 5 at Hove against Sussex. Still plenty of time there to get maximum batting points if they're able to. 375 for 3 here. Lyndon James on to 42. As Travaskis bowls to him down the leg side, and this I think is going to be another 4. It just depends whether it was by his bat or off the pad. In fact, it's off the bat, so Lyndon James on to 46 now with a little tickle down the leg side, and that is a 4th wicket partnership now into 3 figures. They put 102 on Matthew Montgomery and Lyndon James, and an almost exact, well, a fairly exact split. Those of you watching the pictures on the live stream, 54 of them to Matthew Montgomery, 46 of them to Lyndon James. 379 for 3.
this just reminds me of the game at the start of last season, which was just a high-scoring draw.
379 for 3, and Lyndon James punches it on the bounce to Dixon in the covers. Yes, it may well be that that's how it pans out, and Lyndon James drives this into the offside, but I think Durham are going to face a little bit of scoreboard pressure, and indeed some new ball pressure when it is their turn to bat. Stuart Broad back in the Notts side. Luke Fletcher, having had the week off last week, in fact he's had a fortnight off because Notts didn't play the week before. Dane Patterson, Nottinghamshire's leading bowler in the Championship, past 50 wickets in last week's game. He's taken 70 in all competitions this season for Notts. Dane Patterson exactly the same as he took last year. Montgomery with soft hands again just opens the face and will get an easy 2. I say an easy 2. Had to run the second one hard, but Maddinson was off balance as they threw, so not a lot of power in it. 382 for 3. And Montgomery's on to 158. Lyndon James on to 47.
James has got 2 centuries to his name, one of them against Durham. He made 108 in Chester Street in April, and he got 155 against Middlesex here in June. Also this season, 79 not out. Well, that was last year, sorry, 79 not out against Durham last year. So he's got 2 centuries and 10 50s in his first class career, which features 28 games including this one.
George Drissel is going to have his first bowl of day 2. Bowled 9 overs yesterday, none for 34. Stepped into the side almost literally at the last minute when Paul Coghlan had to pull out for personal reasons. 382 for 3. Drissel coming on with about 15 minutes to go until lunch. Clouding over a little. I'll promise that there's the potential that it might all miss us today, and the biggest threat to getting a full day's cricket in may well be the darkening weather in the latter stages, because we are supposed to be trying to get in 104 overs. There's Drissel.
George Drissel bowling here. This is played to backward point, no run there. Fielded by Travaskis. Or is that Dixon? Dixon. Next ball comes in. Keeper takes it down the leg side. Pops out of his gloves though.
There was an invitation to get the runs he needed to go to his half century there. It was down the leg side, just needed to tickle it away. There was nobody out there able to stop it.
Cuts this one out through the covers. Rain will pick it up. 1 run. Moves on to 48. So we've still got 16 minutes to lunch. Tea's meant to be 3:30 and the close of play 10 to 6 if the light holds. Ha 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 ha. 10 to 6 indeed. Well, now the floodlights on today though, which is compared to yesterday, they were on all morning. Chris Allen met on the bounce by Montgomery, who moves on to 159. Bowler from the Radcliffe Road end. James turns this to square leg to Travaskis. It's a dot ball.
I would have thought the close should have been 6 o'clock. It's 5:30, the standard one, and then an extra 8 overs.
Ooh, jammed into the floor.
I think it'll all be immaterial.
Yeah, well, it's 10 to 6, 6 o'clock, something like that. That's the end of the over. Yeah, so well, if you have lunch at 3:30, then tea at 3:30, then this final session starts at 10 to 4.
Yeah.
So.
But they're having 2-hour, 10-minute sessions, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. So should be 6
o'clock. So they're
then.
claiming back 4 this morning and then 4 this afternoon, in theory.
Going to be Liam Travaskis. 20 overs, none for 75. Bowling to Montgomery, 159 not out. Pushes this one straight back along the carpet. Fielded at the second or third attempt by Travaskis. He tried to make it run up his on the side of his boot into his hand, and it didn't quite work for him on that occasion. Montgomery leaves his crease and clips this crisply to the right of mid-on, and they take a single, so he's on to 160. 385 for 3 knots.
Tickets have gone on sale today at Durham.
Next ball is defended by Lyndon James.
4 matches, international matches, which will take place next year. So England men playing New Zealand in a T20 on the 30th of August. Priority 1 for members today.
Next one is pushed into the covers, no run.
And then the women play Sri Lanka on the 9th of September in a T20 as well. The Indian women were complaining it was too cold at Durham a few weeks ago and they didn't want to play.
James on 48 on strike. He'll cut this one to backward point, fielded by Maddinson. There's no run. Might feel he just missed the boat a little bit there, Lyndon James. A yard to the right or to the left of Maddinson. He got his half century. Next one he clips to mid-wicket, no run. And Travaskis threw that over. 12:30 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Newcastle. With 10 minutes to go, as we were saying, until the lunch break. Notts 385 for 3. Began the morning 276 for 2, so they've added 109 runs this morning for the loss of Joe Clark, caught at slip by Sean Dixon from the bowling of Matty Potts. That was shortly after we'd started. 12th ball of the morning. 11th ball of the morning, says he, correcting himself. 385 for 3, going to be Drissel.
Drissel in bowls, played wide of off stump by Montgomery out into the covers. Last year here, it was the first round of matches, so they played in April. Game petered out into a draw on a freezing day when it was snowing. David Benningham made 57 in Durham's first innings, total of 330. There's Drissel bowls. This is played to short mid-wicket to Maddinson, no run there. Alex Lees made 58 and Ben Rain 59, not out. Bryden Cast took 4 for 86 as Notts were dismissed for 267 to give Durham a lead of 63. Tom Moores making 96 not out after being dropped in the slips earlier. A carved ball behind Bushnell and down to third man, which is vacant for 4. And that is James 50. He raises his bat. 86 balls for his 52. And any second now the scoreboard will tell us that it includes 8 fours.
Very well battered, Lyndon. That's the 8th time he's reached 50 this season. Twice he's gone on to reach 3-figure scores.
In his career, you mean?
This season. This season. It's the 8th time he's passed 50.
Right. Oh, thick inside edge there. That goes down towards fine leg for 1.
2 centuries and 6 50s now.
Drissel in again. This is played up to Gibson at long on. 1 run for Montgomery. So did James start the match with 726 runs at an average of 42. Just defended, and that's the end of the over. 392 for 3. Where's Abbottolary? Where's Abbottolary?
It's in Wales. We just got the feed from Radio Nottingham in case listeners are wondering why we mentioned that. 392 for 3. Just heard the end of a Bonnie Tyler song and a reference to Abbottolary. Travaskis to bowl. Montgomery pushes in the offside. And there's no run. So we're sort of into overtime a little bit. Well, we'd like to get Annika here to to get Notts up to and over 400 and maybe even more. They're setting their stall out to get a big score here, just to make sure they can't lose this game, because a draw will guide them through at least to one of those promotion slots. They're 392 for 3, with Matthew Montgomery, who yesterday reached his maiden first class 100, still there. He's 162 not out, make that 163 not out as he takes a single. Lyndon James with him on 53. Notts have lost 1 wicket this morning, that of Joe Clark, who didn't add to his overnight 28. Very strong position by the home side. They're 393 for 3.
Thank you, Dave. Full of that ball by ball. And the sport website about the app as well. It may be the
Single taken brings Lyndon James back onto strike. Travaskis bowls to him short, cut away, be another single. I think the presenter there, Mark Dennison, was answering a listener or a correspondent and got Challenge Annika and was it DIY SOS mixed up, or Treasure Hunt? It was Treasure Hunt, wasn't it? The one where Annika Rice and then Annabel Croft jumped out of the helicopter.
Yeah.
394 for 3.
Are they bringing it back?
Bringing one of them back, not Treasure Hunt. I think it's the other one, isn't it? Challenge Annika. This is defended by Matthew Montgomery.
She disappeared into obscurity, and she's quite good fellows with Isabel Duncan, one of our commentators.
Next one's eased into the offside.
And there was a feature about her doing an art degree at college in Kingston in London on the Thames, and then I think after that she sort of came back and has been on the odd bit of TV here and there. Used to love Treasure Hunt. Wincy Willis.
Was it Kenneth Kendall?
Yeah.
The presenter.
Yeah.
Oh crikey!
It was always more exciting when you recognised the places they were. So I remember we used to go to Powers Castle in the summer holidays when we were down in Mid Wales, and there was an episode there once.
There was one in not too far from here, Southwell in Notts, Southwell. Charlie says Lyndon James, elegant, reliable and classy. Love seeing these two young batters wanting to bat long. Thank you, Charlie.
Gazelle balls, that's carved away past point for 4 towards the Larwood pub.
Yeah, mentioned in the last game, there's a new one open, Martin. I don't know if you've seen it right behind us, the William Gunn.
I'd never noticed it before until this morning.
No, it's absolutely brand new.
Yeah.
I forget what it was before, but it's been renovated, changed into a pub, and the William Gunn, former Notts cricketer William Gunn, is.
He was a gun for hire, was he? This is off the pad as he looks to flick it through the leg side, James. Was it not? Because I'm sure I went there last year. There was a Persian restaurant which did really nice sort of charcoaled meats and things like that.
No idea. No idea.
Giselle in bowls. This is played up to Gibson, 1 run.
Steve Crawley, Dave, I'm fairly sure she landed at Trent Bridge in one episode. Deep mid on, I think. Don't remember that, Steve. Did
she have a glass case full of £1 million as well in the helicopter? Giselle bowls. That was an Alan Stanford comment. No run there, just played up to the covers.
No, I don't remember that. Let's try and delve a little more perhaps in the close season. See if we can find pictures of that.
Oh, off the pad. Maybe just outside the line of off stump. Nothing from the bowler there.
No.
I can't remember her ever coming to the northeast on Treasure Hunt. Probably did, but...
Well, it didn't exist then, did it? It was before.
Yeah. This is defended. You know, to the offside end of the over, 399 for 3.
The northeast only existed when Durham became a first-class county.
Right. So Durham Cathedral and all the castles.
92, was it?
Yeah, all the castles and everything weren't there then.
No. We'll have time to squeeze one more over in, I think. We've had 118 in the innings. What did we start on? 84.3, so call that 85. To make my maths easier, 15. They bowled 33 overs this morning, but we have had just a little bit over the 2 hours. In fact, they bowled 33 and a half overs. this morning, Durham. So their over rate, I think, is only going to go even higher than the +6. Really rattled along. As have Notts, 3.99 for 3. Lyndon James on 59. Montgomery at the non-strikers end on 163. And this pair have added 122 now for the 4th wicket. Come on, lads, get on with it. It's nearly lunch. Chat between Borthwick and Trevaskis. No idea what they could have been planning or plotting there in the final over before lunch, but no obvious change to the field, and Lyndon James drives the first ball up to Borthwick at mid-off.
I'm thinking that Persian restaurant must still be out the back, because I'm sure I can smell barbecue coming through the windows now, can you? A little hint of coals.
All sorts of gourmet restaurants, aren't there, around the ground here on the Bridgeford Road and on the Radcliffe Road as Lyndon James defends.
It's for all the hoi polloi when they come for the test matches.
3.99 for 3. Tend to do a roaring trade when the football is on, and the big cricket matches as well. Next delivery is defended by Lyndon James. 3.99 for 3. Got 3 balls left in the session. Notts lost a wicket just before tea yesterday, Asiba Mead. James drives into the offside. Will get a single to bring up the 400. Which arrives in the 119th over. Current run rate just under 3.4 and over for Notts. There are 2 balls left. Again, a bit of a chat, and it looks as if Liam Trevaskis is going to go over the wicket. Yeah, Lyndon James has just moved across to the other side. We're just about ready now. Got a catching mid-wicket. .400 for 3. There comes Trevaskis to bowl to Montgomery and takes a single. Pushing it square of the wicket on the offside. Whatever the plan was, it wasn't that, I'm sure. 1 ball left. 401 for 3. 1 wicket to go down this morning. Then Joe Clark caught Sean Dixon, bowled Matty Potts for 28. That was in the 87th over of the innings. 277 for 3 since then. Montgomery's moved on to 164. Lyndon James 60 not out. And the final ball of the session isn't too far away. Suzanne says don't forget about the Bridgeford Fish Bar. Very popular. Always doing a roaring trade. This final ball of the session's cut to backward point. Out to Dixon. They'll take a single, and Notts will end the session on 402 for 3. With Montgomery 164 not out. And Lyndon James on 61 not out, and they'll come back in around about 40 minutes time. Should be around about 20 past 1 when we resume. The players will be back ready for action, and hopefully Martin Emerson and myself will as well. And very good if you could join us for the afternoon session at lunch. Nottinghamshire 402 for 3. Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The sun's out, the players are back, Martin's nicely fed, and we're looking forward very much to the continuation of Nottinghamshire versus Durham, the fifth session up and coming out of the prospective 12 in this match. Thanks to everybody that's got in touch over the luncheon period. Nigel King asking if Matt Montgomery is already signed up for next year. Not sure. And Clogger points out, and he's absolutely right, if Notts get 3 bowling points, that would be sufficient. That would put them out of reach of Glamorgan. So thanks for just prompting me on that, Clogger. Win, lose or draw. If Notts, when Durham obviously come to have their turn to bat, if Notts were able to get 3 bowling points, they would be out of reach of Glamorgan. That's even if Glamorgan get 24 points. So it's getting close for Notts for what they need to do to secure promotion. Obviously a bit of work to do still, and even more work to do to secure that title. It's going to be George Drissel and Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Joint production as ever. All the matches as they have been for the last however many seasons, brought to you by the BBC, and always a good relationship with BBC Newcastle. Not so much Martin Emerson, but he's here again this week, and hopefully he's had a nice old lunch.
Pork cutlets and a sort of hollandaise thing.
Oh,
very nice. Giselle starts the over after lunch.
Have any pud? Go back for pud?
No.
Not a pud man.
No. The from a veggie point of view, the mushroom stroganoff look nice. Giselle flights that right in. Played downfield by James, who gets a single, cut off by Borthwick.
Decided I'm not really a fan of the 20 to 1 to 20 past 1 luncheon interval, though, because I was sort of hanging about for 20 minutes to do my 1 o'clock update and get that out of the way, go and get a cup of tea, and it's time to go again.
This one's defended. Goes out short on the offside.
I'm sure it won't last for long, but we've probably got the best conditions of the day right now. It's glorious.
Next ball played up to mid-on. It's very cold in the corridors with the doors open, just to on the wing here.
Don't sit in the corridors.
Just walking through them, they're like wind tunnels as well. Giselle balls this one, and it's played to the covers. Bright sunshine at the moment. Does look a bit murky to the west and the south of us.
Durham's over rate even better.
Plus 43.5.
Not quite that good.
Giselle comes in and bowls. Ball tapped away to Maddinson, short mid-wicket. It's all well and good out of a great over rate, but wickets are not taking wickets.
No.
That's the problem for them.
So what are you going to do, Coach Emerson? How are you going to get your wickets?
Well, they're not going to get them, are they? They're going to...
That's why you're not a coach.
Well, not.
There's no point going back out there, fellas. You're just not going to get any wickets.
Declare at some point this afternoon. And then
but you can't go out with that mindset, surely, or they'll get 600. Start with your best bowlers. That's...
Well, obviously.
Looking what they're going
They've
to
tried
do.
all those things. They've had a new ball. There doesn't seem much in this track for the bowlers, to be honest. And I think when Nottinghamshire come out to bowl, I think they will find it hard as well.
Well, you'd hope they would find it hard. We have seen 1 or 2 sides. I mean, Notts have been guilty of it as well in the past. Sometimes it's just rolled over and you wonder why.
This is not Durham in April.
You expect some stiff backbone and resolute defence.
Some runs on the board.
There's Matty Potts bowling to Lyndon James, forces this square of the wicket on the offside. He'll get a couple of runs.
There's just been so many matches this year, Dave, where it's just been so one-sided in the favour of the batsman, and at times it can be rather dull, can't it? You know, and it's just a procession of runs and there's nothing in it for the bowlers. But it's contrary to what we've been brought up on for so many years. We've had all kinds of theories: the dry summer, the flat pitches, the ball.
There's Potts bowls, and James this time finds his gap at point is plugged. I've not found that personally from the games I've watched, because in a large number of instances, Notts have just blown away the opposition. They've won a lot of games by an innings, a lot of games inside 3 days. So it's...
I've just seen lots and lots of 4-day draws. 8 draws in the first 11 matches was 72% of games played. Might have been more, might have been 76.
There's Potts in once more. James defends. Notts drew at Middlesex, the 5th game at Lords, but the last day was washed away, so anything could have happened there. They did have a flat one, a true flat one here for the Middlesex draw. That was the one I was talking about with Ben Slater earlier. The only wicket that went down on the 4th day was taken by Ben Duckett with the new ball. Bizarrely enough, Sam Robson caught down the leg side. Glamorgan away was a draw. Derby here was a draw. No, Derby away was a draw, beg your pardon. Next ball is down the leg side, taken by Benjamin. There was a yelp from somebody, as if they might have thought there was a glove. But Notts have won 7 of the 13 matches. 405 for 3. Remember, to end last year, they won 8 of 11. So they've won 15 of their last 24 red ball matches, which was then preceded by that run of 31, 32 matches, whatever it was, without a win. Next one is on the thigh pad of Lyndon James, works it to mid-wicket. Doesn't make an awful lot of sense, does it really, why they went so long without a win and then they've won 15 out of 24. A lot of the same players involved. Lots and lots of reasons why they didn't win any in that sequence. Sometimes they were very close, sometimes they were a million miles away. James on 64. Faces Matty Potts, leaves this alone, goes through to the keeper. We've had 2 overs this afternoon and Notts have advanced their score to 405 for 3. The wickets went down 49, 229 and 277. This pair have added 128, and that's something I was going to do at lunch. See what the 4th wicket record is for Notts against Durham. We'll do that now. I think that might be rather more substantial than the one we looked at yesterday. I did check. Bashir Hassan is on the ground. Somebody asking this morning about Bashir, but he was having his lunch, so I didn't want to disturb him. But we will see if we can maybe entice Bashir up a little later on.
Montgomery on 164 as Drizel bowls to him. This is played to square leg. Bushnell collects it, 1 run.
Well, the 4th wicket record for Notts against Durham was set this season, and one of them was up in the commentary box with us earlier, and the other one's out in the middle. It was Ben Slater and Lyndon James who put 200, is that 220 or 230? Can't see on my screen. 220 on at Chesterley Street earlier this year, so that's another 91 away. Yeah,
I mentioned that to Ben earlier, didn't I? Drizel in, round the wicket, turned to backward square leg, no run. Travaskis fields this one from James. It looks like a pleasant day now, but it is chilly out there. Yeah. Sunny but chilly. Driven, and that's away through the covers for 4. Potts in short extra cover, diving across to his left, couldn't get across to that one.
Tall man, 6'5", Lyndon James. He's got a huge reach. Often sort of refer a little bit to Alex Hales. He thrust that front leg down, and very difficult for the bowlers just to avoid dropping on a length that he can reach.
From Works up and went to Oakham School in Rutland, which is a lovely place.
Yeah, Stuart Broad went there as well.
Public school. It's Leicestershire used to play at least one of the county championship matches there a season. Drizel in again. This has gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. The last time I went through Oakham, they'd sold off a lot of Ministry defence land, and there were lots of houses there which hadn't existed prior to that.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a big row about whether they should have a McDonald's as well or something?
I don't know.
I'm sure they've now got a McDonald's, and there was a big row over whether it should be allowed or not.
Yeah, it was RAF Cottesmore there.
Drizel in bowls. That's played back along the floor to him. Quite a few. I mean, if you come up the A46 from Leicestershire, there's lots of little air bases, isn't there, dotted around. It's gone down the leg side, bounces out the keeper's gloves, and that is the end of the over. Is it Syerston, RAF Syerston?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there another one near there as well? You've got Nottingham Airport as well.
Yeah, there's RAF Newton, which is now closed as well, which is been built over for housing, but there's an industrial estate there. Syerston's still used by the Air Cadets. If you go there on a weekend, you'll see all the gliders, all the local gliding clubs use that. But it's a first chance for the young Air Cadets to experience flying in many cases.
And what's the one up near Cromwell, just off the A1? You can see them coming into land there when you're going up the motorway, where the bypass has been built just to the north of Newark, up to the north of Newark. There's a 50-mile-an-hour section.
Up towards Retford, that far out. Yeah. No, that's a civilian airfield.
Yeah. But it would have been a military one at one time.
It would at one time, yeah. There's Potts, starting a fresh over, bowling to Montgomery. Oh, crikey, that's loud in our ears. BBC Radio Nottingham letting me know that they want to come. What time of day is it? Oh, it's just gone 1:30. It absolutely flies round. Yeah, we just started again after lunch, Mark, so not much addition since the last time I spoke. 410 for 3 Nottinghamshire. Matthew Montgomery is determined to make this maiden first-class 100 a big one. He's gone on to 165. He's got Lyndon James with him, who scored 100 when the sides met up at Durham earlier in the season. He's on 66, looking for another big score here, no doubt. Partnership of 133. Joe Clark was out for 28. Asiba Mead made a century yesterday. Nottinghamshire just need a draw, and they'll be guaranteed First Division cricket next year. 410 for 3. Lyndon James is on 68, by the way, not 66, as Montgomery rolls his wrists on this one, pulls it to mid-wicket. 123rd over of the innings, and Potts into his 29th over, which is a pretty decent shift for him. He'll be ready to put his feet up. They're hoping, of course, to get on the tour to Pakistan, but they'll probably only take so many seamers, won't they, to Pakistan, England, for the Test series. It's a bouncer over the shoulder of Matthew Montgomery and through to the keeper.
Notts last in Division 1 in 2019, was it?
Yeah. And
did they win a game that year? Did they win they win the opening game and lose the rest of them?
No. No, didn't win any in 2019. Finished bottom, would have gone down, were relegated, but of course then it didn't happen because we had the COVID season of 2020. They had the group stage 2021. This was played to backward point, and there's Sean Dixon doing the fielding. And so they decided, they put it to the vote, didn't they? Put it round the 18 counties. Do we want the 10 counties to be in Division 1 that should have been at the end of 2019, or do you want something different? So that was always one that was going to be carried.
I know Durham were pushing for another conference system, but
Montgomery 165. Next ball was again struck him, nipped back off the seam, and he's wincing close above him on the live stream there. He's been struck a few times by that delivery that's nipped back from Matty Potts, but he keeps his wicket intact, if nothing else. 410 for 3.
I don't think you can blame any of the clubs who were in Division 1 for voting to remain in Division 1, particularly the ones who were promoted, Northampton,
absolutely.
Kent. Was it Kent? No, Northampton, Gloucestershire.
Northampton, Gloucestershire, yeah.
Gloucestershire coming down again, but it was interesting to play at some different grounds last year in the conference system, but the idea that everybody started the season with an equal chance of winning the title was ridiculous. And it's soon proved once teams started playing matches. And the points you took with you into the second section, that was a joke as well. They completely got that wrong.
If that hadn't have been in place, Notts would have been county champions, and that would have been very, very interesting if there were. There's a long delay going on here. Again, are we waiting for helmets? I'm not entirely sure. Could be anything.
Yeah,
it is. Here comes 410 for 3. It would have been interesting if Notts had been county champions. Are they then going to thrust them back in Division 2?
Well, Durham absolutely battered Warwickshire last year in Chesley Street, and I think they were the only team to beat them. But they went into the second phase with Essex, and they lost both matches to Essex, so they took about 3 points with them. I mean,
well, that was it. Notts just lost the 2 games.
And then the moment Surrey said they weren't coming to play the first group game in Division 2, that was the end of the season for Durham. The rest of it was just an absolute anticlimax.
Really important, I think, for Glamorgan to get maximum batting points. They're 356 for 6 after 76 overs. Important for them, I mean, not important for Notts. They'd like to see Glamorgan perhaps miss out on a point or two and make their task easier. Middlesex are 64 for 1, having bowled Worcestershire out for 225. I think we're going to get some cricket sometime soon.
Drizzell then, right arm round, Radcliffe Road end, bowls. He's got a keeper standing up to the stumps, got a leg slip in there as well. Travaskis is coming to take some sunglasses off the back of Leg Slip's helmet. This has gone to Travaskis. He's at leg gully.
I'm pleased that's what it was. I thought he'd just come over to turn his collar down.
Yeah.
So
leave a little chocolate on the pillow.
No, not his pillow down, but turn his collar down. That's what it looked like he was doing.
Bowler comes in again, pulled hard off the back foot and smashed away by James, wide of long on 4-4. He really hammered that to the boundary.
Into the 70s. 72. What was he on last year? 79 was it when the handshakes occurred?
Looks like Beddingham, who is at leg slip. Maddinson's at short mid wicket. Bushnell's at mid wicket. Gibson is at mid on. Drizzell coming round the wicket, right arm round. He bowls. James plays this off towards square leg for 1. Picked up by Bushnell. I'm looking, there's a load of light aircraft doing circuits just across towards the south of us here, so I wonder where they look like they're practicing landing and taking off. Could they be at Syerston maybe?
Potentially.
Bowler comes in again, a sweep, a reverse sweep, and that's gone down towards the boundary in front of the Hound Road stand, stopped by, I think that's Ben Rain out there. He's patrolling a lot of the cover boundary. It is Ben Rain. They ran 2. So Montgomery's on 167. Drizzell in again. This is played to Maddinson, short mid wicket. Dot ball, end of the over. 417 for 3. What do you think Notts will do in terms of where they will bat to before they declare?
I honestly think we're a long way away from that point. Might be wrong. Might call them in any time, but
you know, the batting points, they managed to get 4 of the 5 on offer, didn't they?
Shot there of some impending dark clouds heading this way from over our right shoulder. Let's hope we don't get any interruptions this afternoon. Lyndon James has 73 to his name. Matty Pott's going to bowl his 30th over. Seems like he's been bowling from that far end for most of the innings. He's bowled really nicely. 2 for 54, the only wicket to go down today. Balls to Lyndon James, who keeps it out.
Davy Fenwick says, hi Marty and Brace. Does Toby Petman never get a game for Notts these days?
He's only played a couple of games, maybe 3 in the Royal London One Day Cup. That's all he's featured in.
He said, I was impressed with him when he played for Derbyshire on loan at the Riverside earlier this season, and if he's surplus to requirements at Notts, I'd have him.
Next ball is defended. He's had loan spells with Derbyshire and with Kent this year. First experience of county championship cricket. Played some first-class cricket in his time as Oxford University's captain, but he's only played for Notts so far in the Royal London. Just 2 or 3 games he played at the back end of that competition. He was in the squad for this one, but I think it would have been a serious question whether he was going to play. Lovely looking shot by James. Just penetrates the offside. Just full of elegance and absolutely stylish as he caresses that one to the fence and moves on to 77, 421 for 3.
Well, David says you would love to see him at Durham. P.S. Are you getting your non-league fix at Alfreton tonight? No, I won't be.
Quiet night tonight.
Where are the flower pot men this week?
You see, they don't exist anymore. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's Potts. It's in and bowls, and this is steered onto the offside. They're in their second reincarnation. He's talking about team called Newark Flow Serve that I always used to go and watch when I wasn't at a game, and they had to vacate Newark when the company owners closed the business and sold the ground, so they moved to Baseford last year. They couldn't call themselves Newark Flow Serve anymore, called themselves Newark Football Club, although they were playing 30 miles away from Newark, and now they've relocated under another different name as this one passes the outside edge. Might have kept a whisker low as it misses the off stump and goes through to Benjamin. But I went to see them on Saturday. That's who I saw
Collingham
in the Vars. They play at Collingham now. 421 for 3.
Well, when you first tweeted one of their score lines, I thought it said Newark Flower Serve, so that's why I nicknamed them the Flower Pot Men. I hadn't realised it was a different word altogether.
No, that was the company. Flow Serve. 421 for 3. Lyndon James has 77. Digs out a good full pitch delivery from Matty Potts. End of the over. 64 overs remain in the day. So we've only had 40 overs and 3 balls. Just reading a tweet that's been there for a while from Ellie Mackin, thinking that Notts have gone wrong somewhere, because over the last 3 years they've lost this 11, she says: Ben Compton, Jake Libby, Sol Budinger, Will Frayne, Ricky Vessels, Billy Root, Joey Everson, Luke Wood, Matt Milnes, Jack Blatherwick and Zach Chappell.
Vessels went to Worcester, but hasn't he retired now?
Yep.
Trezell in. This has gone off towards short leg, no run there. Budinger got 80 odd against Durham on his debut for Leicestershire a couple of weeks ago.
Says we're doing something wrong.
Comes in again and bowls. This played off to short extra cover. Potter's going to have a shy at the stumps, but ball bounces over the target.
I think with each one of those there would have been a different scenario as to why they're no longer playing for Nottinghamshire. Unlike a lot of people, I think one of the reasons is, I know it's controversial, but I don't think there's enough cricket, enough games of cricket, enough opportunities for young players.
Budinger got 64 against Durham a couple of weeks ago. And then a duck in the second innings. Oh, this is missed by Travaskis, and it's running out towards the boundary in front of the stand. Maddinson comes round and Cuts it off 2 runs to James, who moves on to 79.
I would have a season-long Sunday league like they used to, and then you can have a look at younger players, you can bring senior players back from injury, you can play overseas players, but also you're filling your ground every other Sunday, or potentially filling your ground.
Played this time by James out through deep mid-wicket. Takes him on to 80 as he gets a single. Any Given Sunday, wasn't that an Al Pacino film?
I don't know.
About American football? Giselle bowls. Ball flicked off down to the leg side again.
Seems like a fairly easy single that they're
Single
giving
every
away
time,
there.
isn't it? Yeah. 1 run there to Montgomery.
Yes, the off spinner bowling on the pads with sort of nobody. Oh, they're going to plug the gap now. We saw that, Scott. We saw that, Scott. We'd have plugged it as well.
Cut hard off the back foot out towards the covers for 1 by James. He moves on to 81, and that's the partnership to 150 now in 238 balls.
81 of them to Lyndon James, 67 to Matthew Montgomery. Who, I guess if you're scoring runs, you're not getting tired, but must be a little weary. Came to the crease at about 11:30, just past 11:30. Yesterday, Matthew Montgomery came in at first drop, first wicket down. 49 for 1, came in at the end of the 18th over, so he's been out there for 108 overs. He's now faced 348 deliveries for his 169 not out. And maybe he is just entitled to lean on his bat, the non-striker's end, and watch Lyndon James for a while, because James is on 81. Potts bowls to him outside the off stump. Chris Benjamin didn't take it cleanly and shows his frustration by aiming a big kick at the ball without actually kicking it.
If you missed it earlier, the Cricket Society, which promotes crickets of all variety, given the BBC local county commentators their annual award for services to cricket. Liz Mitchell says, "I generally don't know where I'd be without them, a constant in my life for the past 2 decades.
427 for 3. Potts bowls and defended by Lyndon James.
Charles says, a brilliant award for a brilliant cricket team who deliver day after day. Kevin Hand, our Middlesex commentator, says, that's just lovely. A fine way to lift the end of season blues. Very proud to be part of it, he says.
Duncan Corbett says this could be a rare chance to have a crack at getting 1,000 on the board. I do agree with Dave that as Potts comes in and is defended, that the wisest course of action would be to just go on and on and on without any declaration. They only need a draw to make sure they go up.
That would be
rare chance to get 1,000.
Stupefyingly dull. Dullness of the highest calibre.
See, I like that. I like that, Duncan. I'm with you. Get 1,000 on the board. Crikey. He's already saying it's stupefyingly dull. Duncan at 427 for 3.
Well, it is, isn't it?
Might be some epic Martin Emersonisms if they do go on and on and on as James works this to mid wicket. You'd like 4 days in Nottingham watching Matthew Montgomery batting, wouldn't you? The look he gave me then.
Tried to stay awake through 4 days of that.
427 for 3. James on 81. Works this away. There'll be at least 2 here. In fact, they won't. As a fielder, and in this particular instance, that fielder is Ollie Gibson. Just suddenly, miraculously appears from down below. He was underneath underneath the TV gantry in front of us. I had no idea that he was down there at fine leg. There's a man over at deep backward square, and I thought he was the only one with the potential of cutting it off, but Gibson comes round, and Bracegirdle's certain 4 is just a single after all. Lyndon James to 82, 428 for 3. A nice bounce back to the Lyndon James that we've seen for most of the year. He had a couple of low scores last week at New Road, but this is pretty much what he's been doing all year. Comes Potts to Montgomery. He'll pull that through mid-wicket for 4. Stand and deliver, said Adamant. Didn't move a muscle out of his crease. Montgomery just stood there and levered it away through mid-wicket. That might be the end of Matty Potts for a while. He's been giving it his all. Scotty Borthwick, I think, has just confirmed that with a word to him, but nothing against Potts. Again, he's been very impressive. 31 overs, 12 maidens, 2 for 63. That's, well, it says it all. Really bowled well.
I mentioned Mark Steele's in town earlier in the commentary, and when I was driving back from Derby a few weeks ago, and it was the usual roadworks they don't bother telling you about in the night time when you're doing an hour's worth of diversions around country lanes, I was listening to the episode in Nottingham, which was very funny, and I had no idea about where you meet in Nottingham. If you're meeting somebody, this is turned off to backward square leg, no run there.
By the Lions?
Yeah, but which one?
I've no idea.
It's always the left line, apparently. Drizzell in. That's gone off past square leg out towards deep mid wicket for 1 run. To James, he moves on to 83, 433 for 3.
It's like the old goal frame of a goal post, isn't it? Which is the left lion? Which is the left-hand upright of a goal post?
As you're looking at it.
Well, that's
line on the left.
As you're looking at it from where? Behind it or in front of it?
Well, obviously in front. That's out through the covers. That might go for 4. It is going to go for 4. There's nothing Rain can do to cut that off. Nice shot from Montgomery there.
That's very good.
Raced away out of the middle. Drizzell non-4. Has it gone on yet? 72, 16.3 overs.
Matthew says, I'm with you, Dave. 40 over Sunday League cricket would be a great idea. Wouldn't impact on the Championship. Would be more regular cricket at weekends for the public to fill out grounds for all counties. I remember those matches with great fondness.
Oh, something's put Montgomery
Did he whip a bail off? Boo!
No,
boo!
Something you heard, I think, put him off and he walked away from the stumps.
Probably heard us.
Drizzell in, right arm round. Montgomery plays this out to the covers for 1.
For those not watching on the stream, he stopped right at the point of delivery. Maybe the ball wasn't nestling nicely in his hand. At no stage did he look towards the stumps or where the backer-upper was, but it's that sort of instance that created all the controversy at the weekend.
Forward defensive shot which runs off to square leg from James. Doesn't run though. So anyway, have a listen to it on BBC Sounds. Mark Steele's in town in Nottingham. The research that goes into it is so, they must do hours and hours and hours. This is played to short mid wicket, no run there, and it's just the way it's so funny. And then certain storylines and plot lines reappear later. And they had a guy on who's goes around Nottingham as Robin Hood, a modern day Robin Hood. They had the Lady Mayoress on.
I'm glad you've got so much time on your hands to listen to these things.
You've got the same time on your hands when you're driving up and down the motorway, day after day after day, to match after match after match.
Concentrate on the roads. Don't want distracting.
Oh, so you don't have the radio on ever, do you know?
Very rarely. Very rarely. I'm a better singer than most of them anyway.
Yeah,
so
remind me never to get in your car.
Well, Potts didn't get the old elbow in the last over. The hook bowls to Montgomery, who comes a-striding down towards Potts and then blocks the ball once he'd got there. Who's this walking around the boundary edge? Is that Marcus North on the right of the two people as I look?
Yes, and I would say probably Will Gidman by the way he's walking.
Yes, yeah, that's... I can see that now.
Well, he was briefly here, wasn't he?
He was,
He went on loan to
Kent,
didn't he?
Yeah. 438 for 3. Montgomery on 100 and... Bowled him! Terrific delivery from Potts. Stump out of the ground, and Montgomery's epic has come to an end on 178. He's been clean bowled by Matthew Potts. Was always going to take something very, very special to dismiss Matthew Montgomery in this sort of form. And we saw it there. He's been at the crease for 396 minutes, 353 balls, and hit 24 fours. And he's got a first-class best of 178 to his name. And no wonder he's going to get such a huge ovation as he strides back to the pavilion. And here it is now. I'm just going to crank up the effects mic. And nice to see Will Gidman and Marcus North as well, because they're joining in with the applause. That's a tremendous knock from Matthew Montgomery. But what a bit of bowling, Marty.
Yeah, stump out the ground. And just when we were thinking after 31 overs that was the end of Potts, he's been given another one. And he's got a wicket. Here's Stephen Mullaney coming in, having sat in the dressing room for hours and hours and hours. I wonder what's going through his mind.
396 minutes. Let's round that up to 400 minutes. So we can do that. We can do that, Dave. We can do that. 6 hours 40 minutes or thereabouts at the crease. As the Notts captain won the toss at 10 o'clock yesterday and has had his feet up ever since. Comes out to join Lyndon James, has a word in his ear.
.161 for the fourth wicket.
Didn't see which stump. I only presume it was off stump.
I thought it was leg.
Well, that's sort of why I half raised the point, because I did as well. I mean,
maybe an inside edge. Let's have a look. Montgomery bowled Potts. Yeah, he's got an inside edge onto the leg stump. In fact, the ball ends up resting in the hole where the leg stump should have been.
So Potts to the new man, the Notts captain, Stephen Mullaney, who defends this one. Worth having a little look at Stephen Mullaney, because if anybody else in the Notts side is going to reach 1,000 for the year, it would be Mullaney. He needs 143 runs from this game, though. He's on 857 from an average of just under 48, best of 192, 2 centuries and 4 50s going into this game. Probably talked him out for a duck now. No, we haven't, because he's off the mark with a single. 439 for 4. Matthew Montgomery, 24 boundaries in that epic. Thanks to Simon Trafford, defended by Lyndon James. Yeah, he's had a look as well as Udin Martin says. Yeah, a little bit of inside edge. Thanks, Traff. 439 for 4.
It's come right off the bottom corner of the bat and rip the leg stump out the ground. I think you should question whether Potts should be allowed to continue at the end of this over.
Oh yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? Next one worked away by James. He'll get a single. And at the end of the over, got 6 wickets, I think, when the sides played at Chesterley Street. He's halfway there this time. 3 for 65 from 32 overs for the England man. 440 for 4. Nottinghamshire, they've lost 2 wickets today. Joe Clark right at the start of play for 28. Matthew Montgomery for 178, and Ben Rain is now coming back to see if he can add to his figures of 1 for 72.
I've just tweeted that the game really did need that wicket because he's drifting along going nowhere. Certainly from the Durham bowler's point of view. You believe in all this
yes,
hocus pocus malarkey, don't you? So
yep.
Are they going the right way around the track to get wickets? Is it anti-clockwise?
Oh no,
clockwise for runs?
No. That's a bit of a nonsense. Which way round the? I've never come across that. Which way round?
But keeping your feet off the ground.
Keep
when
your
it's
feet
on
off the ground.
111
Well,
or 222. That's not nonsense.
Well, that's Nelson, isn't it? That's a cricketing superstition. It's not there for It's not there for show.
Here's Rain bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. First ball is a single for James. Wasn't Stephen Mullaney born in Blackpool or something?
Warrington. Which I never. I think it's Cheshire rather than Lancashire, isn't it? But
just
it's a
off
Lancashire
the
lad.
M6. I've only been to Warrington once because I stayed in a Holiday Inn there once on the way to the Open Golf at Hoylake. Many moons ago, which I think was won by Tiger Woods.
It's a good walk from Hoylake. I mean, from Warrington to Hoylake.
Wasn't so far in the car though. Rain in, bowls, defended. We were quite lucky on that occasion because we were driving up and down the main road in Hoylake and all these houses were advertising park an hour drive for 30 quid and all this kind of stuff, and then out of the blue it suddenly dawned on my dad that my nana had a cousin who lived in the Hoylake area, so we pulled up at the side of the road and he rang her, and by sheer chance we happened to be parked outside of her house. So she said, "Oh, just pull up on the drive," and the gates to the golf course were just across the road, so dead handy. Rain in, that's defended. That would have been about 2012, something like that. No, maybe earlier. Would that have been 2007? Trying to think. I left Hoylake on the Sunday night and drove down to Birmingham because I had an interview the next day because the BBC was sending a reporter to the Ashes in Australia to cover it for the regions. 2006 maybe. I didn't get the gig. Breeze just ruffling. Rain's top.
Not his hair.
Yeah. Well, it's a play and a miss there from Mullaney. And, it's 2 o'clock already. Hey, all right already.
In an innings of this size, a little surprising, there's only been 11 extras. And of those 11 extras, we haven't had a no ball yet, so well done, Durham. We've had 9 byes and 2 leg byes, and that's your lot. No balls, no wides. I think there were 48 extras in the Worcestershire first innings last week at New Road.
53 at Leicester 2 weeks ago.
There's Rain. Bowls to Mullaney. Can't get him away. An update for Radio Nottingham in a moment or two. And Notts have just lost the wicket of Matthew Montgomery. Was at the crease for 400 minutes or thereabouts, over 6 hours. Terrific batting from the 22-year-old. His maiden first-class 100, and he certainly converted it into a big one. He was out for 178, and it was quite a spectacular sight as an inside edge sent the leg stump rocketing out of the ground. Lyndon James is still there. He's on 85. Nottinghamshire bat on and on and on. Provided they don't lose this game, they're going to be OK for Division 1 cricket next year. They're 441 for 4. At the end of that over from Ben Rain. Figures of 1 for 73, 441 for 4 Nottinghamshire. And Lyndon James back with the strike on 85. Here comes Potts to bowl, and James defends. There's no run. Couple of left-handers due in. And the fall of the next couple of wickets. Tom Moore's due in at 7, Liam Patterson wide at 8, and then the 3 quicks, Stuart Broad, Luke Fletcher, Dane Patterson. 4-4-1 for 4. Potts bowls, and Lyndon James solidly behind it and defends. He will have had a good view of what happened to Matthew Montgomery in Potts' last over. Knows that there's Big opportunity for him just around the corner if he can maintain his concentration for the next 15 or 20 minutes. You'd imagine he will have a really good chance here of a third century of the season. Always got an inside edge. Nearly talked him out there, Dave. Inside edge past the stumps down to long leg and takes him on to 86. Perhaps shouldn't be looking that far ahead on his behalf. 4-4-2 for 4. Elsewhere in Division 2, Middlesex have lost another wicket. They are 74 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 225 at New Road. And Glamorgan 392 for 7 at Hove against Sussex. The other game in Division 1, Derbyshire having a whale of a time. 194 without loss, replying to Leicestershire's 249. Billy Godalman is 91 not out, and Lewis Rees is 87 not out. There's Potts to Mulaney's edge this wide of the slips. Perhaps a little bit of fortune. Maybe it was all deliberate, but either way, he's got a boundary down to third man. So Derbyshire, in fact, now they've gone to 190 without loss. In Division 1, still raining at Wantage Road. No play yet today. Northampton, Essex 220 for 8. Canterbury, Kent are 193 for 2. Replying to Somerset's 202 all out. Ben Compton not playing. Just looking down the card there. Zach Crawley, let's get it right. Out for 79 in that one. Next ball is defended. Other Division 1 scores. Lancashire 512. Keaton Jennings made 199. Surrey in reply, a wobbly start from the champions, 38 for 3. They've lost an awful lot of cricket over the first couple of days at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 180 for 2 against Hampshire. And at Headingley, the most advanced game of any in this round so far, Gloucestershire already in their second innings, 23 for 1, leading Yorkshire by 30. Here, 4-4-6 for 4. Mulaney has 5. Next one's pushed into the offside. Looks like it's the skipper, Durham skipper, Scott Borthwick, just gone for a quick comfort break. Graham Clark on again, subfielder. 4-4-6 for 4. John says, why are there so few Nottinghamshire cricketers from Nottingham? Could it be this that so few of them go to Oakham School? No, that's absolutely nothing to do with it, John. Lyndon James on 86. Rain to bowl. Driven away for 4. Lyndon James on to 90. Very much a homegrown talent. And brings up the 450 for Notts as well. 450 for 4. Lyndon James within 10 of a third career 100. Really nice shot through the offside. The start of this Ben Rain over. Crashed it through the offside for 4. Durham's response is to send Nick Maddinson out from square leg to deep square. Lyndon James will have watched him go out. I just took this off his hips for a single. Well, in fact, it's off the pad for a single. And crikey, I mean, just mentioned the paucity of extras. We get the 12th of the innings. That's just the third leg bye. 9 byes, 3 leg byes, 12 extras, 451 for 4.
You mentioned extras. There were 53 buys in the game at Leicester a couple of weeks ago. Not helped by the fact Tom McIntosh, the wicketkeeper, had injured his hand. Some of them he would never have got anywhere near if he'd been Stretch Armstrong. But
brings Mullaney back into the firing line. Rain bowls to him and is beaten by a good ball outside the off stump that just did a little bit. The second new ball in its 52nd over already. But Ben Rain just getting it to talk a little bit there. Stephen Mullaney looking a little exasperated that wasn't able to get bat on that one. Rain getting a little word from Travaskis at mid-off, comes in and bowls, and Mullaney plays it up to Gibson at mid-on, and there's no run. 4:51 for 4. So those Derbyshire openers still together, 195 without loss. Lewis Rees 88 not out. Billy Godalman 91 not out. There's Rain bowls. This one played up to mid-on to Gibson, and there's no run. So tea is set in stone today, isn't it? Rather than the number of overs, 3:30. So we've got an hour and.
So you already thinking about scones?
No, not at all.
Well,
you will, I was going to say, you will note, I haven't. I was going to say this week. It seems longer than just the second day, doesn't it? I didn't have one yesterday. There's Rain in and bowls, and this one's gone through to Chris Benjamin, with Mullaney trying to play it square of the wicket on the offside. From what I saw when I popped down for a cup of tea at the tea interval, nobody had one. Scott Borthwick will come back on. Graham Clark, I was going to say Graham Clark will go off, but I don't know as he will. Durham got 12 on. Is Beddingham going off? Yeah, David Beddingham's going to have little opportunity to nip and use the facilities. 4:51 for 4. They've used 6 bowlers. You said, quite rightly, you've been saying how hard it is to take wickets. Are we likely to get a curve ball? Perhaps somebody we haven't seen yet come on as a 7th bowler?
Oh, well, Maddinson can bowl a little bit of spin. I mean, where's the captain? Why is he not bowling?
He's just popped. Well, I was going to say he's just popped off. He's just come back on. Scott Borthwick.
He has had a hand situation recently. Maddinson can bowl a little bit of spin.
We're almost at that point, aren't we? Yeah. Potts and Rain are almost getting bowled into the ground.
The game last year at Edgbaston, where the match was just drifting after lots of weather interruptions. Is Potts still bowling here? Well,
yeah.
That's pulled out towards the square leg boundary for 1 by James. He moves on to 91. Yeah, Ned Eckersley handed the pads to the keeper's gloves and the pads to somebody else. Went and stood in the covers, wrapped his fingers in what looked like bandages. You're thinking, oh, he must have injured his fingers, and then proceeded to remove all the bandages and throw them all over the square. I thought, what's he doing? And then he came on and had a bowl. So I don't know if he was just trying to make his fingers a little bit sticky or whatever. But Potts to Mullaney. That's left. It's gone past the off stump. Wonder if Durham think they can get a bit more out of Potts this match, given it's the last game of the season. So 33 overs over 2 days is 16 overs a day. Fred Rumsey, how many would have he bowled a day? They wouldn't have thought anything of bowling 16 overs back in the day, would they? Potts in again. Bowls pulled by Mullaney out towards deep mid wicket. I lost the sight of that one. It's gone for 6 into the Larwood and Vos stand, I think. Is that the first 6 of the match?
I was just going to say exactly the same. Yes, it is. Yeah, and just pull up the scorecard. Yeah.
It's gone about 10 rows up the stand. So in that entire section of that stand, there's one person there. He was nearly in the firing line. Turn the telly off.
I've turned. Yeah. Well,
Can I just say, Dave, is there anything more annoying than televisions in hotel rooms?
no. The answer to that
They
is
never
no.
work properly.
No, they don't.
The remote control never works properly. Finding your way through the channels is an annoyance.
Yeah.
The one in the room I'm in at the minute, as soon as I turn it off, it turns itself back on again.
Yeah.
Just checking the ball here after I went into the stand.
They always initially come on with all the various things you can go and join and do in the hotel, which is good advertising on their behalf, but not when you turn it on to watch Emmerdale.
Defended on off stump this one. My father-in-law and mother-in-law got married in the village where they film at Emmerdale. Esholt in
I don't know.
it's just outside of Keighley, down in the valley. I think the air runs round through the back there in the canal, Leeds Liverpool Canal. He bowls. This has gone off to point, no run there. Mulaney on strike to Potts. Yeah, they rebuilt the village inside the grounds of Harewood House in the edge of Weatherby, I suppose. But they still do the odd external scene there. So they got married the day before in Harrogate at the register office, and then had another ceremony the next day on the bowling green in the village where they film Emmerdale, and had the church hall for the wedding reception and whatnot. And a very pleasant day it was as well. Potts in, bowls. This has gone off towards mid-wicket, no run there. And one of the actresses who was a member of the Dingle family, she was one of the guests at the wedding.
All right.
They knew her somehow. 104. I'll do that all again because the numbers were just nowhere near what's on the board. Maybe yesterday at some point. 458 for 4. You have guests, Dave. 458 for 4. Rain comes in. Bowls. It's a short one. It's lobbed out towards deep mid-wicket, and a diving stop from Maddinson right in front of the stand. 2 runs.
Plug yourself down here, Mr. President. Hail the President.
Oh dear.
Hail the President.
Put the red carpet down.
Yeah.
Can you pop these on, Mr. President? Are we there?
Yes, yeah. I can hear you there.
Well, I'll come to you in just a second. Is Ben Rain going to bowl with knots 460 for 4, and it's defended by Lyndon James. We've been joined by Mr. President, Bashir Hassan. We had 1 or 2 people asking about your health, your whereabouts, wishing you well, and all the rest of it this morning. And I did say I'd send a message down to Richard if you're on the ground, and I'll bet anything that you would be, that you'd pop up and join Martin from BBC Newcastle and myself just for 5 minutes, because I understand, Mr. President, your reign is coming to an end.
Well, yes, this is my last game. I had a very good year, and the person helped me a lot is Richard Stevenson.
He's a good man. Is Ben Rain bowling, and this has gone through to the keeper. I'll have to keep interrupting you every time there's a ball bowled.
That's fine. He's been very good, been taking me to the away games, comes in his big Bentley, drives me around, and when he picks me up at 8 o'clock, we go to Worcester or Lords or Sussex
or Blackpool. Last time I saw him was in Blackpool,
and he drives me around and brings me home.
That's right.
He's a fantastic man.
He's a good man.
Anyway, I had the eye operation last week with cataract and something else, and Dave, I can recognise you. That you
Good man.
I couldn't recognise you
Don't know if
before. I
that's a
can
good thing or a
recognise you,
bad thing.
and I can read the scoreboard, Martin. I can read the scoreboard now as well.
460 for 4 as Ben Rain comes in and bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on. We had one of our tweeters, one of the people getting in touch this morning and said, does this bring an end to Basher's association with Notts after 57 years? Well, I said it might be 57 years, but it's not going to bring an end to your association with the club. You will never be separated from Nottinghamshire.
No, I've done 57 years with this club, and I think could last another 57 years if mighty God helps me to live that long. So I'm not going to finish with the club, and I'm vice president as well. So I should be
Next
coming
ball
to
is
every
pushed into the
game.
offside. So you're going to step down from president to vice president?
From end of the AGM next year, and I've stepped down from the presidency 3 years. And as a president, it's not easy. But the hospitalities and everything to do, look after the people from the away.
Well, you're tailor-made for all that, aren't you? Being hospitable and saying hello to people and looking after guests and representing the club. I mean, it's something you've done on and off the field, as you say, for 57 years. We'll just see this delivery from Ben Rain, 461 for 4. Now you've got to go back downstairs because you've got a box full of people as this is worked away on the leg side. Have you all had a nice lunch?
Oh, brilliant lunch. Absolutely superb today. Well, that bread and pudding was fantastic. I'm going to have the best one I had. I got some friends come today from Forest in Storymore. I think you'll be talking to him soon.
We'll have a word with...
and Colin Barrett.
We'll have a word with the great men in just a moment. Just on your presidency reign, so when did you take over? The COVID year, was that your first one?
First one, the COVID year.
So it's not been an easy reign, has it?
No, it was so tough the first year because we weren't allowed into the ground at all. So we hardly watched any matches. And the second year was still a bit that way. But the third year had been very, very good. So I enjoyed every minute of it.
For a young whippersnapper like Martin sat next to you, Bash, I saw you play. I saw you play so many times. Just describe your batting stance at the crease for...
I can remember Jim Laker talking about it and Swanton and said, oh, watch his stand, and it looks like he was sitting on the loo. It was quite a low stand, it was a natural stand. And they didn't realise when the bowler came to deliver the ball, I was upright. So then had the proper shot played.
You did everything, didn't you? You kept wicket, you bowled, you batted, you ran around like Randlers a hare in the field.
That's right.
You were one that, the very embodiment of cricket and enjoying cricket, enjoying sport.
I enjoyed it very much, but when we played on the uncovered wickets. And that was something special. You had to be good at it. And you had to work how you're going to play on those wickets. And
Liam Travaskis bowling. You've not missed any cricket. This has gone down the leg side.
I wish I was playing T20 now. They couldn't have afford to pay for me.
Change of bowler here, Travaskis. It was an email from a Durham supporter this morning, Basher, that asked about you. Said he first came to this ground in 1980 for a NatWest 60-over day game, opening the batting for Notts, Basher Hassan, who later appeared as 12th man in a test match, he said.
That's in 1985, yes, Martin.
Paddled round the corner here by Mulaney down for 4 to fine leg.
Was that here on this ground?
It was on this ground, the 1985 test.
Didn't they shove you in at short leg as well?
They came around, they fetched me in the dressing room. They said, we've got enough runs on the board, we need somebody bat pad.
Yeah.
And I was a specialist. And Both was in the dressing room, and Garver, he said, we got stuff for you to get changed and you're going onto the field. And Ryan, Sidebottom's father, Arnie came off injured, and I was supposed to go onto the field, but I said, not yet, I had to go home and fetch all my gear. So I got home, and Anne said, what are you doing there? I said, I'm come to collect my cricket gear.
I'm going to go and play for England.
And I said, put the telly on, you'll be seeing me in the next 20 minutes on the field. So she said, what? She said, go away. So I said, no, put the telly on, record it. I'm going to be on the field in the next 20 minutes. So I was on the field for the whole day.
Mulaney drives this one from Travaskis out through the covers, and that's away for 4. That had a bit of legs on it. So he said you played on until your 40s.
Yeah.
And the question was, were you still active in the Notts area? So you must have lived nearby if you got home, got your gear, and you said, I'll be on the field in 20 minutes.
I was just round the corner, about
Right.
2 minutes drive,
That's
and
handy, then.
I was back straight away on the field. I fielded whole day, and the match ended in a draw in the end. So
I'll bring you on in just a minute.
Travascus left arm around from the pavilion end. Mulaney defends this one. Who was that against? 85? Was that the Aussies? Were they
the
back
Australians,
on? Yeah.
yes, the Ashes Test matches, yeah.
So we're here in 81,
Yeah.
weren't they?
Yeah, and we were the 85 then when I was on the field.
Travascus. Mulaney's gone down the track and he's launched him in towards the Larwood and Vaux stand, and that's the second 6 of the innings.
And I announced my retirement on the Saturday of the Test match at this ground from the first class cricket.
So do you think your spell as a super sub for England was as good as Gary Pratt's in 2005?
Yeah, the Gary Pratt run Ponting out.
Yeah.
I was watching it. I was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Gary was a very good fielder
Gary's
as well.
brother's umpiring in this one.
Is he?
Yeah.
I didn't realise that.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. I can't believe it's such a small world.
Yeah.
I've got two things to ask you. One, how is your good mate, how's Sir Garfield? Because I know whenever he comes over, he stays with you. You look after him. How's Sir G?
Sir J is not so well. He's very fragile at the moment, and haven't spoken to him for about 4 weeks now.
Oh, bash.
He was in London when I saw him for this trust he was doing for the youth cricket. Went to see him, and I was very surprised to see him the way he looked. It was very fragile. He's 86 now.
Yeah.
I still call him captain and skipper.
Of course you do. Well, give him a ring this week. Make sure you do that and say Dave says hello. And the one other thing I've been banging on about today, and you're a good one to ask, I've been on about how good was the old Sunday League. Wouldn't it be great if we had a Sunday League? I'm not going to get into a thing about schedules, but you enjoyed the Sunday League.
The Sunday League was fantastic, the way it started. It all started through Bagnall Harvey when the International Cavaliers match in 1968. We played 40-over matches, and the TCCB took over, found out they're getting big crowds, full grounds, and the joint player came in and sponsored the tournament. The 40-over Sunday League game was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. We had big crowds around and loved it. Loved it.
So did I. That'd be brilliant.
Yeah.
Bash, I'm going to let you go in just a second. Ben Rain bowls and there's no run, 476 for 4. On behalf of all the listeners, the people who always, whenever I'm out and about, people say, how's Bash? Congratulations on your presidency. As ever, with everything you've done, you've represented Nottinghamshire. I was going to say to your best, not to your best, way ahead of all expectations. Everybody loves coming to Trent Bridge because they know they're going to be looked after by the president. Wish you well when you step down from that role, and please come and see us again at the start of next year, and we'll have another chat.
Will do. We'll come and see you, definitely. I'll be around the ground anyway, but I'll pop up and see you.
And
I'd like to thank the people of Nottinghamshire, the committee people, absolutely fantastic. I loved it, and they love me. That's what I can see. That.
Well, they do.
It's absolutely brilliant.
They do, and I'm glad you've got your peepers sorted out and you can see everything now. I know you've got some guests downstairs. Go and enjoy them.
Thank you.
We'll see you again next year. But thanks so much for popping up.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Martin. Lovely.
Nice to meet you.
Take care.
That's the president. All hail the president. Long live the president. Great to see.
Is this where Marilyn Monroe gets on the stage and starts to sing now?
Happy birthday.
Here's Ben Rain, by the way, down on the field. There's a match still going on. 477 for 4. This is defended by Mulaney. He's hit 2 big sixes into the Loudon. Have we lost the Atmos mic outside? Which one is it?
No, I've just turned it up. There we go. We're all right again. It's an absolute. No, I've No, there we are. Anyhow, it's 477 for 4. Next one's pushed through the offside. Lovely shot for 4. Well, I won't say it's anything other than an absolute delight to replace Bash in his seat and with their headphones with one of the one of the greats, one of the legends of Nottingham Forest Football Club, a man who had his own chant for many years afterwards about sticking the ball in the Liverpool net. Former Nottingham Forest fullback Colin Barrett has kindly popped up to join us. Great to see you, Colin. We've done a bit back in the day. I've seen you at the football ground many times, and we did a bit when we did a book many years ago. I'm going to ask you about your cricket links and what's dragged you along today, as this has worked on the leg side. There's no run. Good to see you. Do you come here often?
No. Only very rarely do I make a trip out to Trent Bridge, which is scandalous really when you consider the facilities that they've got here. And fortunately for me, I met Bashir at Wembley, so that's the reason why I'm here. He said, "Colin, you'll come to the cricket." "Yeah, I'll come, Bash." I said, "Yeah," because I hadn't seen Bash for years. He said, "I'll come to the cricket." And then a fortnight ago, he rings me up. He says, "We're playing on
rain bowls. This one's cut away by Mulaney. We'll get another single, 482 for 4.
He said, "Come and you'll probably see us get promoted if you're really lucky."
Yeah.
And hopefully I will do, and richly deserved.
Have they looked after you downstairs?
Well, he looks after me whenever I see him, Bash. He's a right character, and I've known him a long time. Even though I've not seen him for a few years, he's always like a long last mate. He's just a brilliant person.
I'm almost certain, knowing a bit about you, that you're absolutely fed up with people asking you about that goal. But you know,
you keep asking, I'll keep telling.
you know, I've got to. I mean, you were very much part of the Brian Clough era. You were part of the European Cup success, and it all started that first match. There's going to be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. They're in our ears. 483 for 4. Lyndon James on 95, Stephen Mulaney on 32. Just waiting for Liam Travaskis to bowl the next over. Lyndon James on strike. They're going very well indeed for Nottinghamshire. Verity, remember, Notts have gone into this game top of the Division 2 table. They know a draw and they'll be guaranteed promotion back to Division 1. Win this game and they will be table toppers. They'll win the silverware as well. They're 483 for 4 at the moment. Lyndon James is 95 not out, and that follows on from centuries yesterday for Seba Mead and today for Matthew Montgomery, who was the last to be dismissed for 178. No sign of any declaration yet. Stephen Mulaney, the skipper's out there. He's played a couple of big shots away for 6 over the deep mid-wicket fence. He's on 32. A lot of overs left in this second day. Still 52 overs to be bowled, with Notts batting on 483 for 4. Update there for BBC Radio Nottingham. Just to remind you, we've got Colin Barrett with us, former Forest fullback, before that Manchester City, of course, but we've got to ask him about his goal against Liverpool and just sort of what it meant on the day and what it meant sort of for you careat-wise, because as I said, the fans had a song about it, didn't they? Who put the ball in the Liverpool net or some such?
It's Scousers net. Yeah, I mean, that's only come out of recent years, but
Mulaney with another shot away behind square, and it's going to be cut off, so he comes back for 2.
I don't know. I don't mind how I'm remembered, to be perfectly honest. But the goal, going back to the goal, it was just one of those scenarios where you're taught as a young boy just to follow play and keep up with play, and then if you've got an opportunity to go forward, and it's what I did.
Travaskis to bowl, 486 for 4. Mulaney works another single. So this is at the City Ground, Forest Liverpool. Gary Birtles had scored early on. You're 1-0 up, going to Anfield. Formidable place to go at any time.
1-0 wasn't.
No,
we didn't think
not ideal.
And then obviously I'm galloping up there, and apparently in the dugout, Cloughie's going mad. Where's he going? Where's he going?
Travaskis bowls, and Lyndon James on 96 defends.
And then consequently from that, he's just said, "Oh, great goal." Anyway, so everybody's asked me what was I doing up there, and bottom line was I was there, and that was my moment, if you like. Birtles crossed it, Woodcock heads it down. and I happened to volley it in the net. I keep telling everybody it's 40 yards now and not 4 yards like it was on the night. But it was 2 goals which made the situation going to the away leg maybe a bit more comfortable than it would have been with 1.
I mean, it was a big goal, but it's often forgotten. You actually scored a goal for Forest in a cup final.
I did. I scored 2 in the Anglo-Scottish Cup final. Nobody remembers them. Anglo-Scottish Cup final. I scored 2 goals.
Leyton Orient, wasn't it?
Funny enough, Leyton Orient. Yeah, 2 goals against Leyton Orient in the cup final.
I was more of a.
That's the Anglo-Scottish. That's the Anglo-Scottish, and Leyton Orient and Forest are in the final.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
work that one out.
But that was the first trophy under Cloughie, wasn't it?
Yeah, the first official one. Yeah, biggish one. At the time.
So when did you sign for Forest? Was it 74?
75, I think. March 75.
Here's rain from the Radcliffe Road, and that nips in, hits the thigh pad.
I came on loan for a month, and then after the month he said, I'm extending it to 3 months, and I might sign you after that. And then after 3 months he said, yeah, I'll sign you, but Man City want 30,000. I'm only prepared to pay 29. So that's exactly what happened. I paid 29,000, and in those days, I'd asked for a transfer from Man City, and if you hadn't asked for a transfer, I got 10% of the signing of the fee.
Signing on fee.
Yeah, and it was 5% to the league and 5% you had, and I said.
Rain in with a Yorker length ball that's driven by Mulaney out towards the cover boundary. There's a fielder out there,
and I said, look, I've asked for a transfer, so I don't get me 5%. And he said, just go back and tell him. Just go back and tell him that you want to come off the transfer list. And I went back to Man City and told him I want to come off the transfer list, and I signed for Forest the next day. So consequently I got me 5% and spread over 4 years. So basically, 5% at 29,000 over 4 years.
Very nice, very nice. Did any of you come over here then as rain comes in?
Yeah, we played on this ground. We played a game on this ground. Cloughie came and opened, and he opened and he probably faced 400 balls. And it was typical Jet Boy.
He'd come over here and play squash with Gary Birtles.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah, Gaz Birtles joined the club, and Cloughie found out he was a squash player, so he came across to Trent Bridge and played squash every day. Gaz never trained, and then when Gaz got in the first team, he said, I better let you go and train with the lads now. And then Chris Woods became his squash partner,
who finished his career at Sunderland.
Yeah, did he?
He's a Sunderland man, is Martin.
All right.
Here's Rain bowling. And this has gone off towards square leg. The 50 partnership, by the way, came in 54 balls and seems to have really crept up on us.
Yeah. Lyndon James on 97. He's back on strike. I was at Worcester last week for the last game, Colin, and Alan Richardson, who's the bowling coach of Worcestershire, came across and said, Dave, you know your Forest stuff, don't you? Something I've always wondered, he said, why do they sing Mull of Kintyre there? I said, well, there's a couple of reasons I know. I said, one, it's scanned nicely with Mull of Kintyre, CAT ground, as the next one's worked on the leg side by James for a single, and the other thing was, it was #1 that winter, 77-78, when you were top of the table. So it's being played everywhere, wasn't it? And the fans just carried on singing it. Is that it?
I think it's over the last, maybe I might be doing them wrong, the supporters, but I think over the last 10 years they maybe introduced it as a the beginning of the football matches. When I ran out to the City ground, it was Robin Hood. Our take on it is that we'd just beaten Man United the year we won the league at Old Trafford 4-0, and we flew out to Benidorm the next day, and
Rain balls. This has gone up to Gibson at mid-on, no run there, and that is the end of the over. 491 for 4.
And being top quality athletes like we were, we went straight into the bar that night. Well, we'd had 1 or 2, and then the music starts going, and all of a sudden it comes on Mull of Kintyre.
Yeah.
So John O'Hare no sooner gets off his stool, goes behind the bar and takes a snorkel down off a bar behind the bar and starts playing it as if it's a set of bagpipes.
Yeah.
So consequently we're all screaming our heads off, singing Mull of Kintyre, at the top of our voices, and consequently we think it stemmed from there.
Right.
but you'd have to ask the powers that be. I mean, I've been over in Ireland for. I didn't realise it was 4 verses to Mull of Kintyre, and it is. If you listen to all 4 verses, it's the last verse that every Forest fan should listen to, because that is the future. That is honestly the future. And I didn't even know it existed until I've been to Ireland and I found that out.
So there we are. We'll have to dig that one out, folks. It's going to be Jonathan Bushnell to bowl. And I know you guys are here as guests, and you've got I'm sure you've got a drink on the bar downstairs, Colin, and we've got Ian with you. You're welcome to stay as long as you like. But I'm very conscious.
Thanks for the offer of.
No, thank you for coming.
Can I just ask before you go, how much of your career overlapped with Dave Watson? Because
Dave Watson came to Man City when he from Sunderland, well, a lad called Horsfall.
Mickey Horsfall.
Yeah. He came as well, and Dennis Stewart.
Yeah.
So they all come to Man City from Sunderland.
Dave finished at Forest, didn't he?
No, Notts County. Dave finished.
Right. He was at Forest for a while, wasn't he?
I can't answer that one, but I know he's at Notts. But he was a top-class centre-half.
Yeah, he was at Notts.
And he did, well, obviously, all his good stuff was at Sunderland, and then he came to Man City, and he did all right at Man City as well. And played for England, obviously, so definitely.
Yeah. And one last one, Colin. I've got a ceiling that needs decorating, painting and decorating. Are you still in that line of business?
Yeah, you could give me a call. But it's a massive job you've got. It's a big ceiling. I mean, at least it's better than my ceiling. My ceiling's got a picture of Kenny Burns on, because my missus loves Kenny Burns.
We all love Kenny Burns. Colin Barrett with us as Lyndon James forces this onto the offside. Colin, many thanks for popping up.
Thank you.
If you're ever on the ground, please come. And if Basher ever says come across for a drink, then come across and have a drink with Bash, because you know what a star is. Lovely to see you.
Thanks very much for the chance. Cheers.
Colin Barrett, former Forest fullback from back in the day, proper legend in these parts, as is the other gentleman that's very kindly popped up to see us. 492 for 4. Stephen Mullaney's on strike. Now it's about the period of the year, October, as Bushnell bowls, and this goes through to the keeper. When I went to my first football match in 1966 at the City Ground behind us, Peter Grummett, Peter Hindley, John Winfield, Terry Hennessy, Sammy Chapman, Bob McKinley, Henry Newton, Chris Crowe, John Barnwell, Joe Baker, Frank Wignall, and Ian Storymore.
My word.
Oh, it's brilliant to see you, Ian.
That's absolutely brilliant.
That was the team, wasn't it?
That was the team, more or less, actually. When we finished second in the league and semi-final of the cup, wasn't it? Yeah. A bit like Colin's team in the European Cup era, that I think we played about 14 players that season. That's all we played. So yeah, generally that was the team.
Well, it was a Bill Shankly quote, wasn't it? What's your team, Bill? Same as last season.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think that was Brian Clough's man to play my best 11, and we managed to get a good 11 together. And Johnny Carey, that was the team every week, unless there's the odd injury.
Next one's eased into the offside. Just when you mentioned Johnny Carey, yesterday somebody popped up a thing that there used to be something round about that period, a television quiz for footballers called Quiz Ball, and he remembered Johnny Carey going on it.
Really?
You remember your old manager? Was he into the old quizzes?
Well, he loved his golf, Johnny Carey. I think more than quizzes. I mean, he was an avid golf player. Johnny, I remember that the first time he had the chance of getting the players away for a weekend break, it was it was out to ski for a game at round of golf.
Just want to watch this, Ian, intently, because Lyndon James is on 99. Jonathan Bushnell's bowling to him, and the youngster runs this to backward point, and there's no run. Who's fielded that, Martin? Number 24.
It's Luke Deneath. Can I just say, by the way, he should get his 100, but it'll be the 7th time that an opposition team against Durham have had at least 3 centurions in an innings, and Nottinghamshire will have done it twice, because they did it at Robury Lane in 1993.
Yeah,
it's the end of the over, so James is off strike, and Simon Trafford says, tell Colin Barrett I've got it here. Smiles in the sunshine and tears in the rain still take me back to where my memories remain, flickering embers growing higher and higher as they carry me back to the Mull of Kintyre.
Fantastic.
There we are. Yeah. Ian Storymore with us, a superstar. You were then, you would have been now. You were the flair player, you were the number 11, you were the George Best, you were the Jimmy Greaves of Nottingham Forest. At the you're laughing and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But But you were the superstar. Joe Baker got a few goals. Frank Wiggle got a few goals. But you were the superstar.
Yeah, I mean, we were blessed with one or two excellent players in that team. Joe Baker, he was an absolutely brilliant player. And Zigga-zagga. And I always said this, he was badly injured in that quarter-final of the FA Cup against Everton. And
Travaskis bowls, I want to ask you about that in a second. Next one's pushed into the offside. Mulaney's batting.
What I was trying to say, Dave, was that, I think if he'd have retained his fitness that season, I'm sure we would have gone on and won something. It was a sad loss, actually. He was a terrific player, Joe.
Mulaney's hit this one down the ground, won't quite reach us. In fact, won't quite reach the fence. It's like Ian Storymore chipping onto the 7th green. It just pulled up nicely an inch from the flag, and they take a single.
Certainly wasn't any good at golf, Dave.
In fact, they've come back for 2. You didn't play golf?
Oh no, hopeless. Did try, but not good at all.
You must have been a rarity, a footballer who didn't play golf. Not many of those around.
Absolutely not. No, my good friend Henry Newton, he plays every day, old Henry still, and he's a little bit older than me, but terrific, loves it.
This one kept a whisker low. Mulaney keeps it out. Now, when I was obviously of that age, a young lad going to my first few games one Christmas, I was given a red football top with number 11. This one's drilled through the offside by Mulaney for 4.99 for 4. But you remember, in those days, you didn't have replica shirts with logos or anything on it. It was just a red shirt with 11 on the back. So depending on whether you'd had a good game on the Saturday, or Peter Thompson of Liverpool, or George Best, because he wore 11 from time to time, that's who I'd be in the playground for the week after.
Oh, well done, Dave. Yeah, I'm sure you, especially George, fantastic player. I had the pleasure of playing with him, of course, later on in my career. Absolutely brilliant.
4.99 for 4. Travaskis to bowl. Yeah, because you went to Manchester United. I just wondered there if your careers had overlapped, or if you were sort of brought in as the replacement, as you say, the flair player at Old Trafford.
Well, I wouldn't particularly. I think it'd be very difficult for anybody to replace George Best. He was that good. And no, I mean, I went to Man United. They were going through a transitional period, really. The great players like.
Mulaney's hit him again down the ground. It'll be another 4 for Stephen Mulaney, and that's the 500 up for Notts. 503 for 4.
Yeah, as I was saying, Dave, I think when I went to the club, the great players, the iconic players of British football like Law and Charlton were coming to the end of their careers, and George was beginning to become a little bit wayward. So probably the wrong time to go there, actually. But I think it took probably the next 3 years to sort the club out, really. I think Tommy Docherty got them going again and brought a lot of youngsters in, and from there they took off.
Won the cup final in '77.
Absolutely, yeah.
Are you a cricket man, by the way? We sat here looking at it.
I'm a member here. I'm paying my membership here, so I love coming. I come with a friend of mine, and we sit up there just directly opposite on the stand opposite, and I really enjoy it, and I wish the club well.
The door is always open, Ian.
Well, that's very I come on a regular basis, and I really enjoy and I support the club, and I'm really pleased that they're hopefully going to get promoted this season.
503 for 4, so Lyndon James is on 99.
157 balls, he's hit 13 fours as well.
And what he'd give for just a single now anywhere, as Jonathan Bushnell comes in to bowl to him, and he's slashed at that one. It's run down to third man off the keeper, and that will be his third first-class 100. And Lyndon James has reached his 100 from 158 deliveries, takes his helmet off, waves his bat to the members, to the Notts players on the balcony, and you can just see how absolutely joyous he is. Meanwhile, at the other end, Chris Benjamin, I think, may have got a nasty deflection off the bat of Lyndon James, and it struck the keeper on the right wrist. But congratulations to Lyndon James, and for the first time since 2007, Notts have 3 different Centurions in the in the same innings. 504 for 4. What about that, Ian?
And absolutely fantastic. I'm so pleased for the young man. Yeah, I mean, they've got 1 or 2 decent young players now, haven't they, here, Dave?
Very much so. Very much so. The little keeper. Martin's a harsh taskmaster. He'll say it was a drop, but it was.
I think he'd hit it actually, and it sort of took the keeper by surprise. He looks like he's hurt his hand, but he got one on the finger end off Ben Rain in the last match. So maybe he's hit the same finger again.
Let's hope he's okay. Just quickly while we've got you.
No problem.
You brought it up, the quarter-final against Everton. I mean, I've talked to you in the past. I don't know if you remember
Yeah,
about
of course,
this
Dave,
when we did the book and talked about it. The Ian Storey-Moore game, the quarter-final against Everton, and you said no, it was the Frank Wignall game.
Absolutely,
because you got a hat trick.
I did, but I mean, I think I think probably one of the goals certainly fortuitous, the last one, but. I always thought Frank was the star of the show that day. I mean, he was a real handful that day. He created all the goals for myself, and unfortunately, I think when you score goals, you get all the accolades. And poor old Frank was hardly got a mention, poor guy. But Frank was a good friend of mine. He's not particularly so well now, but it was just one of those games where Frank, I think he had something to prove against Everton, didn't he, Dave? He was from Everton, and he really made all the goals for myself, and he was a real handful. And I think he should have got most of the accolades that day.
There was one of the goals, was it the third one, where it was you and Gordon West, and he tried everything to keep it. You needed about 3 attempts to get it over the line.
Absolutely, I did. Yeah, so very fortuitous, really. But I think it was just the occasion, wasn't the atmosphere that made the game, really, and then how the scoreline went. We're losing 1-0, 1-1, winning 2-1. They equalised, and the thoughts were back to Everton midweek, which would have been difficult, but and they managed to scramble home the winner late on.
Because England played last night. You were fortunate enough to play for England. Sadly, only once.
Yeah.
But you did pull on the 3 lines.
The funny thing was, I was just talking to Colin earlier about that. I played for England on the Wednesday, and we played Manchester City. It might have been a week or so later on the Saturday. An awful, damp, rainy day at the City Ground. Colin will tell you better than I was what it was like playing there on those days. And unfortunately, I was in on goal, had my shot, and a nice gentleman called Arthur Manor was at Notts County.
Yeah.
The ball was passing the post, and I was stood there admiring the shot, and bang, it hit me, and never played again that season. So that was the England career, gone for 6 years. Supposed to go to the World Cup in Mexico that season, so.
Was it Netherlands that you played against? Holland?
Yeah, Holland, yeah. I think Cruyff played his debut that day, or, probably second game or so, but yeah, you could tell then what a great player he was going to be, yeah.
Who says romance is dead? Right, the day my mum and dad got married, the ladies went off in the afternoon to buy wedding presents at Bins in Sunderland. My dad and his pals went to the match. You played. Sunderland won 3-2.
Yeah.
Your boot came off and you dribbled past Cesarwin with the boot on your hand. Is that right?
Possibly, yeah. I think I used to score a goal or two against Sunderland, actually. Yeah.
So that would have been 19 sous. 66.
We've not missed any cricket, by the way. Chris Benjamin's been getting treatment. I've got one here as well for Ian. In fact, play's just going to restart. Mulaney on 48. Let's just see if he can get his 50. Won't let this go through to the keeper. Morgan Barker says, enjoying your conversation today with your guest, Dave. I remember travelling to Hull on my motorcycle on a very cold evening to see Ian Storey-Moore play for England's under-21 team. Unfortunately, Ian broke his leg early in the game, so I had a miserable journey home. I bet you had a miserable journey.
Yeah, I wasn't too happy. I don't think it was a broken. I don't think it was as bad as that, but it was a pretty bad injury. But yeah, so that curtailed that season, I think. Yeah.
Next one's cut away for a single on 49. Thanks ever so much. Like I said,
very well.
Before you go,
yes, Martin.
You have family links to Sunderland, don't you?
Absolutely. My father's from Sunderland. I used to go and see my grandmother in Seaburn when I was a young kid, and had the fortunate opportunity of my father taking me to Roker Park in the old days, the late 50s. Fantastic. You remember some of the players, Martin? Trevor Ford.
Yep.
Len Shackleton.
Yeah.
Stan Anderson.
I've met Shackleton.
Have you?
No, I didn't meet Shackleton. I met Charlie Hurley. But
what I remember, Martin, the size of the gates, I think used to be like nearly 60,000 there every week. Fantastic.
Shackleton's autobiography, what every club director knows about football, it was a blank page.
Sheet, yeah.
And I was mentioning yesterday, Harry Pearson, the football and cricket writer, wrote a book called Slipless in Settle, which was about life at local league level in cricket clubs across the North East and Lancashire and whatnot. And in it, he mentions my granddad, as bowler comes in here, bowls to James. That's hammered away out towards the cover boundary for 1. So Len Shackleton, around about 1955, was playing cricket for Wearmouth Cricket Club in Sunderland, and they went to play for Whitburn. And my granddad was the wicketkeeper at Whitburn, and there's this big crowd. There must have been hundreds around the ground. And as Shackleton's coming out to bat, everybody's, go on, Shack, you show them, Shack, go on, Shack, you do well and all this. And my granddad was thinking, this is a bit of a one-man show, this. So as he got to the middle, my granddad took his wicketkeeper's glove off, as Bowler comes in here, that's well wide of off stump. Is that not going to be signalled wide? It isn't. And he put his hand out and he said, "The name's Emerson, and who might you be?" To Len Shackleton. So that made it into the book.
Yeah. Could I just say before I go,
Yeah.
It's been an absolute great pleasure to be here today. And
No, it's our pleasure, Ian.
Yeah, no, but I'd like to thank Basher on air because he's such a great guy. I've known him since the early days when we used to train. We used to come and watch the cricket here when the great Gary Sobers played, and Basher we used to love coming over after training, and we've been friends since. He's such a lovely man, and I think Colin and I would both say that many thanks to him for inviting us today. It's been absolutely fantastic.
That's lovely, and absolute joy to have yourself and Colin come up and see us, and Bash. Go back, I'm sure you've got something cold on your table for you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and please come and see us
You're very
in
welcome.
the future. That's a proper couple of stars that have been to join us over the last half an hour. Colin Barrett, a member of Forest European Cup winning side, their championship winning side, and one of the first footballing superstars, played for England but should have played many more times. Ian Story -more. I'll tell you something in a second. I think there was a week where I decided to stick a hyphen in my surname. I mean, it's bad enough anyway, Bracegirdle, but there was a week when I was just a wee boy. Well, if Ian can do it, I'll be Ian Brace-Girdle. But I've got so much stick that. You know where you're going, don't you, gents? Find your way back. Give our thanks, please, to Richard Stevenson and to Bash, and enjoy the rest of your day. Lovely to see them. A couple of proper Forest legends, lovely fellas, and I hope you enjoyed that little chat as much as we did. Sorry, Martin. Kept you off here.
Is that where you got the girdler from?
Well,
after you bought a girdle?
Yeah, it was only.
You were 6.
It was only for a week or so when I was a young lad.
Oh, where's that gone? Travascus is launched into the air here. Whack. That's gone for 6. Mulaney's gets to his 50 in 49 balls, and that's the 7th time he's got a half century against Durham, and he's done a lot of it in 6s. He's hit 3 6s and 6 4s.
Played very nicely.
Yeah, I was just talking to Ian Story Moore off air there, and he's saying about his fond memories of visiting family in Sunderland and his grand living in Seaburn. There's Travascus bowls. This is flicked off towards backward square leg for 1. You've been to Seaburn, Dave.
Have I?
Yeah, we went to that Italian restaurant on the seafront.
Oh, that's on Seaburn,
time.
Is it?
Yeah.
That was lovely.
Yeah.
Met them both many times before, but almost starstruck.
This is defended on the off stump. Yeah, so the 3 individual centuries today match Nottinghamshire against Durham at Chesley Street, Ropery Lane, Chesley Street Cricket Club in 1993. And that was the highest score match as well, wasn't it? 2-4-7? Was it Chris Lewis? An edge, it's gone flying past first slip, and away for 4 off James.
Yeah, Chris Lewis, Bruce French, they had the big partnership, and also earlier in the innings Paul Johnson had scored a century as well.
Yeah.
This is the first time since Chelmsford 2007 against Essex that Notts have had 3 centurions in the same innings.
I was mentioning Dave Watson, and the reason I mentioned him was because I know at the end of his career he retired and he lives in the Nottinghamshire area. And way back when, about 2003, I interviewed him when I did a documentary about Bob Stokoe. This one's played up towards mid-wicket, no run there, but so he was at Sunderland, he went to Man City, Werder Bremen, Southampton, Stoke City, and Vancouver Whitecaps, and Derby County, not to mention Notts County. This is played off the back foot by James to point, 1 run.
End of the over, 520 for 4. Mulaney on 56. God, obviously, depends how long he wants to go, but the form he's been in and the way he's rattled his way along to 50, he might have designs on
three-figure score of his own.
How many times have Notts had 3 centurions in an innings? Did you have that?
I did. I had the column.
Yeah.
It's the first time since 2007. You want to know how many times it's happened altogether?
Be a lot, won't it?
Well, only once they've had 4, and that happened in 1928. So if Mulaney or somebody else in the innings goes on to get one, it would only be the second time. But then since then, 3s have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So I think this is the 20th. I lost count then too. There's Bushnell into bowl to James on 106, forces it through the offside. They've had one time they've had 4, and 19 times before this one. This is the 20th time they've had 3 centurions in an innings. 5:21 for 4. Long old shift put in by the Durham bowlers. In the 143rd over. You never know who's going to pop through the door, so absolute joy to have a little chat to Bashir Hassan, last match of his reign as president of Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. As he said, 50. This one goes through to the keeper. As we mentioned, 57 years since he started as a young pro for the club. And then his guests today, a couple of former Forest players, Colin Barrett and Ian Storey-Moore. 5:21 for 4. Next ball is heaved away again by Mulaney. Lifted it up and over. It'll be... it's gone all the way. Just looking into the distance. It was difficult to detect whether it was this side of the rope or the other, but it was clearly the other. And Mulaney into the 60s now on 62. Jonathan Bushnell just slightly short of a length and thumped away. David Revel says, great chat with Ian Storey-Moore, Dave. Made me go looking for this footage. Nice to be reminded of the Forest good days before I was around. The match when Forest defeated Everton 3-2. It was FA Cup quarter-final at a packed City ground, and Everton went 2-0 up, and Ian Storey-Moore got a hat-trick. Mulaney runs this down to third man for a single. Matty Potts down below us doing the fielding. Mulaney on to 63. 5:28 for 4. Notts began the day on 276 for 2. So getting close to doubling that today as Lyndon James runs this again down to Potts. 5:28 for 4. In fact, it becomes 5:29 for 4 as we look at the board. This partnership worth 91. Final ball of Bushnell's 16th over. And yeah, I was just going to say that's possibly too wide, and it is called as wide for the first time in the innings. An update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. $530 for 4. Durham in no rush to conclude this over. Been a bit of a chat about the field settings, and next ball, and Mulaney again heaves it away on the leg side, and again he's got underneath it, but this time a boundary.
Well, Nottinghamshire still batting 534 for 4, and the captain having a little bit of fun. He's moved on to 67, 3 big sixes from the bat of Stephen Mullaney. But at the other end, another centurion to tell you about. Lyndon James has gone through to his 3rd first-class 100. He's 108 not out, and it's also the first time since 2007 that Notts have had 3 different centurions in the same innings. Asiba Mead made 115 yesterday, Matthew Montgomery 178 today, and now Lyndon James has passed 3 figures. Notts only need to draw to be secure of promotion, so they may well bat on and on and on. They're 534 for 4. Still 46 overs to go in the day. Tea scheduled for 3:30. That's at about 25 minutes or so's time from now, so wouldn't have thought they'll pull the plug on the innings before tea. Might even go a little time afterwards. Ollie Gibson coming back into the attack. He's bowled 15 overs, 1 maiden, none for 81. Getting some counselling from Captain Borthwick to his right, Ben Rain to his left. Matty Potts also now weighs in. There you are, and those who are watching the live stream will see the 4 of them having a little bit of a chat. Heaven knows what we're waiting for. Lots of theory as to what sort of field to set, and it seems to be a deep lying one at the moment. Got 2 already out on the leg side. Looks as if Nick Maddinson's going to go all the way to the fence. And there's going to be 3 on the offside boundary. Is there? No. Bedingham set off to go out onto the fence, called back in. So we'll have a look at the field in just a second when it settles itself. So there's 3 on the leg side fence, 2 more on the leg side, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and 2 out and 2 in on the offside, and this one's pulled away by Lyndon James out into the deep to Maddinson, and they take another single. Lyndon James onto 109, 535 for 4 in the 144th over. Partnership up to 97. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle. And everyone joining us via the live streams. Thanks very much to Kirsty and her crew, and all the camera boys and girls around the ground bringing their pictures. Very much appreciate it. Durham, understandably perhaps, taking longer and longer between deliveries, and that's the worst ball I think I've seen this season. Gibson immediately opts for the old bowler's fallback by looking initially at his studs and then at the ground at the bowling crease. He banged it in so short it very nearly hit him on the toe, and then dribbled away off the cut strip and went through, and it was called as a wide. It could have been called, well, it could have been disqualified from the records completely. It was a non-ball. 5-3-6 for 4. There's Gibson. In again. Stephen Mullaney on 67, backed away and then cut it square of the wicket on the offside for another single. 5-3-7 for 4. Couple of centurions at Derby before we had that little run of guests. Told you how well they were going, but Derbyshire 251 without loss right now. Both Lewis Rees and Billy Godleman 116 not out apiece, as Lyndon James takes a single, and that's the 100 partnership brought up between Stephen Mullaney and Lyndon James. That's the 3rd century partnership already in this innings. Stephen Mullaney
Mullaney has very much dominated this partnership. That's fine. Gibson bowls another short pitch delivery, cut away by Mullaney for a single. Lots of activity outside the ground with police cars racing here, there and everywhere. 5-3-9 for 4, Nottinghamshire. Believe it or not, had 3 first innings scores in excess of this already this season. As Gibson bowls and James now leathers this out into the offside. There'll only be a single, 540. So in the match at Leicester, they scored 548. In the home match against Middlesex, 551 for 8 declared. And the match at Derby, that was when Duckett got his double 100 and Seabermead 196. They rattled up 618 for 8 declared. So at the moment, that's just the 4th highest score of the season. In fact, yeah, they've gone past the 534 they got against Sussex. So they've put some big scores on the board this season. And this sits as only 4th at the moment. It's been a horrible over this from Ollie Gibson.
Well, we were mentioning earlier that 3 centuries in an innings. Chester Street at Ropery Lane 1993. That was actually when Notts got the highest score against Durham, 629. Could be on the cards today.
Gibson's going to go round the wicket. I had a correspondent earlier saying they'll never get a better chance to score 1,000. Crikey. Here is Ollie Gibson. Bowls to Lyndon James and he carves it over the offside. That's probably doing it a big injustice because it was a proper cricket shot, but he backed away, lifted it away with force through the offside, and Stephen Mullaney comes down, touches gloves with him, and quick as a flash, they're up to 547 for 4. Mullaney on 69, Lyndon James 118.
I've had a few emails since we had our guests on air. Julia Weatherall says, my dad remembers Shackleton backheeling a ball 30 yards to a colleague. Some skill, that. Mervyn Hardy said, good afternoon, Martin. I'm going to make one last prediction for this season. Durham will not win this game. No matter, I and maybe a few more diehards have been a bit tough on the team this year. We shouldn't forget the team has featured a lot of young lads. International call-ups have also caused a few problems. I was called out for criticism last week by a nice pleasant chap, but visit any ground and you'll hear lots and lots of grumbling. Isn't that what it's all about?
Yeah.
Grumbler or not, I'm a staunch Durham member for over 50 years and very proud of my membership.
Good on you, sir. Is it a sir or a madam? Good on you.
Mervyn Hardy.
Oh, good on you, Mervyn.
David Fennick, who now lives in Seaburn, which is where Ian Story-Moore's gran lived, he said, can I just say how much I've enjoyed the guests that have been on the commentary today, including Ben Slater. They all sound top people. Travaskis starting a new over, left arm round. This is played out towards the cover boundary for 1 by Mullaney.
Yeah, so, apologies, folks, if we missed the odd ball or two. I mean, we try and give you obviously all the relevant bits and pieces, but sometimes it's you get a guest in the flow telling a story, don't you? And suddenly a delivery has just been defended back to the bowler. You miss it.
You and Brace hold it all together brilliantly despite the guests popping in and out. I would have paid money to listen to all of that today, he says. There you are. Well,
thank you very much.
Very kind
of you.
Patreon details. In comes. Well, he doesn't. There's just a delay going on here.
Yeah, Burstall Red says it looks a very turgid pitch.
Oh, yeah.
Can't see Notts getting 20 wickets.
No. Little paddle round the corner off Travaskis and over the shoulder from James down towards fine leg for 2. Tim Stavely says, I've just been listening to your chat with Ian Muir. Tell Dave Bracegirdle he needs to get his facts right. The Everton goalkeeper that day was not Gordon West, it was Andy Rankin.
Was it?
Yeah, what's this for?
Thank you. Yeah.
What we got on the board? Anything? Nothing.
550. Yeah. That's.
said,
I wasn't quoting it as a fact. It was just sort of the memory. West would have been around that age, though, surely.
Travascus left arm over to James, played up to long on for one. He says, I went to my first Forest game in December 1959, a 5-1 home defeat against Manchester United, and the Everton quarter-final remains the greatest game I've seen in my 63 years of supporting.
There you go.
And Norman Robinson, who inquired about Basharat earlier in the day, as this one was played off towards the covers. Deep point for 2 by Mulaney. He moves on to 72, 553 for 4.
Did he manage to hear it?
Yeah, he said, thanks for the Basharat Hassan story. Turns out he was good friends with a Trinidadian cricketer at Notts in the 70s, 80s called Nirmal Nanan.
Nirmal Nanan, yeah. I think sadly he died last year.
He said he sadly passed away just before Christmas. This is played out into the covers, no run there. Nirmal's nephew, Ranjit, played 1 test for the West Indies. He was also Eppleton's pro. And maybe Sunderland as well. Played for Durham at the same time in 1983, minor counties.
Yeah, Trinidadian Nirmal Nanan, lovely fella.
It's gone the backward point, no run there, end of the over, 555 for 3. So there you are, busy little spell on air, wasn't it? This afternoon?
Sad to see Sir Garfield not in the best of health.
Well, he is, as you say, I mean, he's 86 now, isn't he? And I met him at the eve of Test dinner in Barbados, along with Everton Weeks in 2004. There was still a few of the old guard of those West Indian players around in those days. And then he came to Chesley Street not long after that. I can't remember why, probably on a charity mission, and I interviewed him for the Drive Time show.
Do you think Durham don't want to play anymore? They've taken their ball away here. There's 5 of them having a bit of a chin wag here. They've got an over 8 of +7, so perfectly entirely within their rights just to slow things up a bit. Although the umpire's coming across.
You've got Gibson who's young, Bushnell who's young, Drizzle who's young.
Absolutely agree with you.
Travascus is only 23.
That's what I said to you about half an hour ago. Do you think anybody else might want to come on and just turn their arm over a little bit? I know it's almost lambs to the slaughter.
Well, I'm wondering why Borthwick isn't. I'm presuming there's a reason he can't. An injury or something. He didn't bowl last week. I can't remember if he bowled the week before. Maddinson can bowl a bit of spin, but
he's certainly not offering his services, is he?
How old's this new ball? 65, so another new ball is due soon. 15 overs.
There's Gibson bowling to Lyndon James. Pulls this on the leg side, so he'll have a thing about Durham. 2 of his 3 first-class centuries now been scored against, aside from the northeast.
Mark says, thanks very much for your excellent commentary during another season. It's not easy for me to get to games, but sharing the pleasure of your company makes me feel like I'm there. Have a healthy off-season and look forward to catching up in April. All the best. Thank you, Mark. Healthy off-season. I'm not sure I've ever had one of them. One of those.
554 for 4. You've not had a healthy season, have you? You smashed your face in. Last time you and I were together, you smashed your face in.
Yeah.
Gibson over the wicket, bowls to Mulaney, who moves on to 73 with just a nurdled single on the leg side, fielded by Ben Rain.
That was in April, and I've still got these funny feelings around my eye socket where I cracked my eye socket.
Feet off the ground time. Nottinghamshire with all the 5s.
Just starting to get their eye in now.
555 for 4. Good toss to win, as they say. If it was the other way round, there might be 1 or 2 anxious Nottinghamshire supporters. If it was Durham with that score on the board as Gibson bowls, this will be levered away again by Lyndon James. Couple of fielders out there. Between them, they managed to stop it, and they'll come back for 2. Feet back on the ground. Partnership up to 119. Lyndon James up to 124, and tea's about 12 minutes away.
Just wondering about highest totals against Durham this year.
I did have the question asked, who were the 3
Centurions, the last time Notts did it against Essex in 2007. It was Mark Waugh, Samit Patel and Chris Reed. This time Hamid, Montgomery and James. But only once in Nottinghamshire's history have they had 4 Centurions in an innings. Mulaney's not far away. Short, pulled away for a single.
This is the highest total against Durham this year. Beats Worcestershire's 550 in Chastley Street. And Sussex made 538 at Hove.
Here comes Gibson. It's bowled to the Notts captain on 73. Just paddles this away to move to 74. So the only time that Notts have had 4 different Centurions in an innings was at Coventry in 1928 against Warwickshire, the Butts ground. I think they play rugby there now, but I think Coventry United, well, not Coventry City obviously, but I think Coventry United play football there on the Butts ground now as well. And in that game in 1928, the 4 Centurions were George Gunn, Dodger Weissall, Willis Walker and Fred Barrett. And Notts made 656 for 3 declared. Crikey. Bouncer over the left shoulder of Lyndon James through to the keeper. So that could be emulated if Stephen Mulaney gets 26 more. It's the end of the over. We've had 146 overs in the innings. 559 for 4. These sorts of marathon innings only seem to come around at the end of the season, don't they, when sides are obviously not trying to create something in 4 days. I mean, not.
Well, this year there's been there was massive scores in April as well, wasn't there?
559 for 4. So this is now the 2nd highest score this season for Nottinghamshire.
Is that the atmosphere, Mike? Now?
Yeah. Travaskis to continue.
Oh, that's it there. I don't know what C mic is. I feel like I'm reverbing on myself.
There's Travaskis.
Driven by Mulaney out through the covers for 1. Where does C mic go, Dave? Where's that one go?
Well, that's a very good question. That's the effects microphone.
No, the effect is in tape.
No, it's not.
Is it not? When I turn that up and down, nothing happens. Turn that up and down, that's your effects mic there. In tape in.
We'll sort it out in the tea interval, which is 6 or 7 minutes away.
Travaskis bowls. No run there. Bowler comes in again. It's played to mid-on for 1. That's left alone. It's gone wide of off stump.
Was very wide, that one.
Travaskis again. Oh, a little lob towards him, and it's just beyond his right hand. Single for Mulaney.
Just started to sort of get onto the page of the top 30 scores all time for Nottinghamshire, topped by 7-9-1 that game at Chelmsford against Essex in 2007. Only 3 times have they scored 700. I don't think that's going to happen. They won't go on that long, surely.
Comes the bowler, turn towards short mid-wicket. No run. Now then, what's happened there? Fielders injured themselves.
Yeah, he's dived on his left shoulder. Is that Beddingham? The floppy sun hat on. Beddingham most
Looks
of the
like
days
it,
had
yeah.
that on.
He's had issues with his lower back this year. He was just diving forward to try and stop the ball, and then suddenly he was kicking his legs backwards and forwards, and he hasn't got up.
He went down on his left shoulder.
It just looked absolutely innocuous, that.
You know what I would do now? I would say, tea, gentlemen.
Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket, was standing his square leg there, and he's come onto the field, and Paul Curry, the physio's racing on as well. This doesn't look good.
No.
And in terms of the match, if Durham were to lose the services of a batsman who scored a ton of runs on this ground in the last 2 matches, what has he done there?
May have been the left shoulder. He dived from mid-wicket to prevent a single, did really well. I would call for tea if I were the umpires, and then...
Well, part of me wondered if he'd actually landed with his face on the ball, but he's not moving at all. He threw the ball away. The physio, and they're trying to lift him up. They're picking him up gently. The Notts physio's come on as well.
Kubansel's out there as well. Yeah.
Hasn't dislocated his elbow here, has he? He's up on his knees, but this does not look good. Can't see from this angle.
There's nothing to be gained by keeping them out there. Just take them off. It's so close to the tea interval anyway. You might as well take them off.
They do look to be examining his left shoulder. He's had a situation early this year where Ashton Turner dislocated his left shoulder diving in to try and get a single at Northampton, and we could see pretty clearly straight away what he'd done on that occasion.
562 for 4 then it is. Lyndon James 126, Stephen Mullaney 76. The 2 out today. Joe Clark caught by Sean Dixon, bowled Matty Potts for 28, and Potts also got the other wicket to go down, bowling Matthew Montgomery for 178 after he'd been at the crease for 6 hours 40 minutes. An inside edge onto the leg stump, and surgically removed the leg stump. Doesn't, you know, yeah, they are going to go off. Well, I think they could have done that 3 minutes ago, but they're all going to troop off and have tea, and that's a sensible thing. Pleased to say that I think it is David Beddingham, but I'm pleased to say they've got him back to his feet. That doesn't mean necessarily to say that he's okay, because right now he looks anything but okay. It is Beddingham, we can see on the live stream, the number 5, and got a good shot of him. Let's just hope he's okay, but clearly he's going to need a little bit of attention. So off they go. Leaves just a little bit of a sour taste in that sense to be getting overly enthusiastic about what we've seen in the session. But I'm sure Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney will get a good round of applause as they go off from the members, understandably concerned as well, because Beddingham's going to follow, clearly in a lot of discomfort. So 562 for 4. The ground staff are coming out. It's going to be time for a cup of tea. Anything to add, Martin, before we bid the good folk farewell for the afternoon?
No, nothing.
Nothing at all, says Martin. Thanks for...
That doesn't look good, though.
Thanks for everybody's devotion to duty during the afternoon session, and thanks for the guests for popping in. And you know, if it's not your thing really, you want to listen to just cricket chat, ball by ball by ball, well, we'll try and make sure we don't
and just say, Dave,
deliveries.
A few weeks ago he suffered a really nasty injury when he broke his finger in a game against Middlesex, and just come back from that. They're leading him off the field, and it looks to me as though they're not actually supporting his shoulder as much, but maybe his arm and his wrist. He's holding his wrist. I think he might have broken his wrist there, or done some damage to his wrist. Anyway, that is tea. We'll see you all in 20 minutes.
Welcome back, folks, to Trent Bridge for session 6 of this LV County Insurance Division 2 game between Nottinghamshire and Durham. Nottinghamshire in very strong position, 562 for 4. We're almost at the stage where it's immaterial. They've just got a lot of runs and they've batted for a day and 2/3 and seem intent on batting on a little longer. We can see the umpires striding to the middle. We can see the two Nottinghamshire batters, Stephen Mullaney and Lyndon James, striding to the middle. What we can't see at the moment is the composition of the Durham 11 taking to the field, because David Beddingham ended that afternoon session being helped off by 2 or 3 members of the medical staff from both sides going out there. There's nobody out there with a floppy sun hat on, so I'd imagine Graham Clark is having to do some 12-man duties. And let's just hope David Beddingham isn't as badly injured as it appeared. It very much looked as if he was leaving the field having his left arm, maybe his shoulder or his wrist, not entirely sure when you support a part of the body which where exactly the pain is, but certainly he dived to his left, went down heavily, and whether he landed on the ball or landed on the hard ground, or it's just one of those impact injuries that jarred or dislocated the shoulder, I guess we'll find out in the fullness of time. Doesn't appear as if he's on the field at the moment. It's going to be George Drissel to pull the first over after tea. And on it will go for Notts. Drissel right arm off spin. 562 for 4. He's bowled 17 overs so far. Still wicketless, none for 73. And they'll be bowling to the Notts skipper Stephen Mullaney.
How many overs to go? 42. Oh. Drissel then right arm round from the Ratcliffe Road end. First ball's defended. When are they going to declare? Get Mullaney his 100, then declare.
Well,
there's absolutely no point in batting on anymore after that. That's a full toss. That's gone out towards the cover boundary for 1. If Durham were to lose the services of David Beddingham here, it's a massive loss for them because he's scored a boatload of runs on this ground. He got 180 here in a half century last year. Runs the year before. This is played by James to Maddinson. Drissel again at bowls. And ball tapped down to long on to Gibson. 1 run.
He would only have been with Durham, wouldn't he, last season in this?
No, he came in the start of lockdown. He'd arrived just as everything got locked down. Drissel in bowls. That's driven upfield to Graham Clark, who's on as a 12th man. Yeah, I think he just arrived. I don't even think I'm not sure how much he would have spent in time in the nets with his teammates, because Durham went to Zimbabwe for a pre-season tour in the March of 2020. This is pushed away up to Clark again by James for 1. And while they'd only just arrived in Harare, I think it was, they'd only been there a couple of days when it was announced they were coming home, and they left with the Derbyshire team, I think, on the same flight and flew back into Manchester and got back to England, because I remember tweeting at the time saying they would be better off where they were in Zimbabwe. Yeah. And then the next thing, we'd gone into lockdown within a few days.
Yeah, in the Bob Willis Trophy game, he just got 4 and 29 here. So his big runs were last year.
Something like 58 and 180, was it?
Don't think he made too many up at Chesterley Street this season. Either 14 and 4, so certainly his big runs were on this ground last year. He
got 57.
and 180 not out.
Yeah. The Eckersley got 113. Fifth wicket stand of 254.
So it's Travaskis then going to bowl his 30th over to Lyndon James, who I don't know how many times we've seen him do that, just drop the ball on the leg side and almost walk down to the other end, but he does it again to move on to 129, brings Mullaney back on strike on 78. So if there are 40 overs left in the session, I'd imagine he'd perhaps want to bat for half of them. Impossible to know what is going through the skipper's mind or the squad's thoughts on how long they should bat. Mullaney on to 79 with a single.
Mervyn says he remembers that game at Ropery Lane in 1993 against Nottinghamshire, and he said, I well remember the match and Chris Lewis getting a big double 100.
Travaskis to bowl to James. Everything I said 2 balls ago you can apply to that one. Just works it off his head for a single on the leg side.
A sad waste of talent, he said, and the game really drove it home to me how big a job Durham had to become established in first-class cricket. But thinking back, they were happy days. Somebody walking in front of the... absolutely oblivious to the fact they're walking in front of the
was that when was Durham's first year? 92 or 93? Yeah. Oh, so that was the second.
This is their 30th anniversary.
Yes, that was the second year then, wasn't it?
Oh, that daisy cuts through. Sneaky.
He's not had the easiest of times, has he, Chris Benjamin?
No.
Done a pretty decent job, but he's had 1 or 2 on the finger end.
Driven by Mullaney out through the covers for 1.
The one that brought Lyndon James to his 100, you were absolutely right. It nearly wiped him out. He was in a lot of discomfort. There was mixed emotions. Lyndon James celebrating as he ran down to the other end for his single that brought him from 99 to 100. And at this end, clearly off the finger end, he was in a lot of pain, the wicket-keeper.
Just saying earlier, when James got to that 100, it was the 3rd 100 of the innings, the first time Notts had done it in an innings since 2007. And this is tapped away by James towards mid-wicket. It's the first time anybody had done it against Durham since 2009 when Somerset did it at Taunton.
End of the over, end of the 149th over. 69th with this second new ball. So Durham starting spin after tea. They're over 8. Oh, they were a little sloppy, Martin, between lunch and tea, I'll tell you. So they've dropped to +3, so they dropped 4 overs in that session.
Well, that might change at the end of the day because the umpires will have to counter in how long the stoppage was for Benningham's injury, won't they?
There's Drissel bowling. This one's chopped to backward point, no run. You start, you would imagine, not to have ever fielded for 2 full days, but you do start to go a little bit stir-crazy, you'd imagine, as Mullaney punches this through the offside for 4. That's a glorious shot. That's a Stephen Mullaney shot, just caressing it away through the covers. Touch of gloves between Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney, who's now on to 84. He needs round about another 100 to reach 1,000 for the season, so all the best will in the world. I don't think that's going to happen. He's got 1 of them there. Went into this game, Stephen Mullaney. Lost my page now. The T20 stats. Turn to the county championship stats, you idiot. 857 runs. So he needed 143. So it's 58 away from 1,000 for the season. I wonder if that's in his mind. 575 for 4. You wouldn't have thought so, would you? Drissel bowling to Lyndon James on 130. Punches this into the offside, fielded by number 24. You did tell me before tea, Martin, who is number 24, do we know?
It's Luke Denethy.
575 for 4.
As Drissel bowls or whipped away by James on the leg side. Has he been here all along, do we think? Or
yeah, because somebody mentioned on the message boards that they'd seen him and doing 12th man and drinks duties yesterday. And he's played a few matches in the One-Day Cup this year and last year. Had a good year last year.
So there's 2 subs on at the moment then, Deneathy and Clark.
Yeah.
Beddingham's off. Don't know who else. Wouldn't be surprised if Matty Potts is putting his feet up before he gets the chance with the second new ball. Or is that Potts at extra cover?
I would, because Potts is an extra cover.
Yep.
Maddinson's just behind him at mid-off. Clark's at mid-on. Travaskis to James on 131. It's gone down the leg side. Signalled as a wide.
Ooh.
Interesting. How's that?
It is, bearing in mind 1 or 2 that we've had.
Well, there's a new ruling, isn't there, where if you're deliberately trying to bowl a wide down the leg side. This one's dug out on a length, played back to the bowler. It's a deliberate attempt to stop the batsman scoring by bowling it down that leg side. Travaskis in. James meets it on the bounce. Travaskis stops it. I wonder, once the season's finished, Dave, on what day the ground staff all have a lie in. It goes in towards the extra cover area. Potts gets a hand on it, and then Maddinson comes and fields behind him.
Matthew says, well, when are we going to let Durham have a go? I'm coming tomorrow. I want to see Notts win tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck with that. Travaskis round the wicket, played out by Mullaney.
Another player diving down on the
1 run.
hard square there, Drissel. Not looked very much at what's happening elsewhere. Durham, they're another side that's batting forever and ever.
This goes up to long on for 1 run.
469 for 8, Glamorgan, after 99 overs. Centuries from Chris Cook and Shubman Gill, the Indian Test player for Glamorgan, who bat on 469 for 8. So they've got maximum batting points. It's raining at Worcester, where Worcester 225 all out, Middlesex 111 for 2.
Travaskis comes in again, bowls from the pavilion end. Mullaney plays it up to long on for 1 run, and he moves on to 87. 581 for 4, the partnership 143. I went outside to do my update, video update at tea, and there was a bit of drizzle in the air then. It seems to have passed us by now.
Derbyshire have lost a wicket, 275 for 1. Lewis Rees out for 116. Billy Godalman's 130 not out in that one. In Division 1, Kent 298 for 4, replying to Somerset's 202. They're off for rain at Old Trafford. Essex 235 for 9. They've eventually got on at Northants for the first time today, as Drissel bowls to Mullaney, works it to mid-wicket, no run. At Edgbaston, they've lost a lot of play over the first 2 days. Warwickshire 272 for 4 against Hampshire, and Gloucestershire 110 for 5. As this next one keeps a little low, kept out by Mullaney. That's at Headingley. Gloucester 110 for 5 in their second innings, leading Yorkshire by 117. Drissel bowls, cut away behind square. They've got to be quick here, and indeed Lyndon James gets home. That was hit straight to the fielder at backward point, and whether Mullaney called or Lyndon James called, a moment of hesitation, but then they decided to go through for it, and Lyndon James had to put the afterburners on. Direct
direct hit probably would have accounted for him, but it wasn't to be. Next one's hit back to the bowler. It's 582 for 4. Mulaney's gone to 88. James 133. He'll rotate the board once again with another single. 583 for 4.
David says he thinks when it's a genuine injury like Benningham's or the Sussex lad last week, which was Henry Crocrum, who injured his shoulder.
Dristle bowls down the leg side. Mulaney helps it away for a single. 584 for 4. What's he going to say? You can bring in a sub.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you, David.
We discussed this last week after Crocum had gone off. He really banged his shoulder. We thought he'd dislocated it, but then it opened up a debate into all different kinds of, well, what if players deliberately pretend to be injured because they're not playing very well or they need to make a change? Why not have subs?
Yeah,
4 o'clock, Dave. I've got to go next door.
Had that ridiculous. Tried it in ODIs, doing subs or pinch hit thing or whatever. For a while, that didn't last very long. You could bring a player in. I think they do it in the Big Bash, don't they? Where you can sub a player in or out. 584 for 4. Liam Travaskis to bowl to Stephen Mulaney, who's on 89, the widest of wide balls, bowled by Travaskis to start this over. That certainly prevented him adding to his 89. 585 for 4. Travaskis set the rangefinder a little better and bowls on the stumps this time, and Mulaney takes a single. Where Nottinghamshire now 586 for 4. They bat on with Lyndon James on 134 and Stephen Mulaney is on 90. There's potentially a little bit of a statistical record just around the corner. Not since 1928 have Notts had 4 different centurions in the same innings. Asiba Mead, Matthew Montgomery and Lyndon James have all reached 3 figures in this match. Lyndon James is there on 135. Mulaney, as I say, is on 90 now, needs 10 more. This is a match that Notts just don't want to lose, and they will be secure in Division 1 next year. They're 587 for 4. The 150 partnership brought up between Stephen Mulaney and Lyndon James. Come up at just about a runner ball, exactly runner ball, 150 from 150. 588 for 4. Lyndon James gets another single. So not inching ever closer to 600. Make it, they've reached that 19 times before in first class cricket. If I've counted correctly. I'll have an assessment when the innings is over, but Mulaney takes another single, 590 for 4, and he's on to 92. Reached 700 3 times. Travaskis, meanwhile, is approaching his 150, is none for 147. James again cuts into the offside for 1. 591 for 4. He'll keep strike. Men out today. Joe Clark for his overnight 28. Good catch by Sean Dixon at third slip off the bowling of Matty Potts, and that was in the morning session. In the afternoon session, the only other wicket to go down, that of Matthew Montgomery. Brilliant, brilliant innings. In all, he was at the crease for 6 hours and 40 minutes. Made 178
having never reached 3 figures before in his fledgling first-class career. And he played on to Potts. It was a spectacular dismissal in that his inside edge went onto the leg stump, which went cartwheeling out of the ground. Drissel bowls to Lyndon James, who clips it to Sean Dixon at mid-wicket. And there's no run. As Martin's been saying, Dixon's last game for Durham before he joins Somerset in the close season. This next one sees James go back, trying to cut it away and missed it. Might have aspirations to bow out with a big score for Durham on his final innings, as and when he can get to the crease. Sean Dixon, meanwhile, he's had to do best part of 2 days fielding. Another run taken by Lyndon James, punching it down below as to Ollie Gibson at long on. 592 for 4 brings Mulaney back on strike.
1928, Davey.
2 boundaries away from emulating that feat in 1928. Mulaney gets another single. Moves to 93. This partnership 155. 3 century partnerships in an innings for Notts. 2 balls left in this over. James on strike. Resisted the temptation to go big, and again just drives it down the ground through mid-off. Moves to 139 in a tremendous innings from Lyndon James. Mulaney works this to backward point, no run there. That's the end of the 154th over. So Liam Travaskis now on the brink of conceding 150 runs in the innings. I presume he's going to carry on bowling. Where is Travaskis? Where is anybody? Nobody wants a bowl. Nobody wants a bowl. Here he comes.
None for 148. Wow. Well, what are the bowling figures? Let's have a look. Rain 1 for 92, Potts 3 for 77, Gibson none for 100, Bushnell none for 76, Travaskis we've just told you, and Drizzell none for 89. Who'd want to be a fielder on a day like this? In fact, 2 days like this. Soul destroying. James is on 139. Travaskis bowls. Ball's gone back to him.
Not been a great deal of assistance for any of the bowlers, has there? Seymour, spin.
Comes around the wicket again, bowls. 1 run. So Mulaney on strike on 93. The balls are going down the leg side, just been pointed out to me by William, that they're the ones where he's bowling left arm over the wicket. The ones where he's coming round is the wicket is the ones where he's not being signalled wide. So the left arm over, just banging wide down the leg side.
That's just seen as too negative, is it?
This is played off towards point for 1 run. There was a phrase that was used a while ago which I cannot remember now. So. Defensive bowling or something. An attempt to not concede runs. James on 140. Plays this up to mid-off and we'll go for a quick single. Now this brings Mulaney on. The 6 would get him over the line and then they can declare. He's had 1800s and 49, 50 50s to now. There's no point in batting on. What is the point of being out there if it's not about getting him 100?
Do you want a small wager?
Absolutely futile if they just continue batting.
I think they will.
Mulaney dabs this one short on the leg side. Travaskis in. It's pushed away by Mullaney out through the covers for one. Who was the team in 1928, Dave?
Who they did it against?
Yeah.
Warwickshire.
Warwickshire.
At Coventry.
All right.
That was 3-day cricket. They obviously rattled along there.
Well, that's the end of the over. 598 for 4. Remember, Notts' top score against Durham. Their top score, 629 at Ropery Lane in 93.
How many? Sorry, how many at Ropery Lane?
629.
So I've got the list here somewhere. That's cut away for 4 by Mullaney. So there is the 600 up, 602 for 4. Only the 20th time in first-class cricket that Notts have reached 600. And Stephen Mullaney goes to 99.
How many times?
That is the 20th time. Next ball sees Mullaney push it to point, and there's no run. So Drissel to the Notts captain, Stephen Mullaney, on 99 not out. Works it away square of the wicket on the leg side, and there is a little bit of history. Stephen Mullaney going through to his 3rd century of the season, but that is the first time since 1928 that Nottinghamshire have had 4 different centurions in the same innings. Take a bow, Asiba Mead, Stephen Mullaney the latest, Matthew Montgomery and Joe Clark before him. Tremendous all-round batting performance from Notts here against Durham. 603 for 4. 91 balls for Mullaney. Didn't see how many 4s and 6s. We'll just have a little look at that in a second. Next one's worked onto the leg side. Adam says I'm with Marty about batting on. Going to get bad light and rain around. I didn't say I wasn't with him. I just said I didn't think they would. There's Drissel bowling, and another single taken.
His 100th game. And 91 balls.
Yeah, I've got balls. Have you got 4s and 6s last year?
4 6s and 9 4s.
Thank you very much. Drissel into bowl to James on 142. Gets a single 143. The thing with these, when you get to sort of this stage, you can always look and, wow, there's another milestone around the corner. There's another milestone around the corner. You look at it now, 143 not out, Lyndon James. Would you deny him the opportunity again to 150? And then a score gets to, and it goes on and on and on, and potentially can go on forever. 606 for 4.
First time anybody's got 4 in innings against Durham as well. I think that might be Mullaney's first 100 against Durham. Highest score was 80 in 2013, and he got 69 here last year. How many balls did we see? 91 balls, wasn't it?
Lyndon James pulled this one away for 4 to go to 147. And that takes, well, Liam Travaskis has now passed the 150. It's on to 156. None for 156, his figures. 610 for 4, Nottinghamshire.
Balls again. Swept by James, down to for 4 more. The futility is what's springing to my mind.
That's his 150.
150. 208 balls. And 18 fours. On for 160 now. Next ball is out towards the offside, no run there.
Matt says, aren't September wickets fascinating? It's one way of looking at it, I guess. There's Travaskis bowling to James on 151. His best is 155. Goes to 152 with that cut into the offside. So Notts quickly going from 600 to 615. So already they've gone past 5 high scores. So they're up to the 15th highest, it says. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14. Yes, this is the 15th highest of all time. Next ball is hit for 6 by Stephen Mullaney. That was just served up on a plate by Liam Travaskis, and Stephen Mullaney's seen it so well at the moment that he's just swatted that into the Larwood and Vaux stand for half a dozen more. 6:21 for 4.
Third new ball's due in 3.1 overs.
Yeah.
60 quid's worth. Give or take a bit of VAT.
Gone past another one, so just the 14th highest, did we say now? 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14.
What's the highest?
791. I don't think that's going to happen. Travaskis bowls and Mullaney will go again for 6 more. Maybe he's got designs on 150. Back-to-back sixes for Mullaney. 6:27 for 4.
Right, they need 2 for the highest, 3 for the highest score against Durham. Then
32 overs remain in the day, and Liam Travaskis has figures of none for 173. 34 overs, 1 maiden. None for 173. 20 from that over, 2 4s and 2 6s. James 152. The partnership, what's that say, Marty? 189.
Yeah.
I'll have to have a little look at the 5th wicket partnership, along with lots of other things. If you like your cricket records, Nottinghamshire supporters, this is the game for you. If you're not a fan of them, Durham supporters, look away. It's not been the end to the season that Durham would have wanted. Nottinghamshire's 5th wicket record against Durham has been passed with that last blow. It was 185, Tim Robinson and Chris Lewis here in 1992. That would have been the first meeting here at Trent Bridge. So a county record 5th wicket against Durham.
Oh, was it 185?
Yeah.
This is you, I think, isn't it?
Crystal bowls, and that one's punched away for 4 more by Lyndon James.
6:31.
6:31. Is that the highest score against Durham?
Yeah, by them.
And the double, no, not quite the double 100 partnership, sorry, 193. Next ball. It's cut away. Nicely fielded at backward point. 6:32 for 4. Mullaney 113. James 157. Partnership is 194. Began the day with Notts 276 for 2. Next delivery. Just nicely deflected away by Mullaney. Down on one knee, and he's just played it carefully down to what would have been the 3rd man boundary, but he'd played it, turned it into a bit of a switch hit. Gets 3 more.
That's the highest score against Durham.
6-3-5 for 4. Drissel, he's gone for 105 now.
Oh, there's a surprise. It was Warwickshire's 810 for 6 when Lara got
Oh,
501.
yeah.
Thought that might have featured somewhere.
Here we go. Give him a target. Next ball is cut into the offside. There'll be a single. I mean, it's daft when you say 800 and whatever, isn't it? And then you think, well, only 160 away. Mulaney 116. Began the season with 192 in his first innings down at Hove. And ending the season in style. Did say when he came to the crease, 143 Stephen Mulaney required for 1,000 in the season. You wonder if he knows. 143 for 1,000. They always regard it as a bit of a template, a bit of a standard, don't they? Mulaney asking for a drink to be brought out there. I think that's maybe with a view to getting a message back to the dressing room rather than normally the other way round.
Well, that's a drink that's been brought out to Scott Borthwick by Will Gidman.
We've got a bowling change, and Nick Maddinson is going to bowl the 159th over of the innings.
This is farcical now. Not because he's bowling, but just the fact they're still out there. Absolutely no point in them being out there anymore. None whatsoever.
It's a little bit as the Jason Gillespies are about Nick Maddinson, isn't there? Principally the hair, of course. Big picture of him up on the screen. Looks as if it's tied back at the moment with him about to bowl. He'll come on and get a wicket first ball. Should have been on 100 overs ago, Skip. I'm sure he's had the opportunity.
He's bowled 11 overs and taken 2 maidens, and that's it. Left arm round the wicket, bowling to Mulaney. Mulaney plays that out towards the cover area for 1. Maddinson is a slow left armer.
200 partnership.
200 partnership. Is it even worth writing any of these things down anymore? When Montgomery went off, you felt that was the sort of coming to the end of things, really. But that was ages ago now. 200 in, 184 balls. Oh, should we have a look at Durham's partnerships? Next ball, playing a miss from Mulaney.
That in itself is something we've not seen for a while.
Slog sweep by Mulaney out into cow corner. It's gone up to the back of the Larwood and Vaux stand for 6. 5th wicket, highest stand. Oh, Mickleborough and Foster for Essex, 339 at Chesley Street in 2010. Was it Jake Mickleborough was his name? I covered that match.
Yeah,
I covered that match. Durham went into that season as the champions and struggled early doors. Carved past Scott Borthwick, who's a backward point away for 4 down to 3rd man by Mulaney.
He's in the air for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah. They lost a game here. I think that was the first match of the season, the Essex game, and they ended up drawing Durham after it rained on the final afternoon. Then they came down here and lost quite badly, and then Will Smith was relieved of his captaincy duties, having led the side the entire season the previous year, unbeaten, as they returned the championship title.
This is now the 10th highest score that Nottinghamshire have ever scored.
Maddinson in again. That's a full toss. That's played away out through the covers for 1.
That might be enough. That might be enough, Stephen. Nope. 650 for 4. They go on.
Well, somebody's bringing a drink out and a message to them. And who in the Who in the pavilions making the decisions? Why is Mulaney, the captain, not making the decision on the pitch?
Well, he obviously is. His decision is he wants to bat on.
Well, they've sent a messenger out, haven't they?
Well, perhaps he just wanted a drink. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure he's sending a message back. I'm going to declare after, but over or whatever. Just
Thursday afternoon
to get ready.
I said this morning there was no way Durham were going to bowl Notts out today, and it was purely going to be about a declaration. And they've taken 2 wickets in the day. In fact, 1.
No, two. Joe Clark and Matthew
Clark
Montgomery.
and Montgomery. 1 in each session. How many days have we seen in this season like this? Leicestershire at home springs to mind. Full day. I think they only got 2 wickets. Full day against Worcestershire at New Road. They managed 1. Ben Raines coming back into the attack now. He's bowled 34 overs. 1 for 92.
Glamorgan are doing the same. They're 521 for 8 against Sussex at Hove. Did lose a good chunk of play yesterday for the wet weather. Shubman Gill and Chris Cook with centuries for the Welsh County. So there's going to be 1 more over. Looks as if Ben Raines going to bowl it, and then that will be the 160. So maybe Nick Maddinson has just come on for a 1 over spell.
Right, 650 now, so 3 more runs, and this will be the 4th highest score against Durham. 668's next on the target. Sussex against Durham at Hove. I covered that one in 2017.
There's Rain bowling, strikes him on the pad. Asks, dares to ask the umpire. Dares to ask. 650. That last time when they got 4 Centurions, Notts got 656. So that's the next one that they would overtake in terms of high scores. Should they get there, as Mulaney pushes this out through the covers for a single. 651 for 4. This is Notts' highest score since 2007, when they got 664 for 7 declared against Essex at home, and that's 791 against Essex away. A couple of high scoring encounters that year. Ben Rain to Lyndon James, who have omitted to mention, sorry Lyndon and family, has got a career best. He's gone past his 155. He's on to 160. So career bests in this innings for Montgomery and for James. Substantial scores from them both. Ben Rain, another one closing in on conceding a century of runs. One for 94. Another single taken by Mulaney. 653 for 4. And Mulaney's now 12 runs away from 1,000 for the season.
Confirmation from the Cricket Society that the Ian Jackson Award for Services to Cricket, which has been awarded to the BBC's county cricket commentators this year, they've sent me a picture of Ian, and indeed it was Ian who was the member at Durham who was on John Lewis's benefit committee, and who did indeed arrange that charity match where he then bowled me out for 1.
Rain bowls. Lyndon James works it to Dixon at mid-wicket. There's no chance of a single on that occasion.
Died very young. He was only in his early 50s, I think, when Ian died. You've got a half pasta coming up. You're not going to fit everything in, are you? Too much information.
653 for 4. Ben Rain in. This is the final ball of the 160th over.
and scruffy inside edge from Lyndon James onto his pad, and it runs out on the offside. We need to have a look at the umpires. They're not usually prepared for a third ball in the innings.
No, how many overs did Durham bowl against Warwickshire? 135 for 5. There were a number of bowlers down through injury, and they said they were asked by Dermot Reeve if they would if Durham would declare, and they said we can't declare, we've lost players through injury and we'll not be able to bowl you out. So Durham eventually declared on 556 for 8, a long time after he'd asked them to declare, and then in a fit of pique he said, right, we'll teach you. And Chris Scott dropped Lara when he was on only a few runs and said he'll go on and get 100 now, and he made 501. What people don't remember about that game was it was rather dull.
So Matty Potts coming back, presumably armed with yes, we need 1 or 2 abacuses here, because Nottinghamshire racking up the records. They're 653 for 4. This now comfortably in the top 10 of their highest all-time scores, and they've also had 4 different centurions, something they've not had in an innings since 1928. Asiba Mead made 100 yesterday. Matthew Montgomery went on before being dismissed earlier today for 178, and now we're watching Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney. James has 160, Mullaney 131. Notts, of course, know that a draw will ensure they're promoted, so they're just batting on and on and on. A couple of runs to Mullaney takes him to 133, and Notts are 655 for 4.
Well, I'm looking through all the top scores against Durham here, and 655 is now 1, 2, 3, the 4th, and I'm down to about 7 or 8, and I can't see anywhere where they've bowled this many overs before.
Here comes Potts to bowl to Mullaney. Again, steers it into the offside, so he now needs 9.
Oh, there you are. Yorkshire, first innings, 610 for 6 declared at Headingley in 2010. That was the last match of the season, and Durham managed to stay up by half a point, and they earned a draw following on. Notts got relegated that year. Yorkshire faced 176 overs. Jack Rudolph making 228.
So that score in 1928 was 656. Notts are on 656, now 657, as Lyndon James takes another single. So that's another high score they've gone past. This is now the 9th of all time, and the next is not too far away. 4 more runs will take them up to 8th all time. 657. Mullaney needs 9 for 1,000 for the season.
I followed that end of season match in Leeds on the internet from a B&B in Canada.
Here comes Potts to bowl to Mullaney. This one past the outside edge, goes through to the keeper. Don't think they've taken the second new ball because it hasn't been it hasn't gone up on the board.
Maybe the computer can't do it.
Well, no, it just goes back to 0. It's showing 80.4 with the current ball. Now they're having a chat. Matty Potts and Scott Borthwick. And Matty Potts goes to the umpire and will say, have you got a polythene bag in your pocket, sir? And he has, and now it is waved to the scoreboard and to the scorers. And the second new ball has been taken after 80.4 overs with the second new ball, or the first new ball, the second ball. We're now on to ball number 3, if any of that makes sense.
They bowled 163.2 overs against Yorkshire in another game in Chesley Street in 2014 in a draw. Yorkshire making 589.
So Potts armed with a new ball has popped Sean Dixon into slip. Stephen Mullaney needs 9 for 1,000 for the season. Potts bowls to him, and that's helped away on the leg side. I thought he'd got under that properly and was going to hit that a long, long way, but just whipped it out on the leg side. Went very quickly, a couple of bounces to deep square, and a single taken. 658 for 4. Brings Lyndon James back into the firing line. Partnership worth 220. comes Potts. Bowles to James, he's hit that one down off the outside edge, skewed away down to third man for single. 6.59 for 4 at the end of that over. A couple of balls soaked up with that second near ball, the third ball in all. It'll be Ben Rain to continue. 6.59 for 4 knots. Partnership 221, Lyndon James 162, Stephen Mullaney 135, and there are 28 overs remaining in the day, and I'd imagine there's quite a few mystified spectators around the Trent Bridge ground.
They bowled, I think this is the highest that I can find, 178.5 overs against Worcestershire in a draw this year in Chester Street, with Worcestershire making 550 all out. So what have they bowled now? 161 in this game. In comes Rain, that's gone off down towards third man for 1 run. So there are a few examples. They bowled 163.5 at Hove in 1996, 163.2 against Yorkshire in Chester Street 2014, 176 overs in Leeds in 2010. Oh, where's that gone? It's thrown everything at that. The kitchen sink, that hasn't been made yet. The matching cupboards.
I wonder if he knows. He's 8 for 1,000 for the season, and he's played almost the poorest shot of his entire innings there.
660 is still the 4th highest score against Durham.
There's plenty of time yet.
It's going to chuck it down tomorrow. Rain comes in, Radcliffe Road end, pulled by Mullaney out towards deep mid-wicket. Clark is out there. 1 run. Checks the toe of his bat there, as he didn't connect cleanly with that. Still how many overs to go? It's 8:27.5. My lord. They'll not get them in. It'll be too dark.
Yes, if they don't, they'll try and roll over 8 into tomorrow as well, won't they?
They'll not get them in then either.
What did we lose yesterday? We lost about
11.
Yeah, so potentially we've lost 3 if they did
Well,
get
they
them
can claim
in.
those back tomorrow, but this is played out through mid-wicket by James. 223, 224 the partnership now from 205 balls.
So that's another one they've gone past. This now the 8th highest score in Nottinghamshire's history.
Angus says, where's Mervyn when you need him to bring a wicket?
So what does Mervyn do?
Well, Mervyn emailed at the Leicestershire game a couple of weeks ago to say, is this Nick Maddinson's Day of Atonement, after he'd reached a half century, and as I was reading the email out, he edged to the slips and was out. So we laid his departure fairly at Mervyn's door. The ball was moving around quite a bit in that match, so then when a number of other wickets fell, people were asking, was that Mervyn or was it swerving? So edged and gone, and that is the end of Mullaney. Caught behind, and he declares, does he? Yeah, he's declaring. So the partnership ends at 224. He's out for 136. 662 for 4. Is he telling James to come off or not? What's he? Yeah, he's saying to the umpires. That's the end of that. So 224. The partnership ends. That went on far too long. Benjamin takes the catch, and Mullaney out for 136.
So Stephen Mullaney is just 7 runs short of 1,000 for the season, and just trying to fiddle at one outside the off stump. Let's listen to the applause. Stephen Mullaney, 136, 111 balls, 10 fours and 7 sixes. Lyndon James hurrying off with him as well. It's been a monumental effort from that pair. The 4th wicket then went down for 438, so they've added 224 for for the 5th wicket, a county 5th wicket record against Durham. And there is the declaration. So
that's not the highest 5th wicket stand against Durham, but it's Trent. It's Notts.
By Notts.
Yeah. How many overs did that end up being then in the end? Wow.
A lot.
Doesn't say. Hang on. It's 161.5.
So, Stuart Broad, Luke Fletcher out there. Dane Patterson, I'm sure, will join them. They will go through all their warm-up exercises, and then Notts will be out there with the ball, trying and add some bowling points to the 4 batting points they got. Notts 662 for 5 declared, and they'll be back out there playing in 6 or 7 minutes' time. We'll just have a little comfort break, and when the players return, so will we. Well, everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, with the players just returning to the field now under floodlights. Just a sign that it is already starting to get a little gloomy. Knots have declared, if you're just joining us, on 662 for 5. Yes, 662 for 5, the joint 7th highest partnership score in the county's history. Stephen Mullaney and Lyndon James, the last pair together, put 224 on a county 5th wicket record against Durham. 4 centurions for the first time in an innings for Notts as well since 1928. Mead, Montgomery, James and Mullaney. And now over to Durham to see what they can do with the bat, and they've got a new opening partnership with one player outgoing and another one promoted to the top of the order for I'm not entirely sure. Martin will tell me if it's the first time in his career, but doesn't normally open. Liam Travaskis, he's going to be out there with Sean Dixon, and Notts will give it everything, I'm sure, in the time we've got left this evening. Should be 25 overs, but with the floodlights on, already an indication that the light is just starting to wane. So it'll be Fletcher from the Radcliffe Road end. You'd imagine Stuart Broad will bowl from the Pavilion end, and again allowing for the fact that the weather might spoil things, but if not, Dane Patterson will, I'm sure, get a relatively early go after probably 9 or 10 or 11 or 12 overs, depending on how the others have gone. The left-handed Travaskis has opted to take first strike. It's going to be Luke Fletcher to bowl to him. He'll go round the wicket, and we're underway with Fletcher bowling a super delivery that just nipped away from Liam Travaskis, and Luke Fletcher couldn't have wished to have started on a better note. It's a good delivery, and however long he bats, Travaskis won't get many more awkward deliveries than that one. Nice length, just jagged away. 3-pronged slip cordon. As Fletcher bowls again, and Travaskis gets bat on ball. So no Ben Duckett, no Brett Hutton. So Notts have got to again have a little bit of an adjustment with the slips. In as the first 3 used, Joe Clark at first slip, Matthew Montgomery at second, and Lyndon James at third. Career best scores for Montgomery, 178, and James 164 not out. Here's Fletcher, third ball of the innings. Liam Travaskis gets bat on ball, pushes it to Mead, another of those centurions at point. And there's no run. Durham finished +3 on the over 8. The end of the Nottinghamshire first innings. It takes a lot of doing, really, to keep going for as long as they did and still stay ahead of the rate. 3 bowlers went for more than 100. Well, to be strictly correct, 100 or more, because Gibson was none for 100. Drissel none for 107. Fletcher bowls, another good delivery just outside off stump, goes through to Moores. Didn't get to the crease. Won't have happened too many times. Number 7 not getting to the crease. And the one other bowler, really expensive figures for Liam Travaskis, 34 overs, 1 maiden, none for 173. Did have just 1 over from Nick Maddinson, the 80th over of the innings. In fact, the 79th over of the innings he bowled, went for 13 runs. Here's Fletcher, 5th ball of the innings. Travaskis gets off the mark, deflecting it past short leg. Ben Slater, who kindly came up and spent an hour with us this morning. Now they'll all swap over for the right-handed Sean Dixon. shouting going on. Luke Fletcher waving. A few Durham supporters here. Noticed in the intervals yesterday and today, and the concourses, and when I popped downstairs at lunch as well, a number of Durham supporters here with the fleeces and the jackets and the beanie hats and caps on, and what have you, showing their support. As Fletcher bowls to Dixon, strikes him on the thigh pad, and the end of the opening over. Durham won without loss.
Right, all those stats we've just witnessed there. So Notts eventually declared on, what were they, 662 for 5. The fourth highest score by anybody against Durham. Nottinghamshire's highest score against Durham. First time that Durham have seen 4 players in an innings get 400s. And the other statistics, one of the longest times they've been out in the middle, 162 overs. Liam Travaskis, none for 173 in 34 overs. The second, well, it's the most expensive spell by a Durham player in first-class cricket who hasn't taken a wicket, because Graham Bridge did concede 180 runs at Northants in 2003, but he did take 3 wickets in the process. So a long chastening 2 days in the field from a Durham point of view. Struggling for numbers, youngish bowling attack, struggling for numbers with injuries and whatnot. Although they did have Matty Potts available. Paul Coghlan left the field yesterday just before the day's play began for personal reasons. Drizzell, none for 107. Gibson, none for 100. Bushnell, none for 76. Broad with his white headband on, coming round the wicket to bowl to Travaskis from round the wicket from the pavilion end. From where I'm sat, that looked like it was outside the line of off stump. He's bowling to a left armour, but we will need to see that again. Here is the replay. It's quick in these conditions with the floodlights on. Yeah, it seems to be outside the line of off stump, I think. When did the lights come on, Dave?
During the break. It was close.
It was certainly worth a shout. I can't recall Travaskis opening before. This is played to point. Top ball. He's had some good scores this year, though. Normally coming in sort of 7, 8, something like that. What's he done this year with the bat? He's got 88 against Sussex, scored 80 at Lords, 77 none out against Northampton last year. 55 against Glamorgan last year, 64 at Leicester in 2019.
It's good because he's no doubt put his hand up. I'll have a go, coach. I'll have a go, Skip. Get me out there.
Broad bounding in. Travaskis with a play and miss. That just moved on him late. Is this Broad's 4th game this year?
I think it is.
I think he's actually left that inside the line there. He's played inside the line. That's a staggering amount of overs still to go when this innings began. 25 overs. I don't think there's a hope of getting all of those in.
Yeah, Broad's 4th game.
Comes into ball to Travaskis again. Travaskis drives to mid-off, no run there. Broad hasn't played that many times against Durham over the years, has he?
Four previous
15
times,
wickets he's got. Best bowling 4 for 39 in 2008. Well, at the other end, it's Sean Dixon's last match for Durham before he goes off to Somerset next year. He will look very much set for 1,000 runs this year, and then suffered a hamstring injury in May and was missing for weeks and weeks and weeks. That's left, and that skips through low and bounces off Moores, the keeper. So Dixon begins this match with 838 runs to his name, so he could still get 1,000 in the season. Takes some doing, but
he's got how many, sorry?
838. Need one very good knock or a couple of good knocks. Last ball of the second over. Right arm round to Travaskis, the left-hander, and that's moved away and gone through to the keeper. Travaskis will probably be having his heart pounding against his ribcage here, but so far he's there. 2 overs gone. Durham, 1 on the board.
I would like to think he's loving it. Absolutely loving it. Where would you rather be, out there facing Stuart Broad at Trent Bridge, or sat on the balcony watching?
I'd be in the balcony watching, particularly with the lights on at this time of day.
No, you'd love it, and if you can get through it,
I'd love it. Well. I would love it. I would love it.
Well. He'll get 1,500 runs next year, and said it was just the faith the coach and the captain showed in me at Trent Bridge at the end of last year. Sent me out, loved it, stared down Fletcher and Broad, and the next morning came back and got me 100. There's Fletcher to bowl to Sean Dixon, solidly behind this one. Ball just dies in front of him. Ben Slater picks it up and lobs it out to the ball polisher, LPW.
Fletcher's best bowling against Durham, 3 for 23. He was the Cricket Writers Player of the Year last year with 66 wickets. Chris Rushworth was just behind him with 59, and second ranked bowler in the country, but injured and missing the last 3 games for Durham this year.
It's a little surprising. His best is only a 3-for against Durham. Here he comes now, running away from us. Just start to see shadows around the players. Good delivery. Goes through to Tom Moores.
Do you know how many times he's played against Durham or not?
Fletcher?
Oh, yeah.
I can tell you, in the mere twink of an eye.
In your stats, is it?
Alright, not the mere twink of an eye. I haven't written that one down, but it'll only take a moment.
It would be the one question I asked that you didn't have the answer for.
Runs in and bowls now. Dixon pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. "34 years of age now, Fletcher, on his birthday last week. First class record against each opponent. Durham, so he's played against them. This is the 14th time he's played against Durham.
Oh, sorry, how many wickets there did you see?
And first class against Durham, bowling against Durham. He's taken 36 wickets at 34 apiece, so he's not particularly gone well against Durham. Bowls to Dixon now, and he defends, and as Martin said, a best of 3 for 23. It's one of his poorer returns against the counties. Just the 1 run on the board. I said yesterday, I think, at one of the days at New Road, he asked me just to go and stand as an umpire, not doing anything, just watching where his feet were landing whilst he was bowling in the nets, with Kevin Shine, the bowling coach, at the far end, taking the balls in the glove. And as he comes past you, it's almost like daylight is blocked out. Enormous man. Single taken, 2 without loss. I'm sure I'm shrinking and he's getting taller when I interview him as well. I'm sort of reaching up now to try and get a microphone somewhere near him. He's a giant of a man. 2 without loss, Durham.
I had that with Carl Froch at a dinner in Newcastle a few years ago. He was so big, so I think somebody brought a crate on the stage for me to stand on.
Going to go round the wicket to the left-hander Travaskis. Single to each of them. There's Fletcher. Slater at short leg, whipped away past him, but Liam Patterson wide at mid-wicket makes the stop. End of the over, 2 without loss. Knots 662 for 5 declared, leaving Durham a potential 25 overs to bat this evening. Update for Radio Nottingham. And Nottinghamshire have declared, and Durham are now batting. There should be a potential 25 overs for the visitors to bat this evening, but very unlikely that the light will hold that long. They're 2 without loss after 3 overs. That's in response to Nottinghamshire's huge score of 662 for 5 declared. Their 7th joint highest total of all time. 4 Centurions. Stephen Mullaney was last out for 163, leaving Lyndon James undefeated on 164. Matthew Montgomery made 178. And Asiba Mead yesterday 115. A draw will do for Notts, and you'd imagine they've already got there. 662 for 5 before they declared. Durham 3 without loss. Stuart Broad bowling to Sean Dixon. First ball was singles. Bowling to Travaskis, who very nearly inside edges it onto his stumps. Dixon has 2, Travaskis has 1. Single from the first ball for Sean Dixon. Whilst I was doing that update, 4th slip has gone in. It's the skipper, Mullaney. With all due respect to Joe Clark, I'll finish what I'm saying in a moment because Broad's already going to bowl. This one's worked away nicely by Travaskis on the leg side. Asiba Mead is going to do the fielding, and they'll take 2, 5 without loss. With all due respect to Joe Clark, very nice if he just dropped out the slip cordon for a moment and Asiba Mead went in there, because that would make the perfect photograph, wouldn't it? The 4 Centurions in a line together. And if Mead went in at first slip where Clark was standing, there would be an order as well. Mead was the first to get to 3 figures, then Matthew Montgomery, then Lyndon James, and then Stephen Mullaney. That would make a very nice photograph. Now, let's face it, those days don't come round very often, as Broad bowls and Travaskis, wearing squad number 80, just works it up to mid-on and there's no run. 1928, the only previous time that Notts have had 4 Centurions in the same innings. Absolutely extraordinary stuff. Comes the headbanded Broad. Travaskis leaves it alone. So just to repeat for 2022 watchers, it was Mead and Montgomery and James and Mullaney. Back in 1928, the 4 against Warwickshire were George Gunn, Dodger Weissel, Willis, Walker and Fred Barrett. 656 for 3 declared in 161 overs on that occasion. Broad bowls. Travaskis squared up a little bit, was looking to work it to mid-wicket I think, and went out on the offside. End of the 4th over, 5 without loss. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Newcastle, that match in 1928 was drawn. 23rd, 25th and 26th of June, so I would imagine that was a Saturday start, as there was a day in the middle, a rest day, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday. At the end of that first day, Notts were 541 for 3. Decent amount of runs scored in one day. Warwickshire hung on for the draw. They made 371 for 9, and there was no play on the final day. There's Fletcher bowling to Dixon, 4 runs. No, it's not. It's been brilliantly fielded by Hamid as he clipped that away. Couldn't see any chance of anybody stopping that, but Hamid at mid-wicket made a diving stop. That's a really good bit of fielding. Shadows again out there, but this time I think it's from the sunlight rather than the floodlights, which is good news. Fletcher to Dixon. Didn't know where that had gone. mistimed it. Down near his boots somewhere, he turned round, anxiously looking towards the sticks, then turned back again and found the ball down by his feet. Ben Slater picked it up. Durham will have known this little passage of play was coming their way for all of yesterday and today. Knew they were going to get a little bit of a barrage from Broad, and Fletcher nagging away. This one was played by Dixon up to Mullany at mid-on. Just wonder if the skipper knew how close he was to 1,000 for the season. Got out 7 runs short for 136 caught behind. Second catch of the innings for Chris Benjamin. Second wicket for Ben Rain. Potts with 3 wickets, Ben Rain with 2. Were the 2 standout bowlers by quite some distance in sort of every category. Fletcher bowls. This one's dropped onto the leg side. Apart from those 2, there were 91 overs bowled by the other bowlers. And of those 91 overs, only 3 were maidens. The 2 matches that count in Division 2. Glamorgan 533 for 9 declared. Sussex 51 without loss. As Fletcher bowls to Dixon, leaves it alone, and they're back on at New Road after a spell of rain. Worcestershire 225 all out. Middlesex 127 for 2. The other game in Division 2, Derbyshire have a lead now. They're 323 for 2. Having bowled Leicestershire out yesterday for 249. Billy Godalman's 147 not out. Lewis Rees made 116. Fletcher probing. Dixon on strike. Works it away past Slater onto the leg side. Mead lightning fast. Gets there and fires the ball in. Not quick enough to prevent Sean Dixon coming back for 2. Durham up to 7 at the end of the 5th over. Luke Fletcher 3 overs, none for 4. Stuart Broad 2 overs, none for 3. Today with the bat, not scored 386 runs for a loss of 3 wickets. Joe Clark for 28, Matthew Montgomery for 178, and Stephen Mullany for 136 with the 3 dismissed today. 386 for 3 as Broad comes in again, bowling to Travaskis, plays it up to Fletcher at mid-on, and there's no run, and the ground now bathed in sunshine. Looks a lovely sight. Let's just hope that sun hangs around for as long as possible. Don't think we're going to get 20 overs in. That's going to be completely out of the question as we approach 5:15. But as long as the sun continues to shine, we'll enjoy whatever cricket there is. We've got the shadow from that floodlight pile on our way to our right across the square now as Broad bowls worked away onto the leg side, in fact through the leg side. It's going to be a chase here for Dane Patterson, first time he's been involved in the action. And they come back for a 3rd run, no boundaries yet, but in this over they've had that first 3, and Durham on to 10 without loss.
Just thinking about Travaskis opening the batting, he has showed some steely grit and determination this year in saving Durham from perilous positions. Twice against Derbyshire he came out and batted out innings. Got some runs against Leicestershire as well. So
shadow falls right across, just back of a length, as they say, just short of a length. Broad will perhaps be trying to hit that shadow, and trying to hit the off stump there. Delivery that jags back. Tom Moore's
makes the stop. It remains 10 without loss. Travaskis has 6, Dixon has 4. The Durham skipper Scott Borthwick listed to come in at 3, and Nick Maddinson 4. Guess we wait news on David Beddingham.
I can't imagine Beddingham will be batting. I think he might have fractured his arm or broken his wrist, maybe. The ECB is offered to host test matches between India and Pakistan.
10 without loss. Next ball on its way now. This deflected down the leg side. Was it bat or pad? I think there was a chunk of bat involved. Yeah, sure there was. 11 without loss.
So the two haven't played each other in test matches since 2007 because of political tensions, but they have met in white ball tournaments. It says despite the ECB offer, it's thought it would take a shift in political mood for the two to play test cricket anywhere. Plus Pakistan have only just had tests returned to their own country after about 14 years or something, wasn't it? They did play it, didn't they play Australia at Headingley in a test match years ago?
Yep.
And then Yorkshire
not too long ago.
quite a bit of money, didn't they?
Not too long ago. So Broad's going to go round the wicket to Travaskis. 4 slips. Waiting. That's hit him on the pad. Asking and given, and Liam Travaskis goes, and Stuart Broad celebrates his first wicket back for Notts since the very start of the season. Durham are 11 for 1. Liam Travaskis had a scare in Broad's first over, but now Broad's got him. Strikes him on the pad, and well, that was very, very close indeed. And the umpire found in favour of the bowler. Travaskis LBW Broad for 6. Batted for 24 minutes, faced 20 balls. And Broad with the breakthrough in the 6th over. I mentioned this morning it's almost as cold here as Alaska, and Catcham says, having spent time in Alaska in December, I can report, David, it's crisp, dry, bright and with a little wind, unlike the UK and minus 30. It is, however, properly dark by 3 p.m, so no chance of getting the overs in there. Thank you, Catcham. Liam Travaskis departs. Just wait and see. It's the Durham skipper Scotty Borthwick on his way, so left-hander replaces left-hander. Didn't bowl Scott Borthwick at all in the 160 odd overs that Durham sent down. Should be nice and fresh then to have a little bat.
Only 651 behind when that wicket fell.
Just won't want to have a little bit of a tumble of wickets this evening, will they? No. Under the floodlights.
Well, Scott Borthwick's had a few knocks in the 90s and the 80s this season, but hasn't got 100 since Essex at the start of last year. So if ever there's an opportunity to do a job for your team and get some big runs on the board, now is the chance. Now is the time.
That's one big score on this ground. That match where he got was it 150 odd, and the 5 for other 6 foot. Back before he went to Surrey.
Captain Cook says, talk about the pitch once Durham have had a bat, and any chance they can find a spinner who can turn the ball. Well, this track's just offered nothing to the bowlers, I would say.
Wicket number 895 of Stuart Broad's first-class career as he comes in to bowl to Borthwick, who, despite all the oohs and ahs, gets the full face of the blade on it, pushes it out as far as LPW, and it's 11 for 1 after 6 overs. Stuart Broad, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. Should still have 19 overs, but there's no way we're going to get as many as that in. If we get 8, I think we'll be, or 8 more, I think we'll be very fortunate.
In terms of declaration, I was wondering why Stephen Mulleney continued batting as long as he did, but I presume it might be a bit like, you know, those, well, you commentated on one, I did too, those MCC games in Abu Dhabi where you're waiting for twilight to come along. Just the sun just starting to go down, bit of cloud cover.
I just wonder if he knew he was so close to 1,000 for the season.
Possibly, yeah.
As it was, he didn't get it.
Here's Fletcher from the Radcliffe Road end. It's edged and it drops well short of third. Slipper bounces a good 2 yards or so in front of him. Off Dixon's bat.
Yes, Notts were, in a sense, victims of their own ability when they played in Abu Dhabi. As you say, they bowled the MCC out relatively cheaply, but then found themselves batting with the pink ball under floodlights at twilight and was scuttled out for about 60. Steve Kirby.
Oh yeah, he played against Durham in the first game as well.
There you go.
2010.
5 for spit.
Flicked off the legs by Dixon, and this is away past long leg for 4. Nice shot, just veering down the leg side slightly there, Fletcher. Yeah, Kirby played in the first game in 2010. So it was 2011 when you were there, was it?
Yeah, got 5 for spit against Notts. Just a couple of things on that boundary. It's the first of the innings, and it means we've had 400 runs in the day for 4 wickets.
What a time to be alive.
We sometimes talk about, oh, what an excessive amount of runs. And then you think about the List A matches we've seen. 350 plays 350.
Fletcher in. Dixon drives down the ground and calls Borthwick through for a single. He'll get 2 because it's run off towards a long off. And Mulaney collects it and slides along the ground on his knee as he does so. Yeah, Michael Divenuto was talking about that pink ball under the floodlights in Abu Dhabi, particularly when it had lost a bit of its shine. And he said it was just like a pink blob coming at you in the night. And I said, we've all had nights like that. Very difficult to see in that twilight period.
Yeah.
And in fact, commentating, somebody told me we were 178 metres away from the centre of the square.
Yeah.
Once it got dark, I had to commentate using binoculars. Fletcher in, defended by Dixon on middle.
Millions of miles up in the sky and a lift.
5th floor, wasn't it?
And a lift that didn't work.
Oh, it worked sometimes. The humidity was unbelievable as well, and if you had the aircon on, it just got too cold, but as soon as you turned it off, it was immediately too hot.
Just like to go back and have a look. 2011 when Notts went, just nothing around the ground, just sand, just desert.
There's a lot there now. There's a lot there now.
See the pictures of the televised games and there's practice pitches and all sorts of things here, there, and everywhere.
Was the practice ground there with the pavilion?
Well, it was sort of behind, wasn't it? The MCC Academy, I think they called it.
Well, they had 2 pitches there, grass pitches with a double-fronted pavilion in between them. Bat first, I think. Bat first, worth a shout, but certainly I thought bat first.
I'm tempted to agree with you. Fletcher's having a word with John Dixon. Plenty of smiles out there,
and then there were all these sand pitches, but gradually the developments. In 2010, you were looking right across the desert to the rooftop of the Abu Dhabi Golf Club, where I'd played once before years earlier. And by 2014, when Durham were there again, the buildings had encroached right across the desert and were just across the way, really. Fletcher in. Dixon plays as the point, no run. The rate of development's just incredible. I remember going to Dubai first time in 1991. The city centre was quite small. Most of it was based down on the creek, the hi-fi shops and all that sort of stuff. Friends who I was staying with lived in the last building in town, which was Golden Sands 4 it was called, and then it was quite a long drive up through the desert on Sheikh Zayed Highway until you came to a roundabout where the World Trade Center was, which at the time was the tallest building in the Middle East. You pass it now, you can't even see it because it's so small compared to the skyscrapers. And that road's just one continuous line of buildings for about 15 miles now.
The headbanded Broad from the pavilion end. The ball to Scott Borthwick, who was beaten by one. It's gone through to Moores. Don't think he played at that. He actually turned his bat in towards his body. It still goes down, does a little bit of gardening. Was I'm sure disturbed a little bit by the direction, certainly the pace of Stuart Broad, who looks in good rhythm. Won't have had any cricket for 3 or 4 weeks now, Broad.
Looks like a giant piece of pizza out there now, doesn't it? The 1/4 of the ground in shade and the rest in bright sunshine.
Yeah. Comes Broad again, arms pumping, bowls to Borthwick. Nudges this one up to Fletcher at mid-on.
The journey from Dubai across the the desert to Sharjah, that was about 13 or 14 miles on a motorway. The only thing you passed was the Desert Creek Golf Club, and then it was just sand all the way. And once the road got in towards the edge of Sharjah, it went from 4 lanes to 3 to 2, and everybody was driving around the back of a petrol station and cutting across the sand to get there. And the two cities are now adjoined. You can't tell where one ends and one begins.
And there's so much traffic and congestion. It's almost 2 hours to Sharjah. Next ball is pushed on the leg side, out to Dane Patterson.
Well, they built some new roads as well, so you're better off sort of going out of your way and round the huge in a huge loop rather than going straight down that really busy middle central section. At one point, they reckon they had something like 1/3 of the world's high tower cranes in the United Arab Emirates in the mid 2000s. But it's gone from being a really cheap Middle Eastern bolt hole to one of the most expensive places I think I've ever been.
Broad in his 4th over, wide of the pegs, through to Moores. Just wonder how many he'll have here before they start rotating them and bringing Dane Patterson into the attack.
Did you stay in the hotel on the motor racing circuit, or did you stay in the Crown Plaza across the road? Yas Island?
Stayed in the Yas.
Yeah.
In 2011. 17 for 1. Borthwick still looking for his first run. Can't get it here as he just drops the bat on it, pushes it out onto the offside. Slater comes in and fields. They momentarily each took a step down the wicket, but quickly went back. No chance of a run there.
What got me between the visit in 2010 and 2014 was just how the price of everything had doubled. And I think the government had put a load of taxes on stuff, particularly on alcohol. It doubled or trebled the alcohol tax in that 4-year period.
17 for 1, Stuart Broad bowling to got Borthwick, hit him on the pad, asking. Umpire says not out. Borthwick unruffled.
Back pad just outside the line of off stump.
Broad with hands on head still.
That was one of those Broad peels, what do you call them?
Not seen a replay of it. But yeah, he runs all the way down. Having a word with the umpire now. But not going to change his mind. Might just be able to see the replay here. Those of you watching the live stream know.
It's just a replay of Broad with his hands on his head. I watched it. I mean, the only thing I can think that saved Borthwick there was that it hit his back pad and it was just outside the line of off stump. Again, I wouldn't have been surprised if the finger of doom had gone up from Mr. Mark Newell. Fletcher from the Radcliffe Road end, our end of the ground. That's over pitched and that's away down towards our boundary for 4. The golden lettering glistening in the sunshine here as the ball crosses the rope down below us, and Broad's hat flies off his head as he chases after it.
Usually does.
How old is Luke Fletcher now? He's still quite
34
young,
last week.
34. So he's a year behind Chris Rushworth then. There's the makings of a rainbow across to the east on the hilltop there. Fletcher in again. Where's that gone? I've lost sight of that.
Four-leg rise, come straight down to the pavilion fence.
Lost that in the light there. Dixon on strike, turned to try and fend it off down the leg side, and there was a bit of pad in it, and it's gone fine to the pavilion, but all you heard from Fletcher was, oh, he was trying to appeal, but he seemed to lose his balance in the process.
Yeah, well, it's gone on to Dixon rather than extras.
Oh, right, it's come off the bat then. So he's now on 19 from 23 balls. Durham 25 for 1. Trail by just the tiny matter of 637. Fletcher in. I think that's too high and going down leg. Other than that, hit the thigh pad, going down leg, but other than that, worth a shout. They're going to appeal for everything here, aren't they? Umpire Neil Pratt saying to him, look, it was going down the leg side. He's also looking at the footmarks now as well.
Yes, I found it quite difficult watching Fletcher's feet last week. It's quite an eye-opener, standing there behind the stumps, just watching.
Could you
where
feel
his
him
feet are
thudding
landing.
past as well?
Oh yeah, yeah. He's a giant. Fee 5-0 thumb.
How tall is he?
All of 8 foot.
Bowls again. Dixon defends this one. It runs up towards the bowler's end, and Dixon tippy-toes down the track, thinking of a single, but then changes his mind. Was he 6'5"?
6, I think, is his official stats in Who's Who and all that sort of nonsense. Enormous feet.
So I bet they're size 13.
You could house a family. They're bigger than that.
Are they? Played up to mid-off this time. The biggest feet I've seen, as Mulaney stops that, was John Hastings when he came to Durham. He had size for 13 feet, and I was interviewing him one day, and he just received a new pair of spikes, and he put them on the table. They were huge.
Yeah, well, great camera work. Great camera work showing him plodding his way back. Yeah, he could house a family of 4 in those boots he's got.
Probably be plenty of applications.
Giant of a man.
Last ball of the over. I think that's come off the thigh pad. It's gone to third slip, but that nip back in to Dixon. He played and missed it, and it's hit his back thigh pad and looped to third slip. But an interesting over. It is 17:29 now, so I'm going to have to go and do an update into the Sports Bully.
Still going to be broad. It's an interesting one for Stephen Mulaney when he introduces Dane Patterson. I want to keep these 3 going this evening, I'm sure. So I want to give one or other a little breather before bringing them back. Broad. And bowl his 5th over, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. He's bowling to Borthwick, still to score now then. This is deflected down to long leg. There's a run, and there's a run to Scott Borthwick. Difficult to see initially if there's any bat involved, but clearly there was. So the Durham skipper's up and running. Yes, we're at that stage of the day where lots of radio updates. .26 for 1. Broad to the right-hander Dixon. Lets this go, and it's good judgment. That's Fletcher hollering support for his new ball partner. Stephen Mulaney's gone in at leg slip, and he's also loosening up Mulaney. And Notts have now got ball in hand. Durham are batting, and they've lost a wicket. They're 26 for 1, and it was Stuart Broad who really put Liam Travaskis, the makeshift opener, under pressure. A couple of LBW shouts before one was eventually given. Looked very, very straight indeed. So that was 11 for 1 in the 6th over. Durham replying to a whopping 662 for 5 before Nottinghamshire declared. Stephen Mulaney, the 4th centurion in the innings. He was the last out, leaving Lyndon James 164 not out earlier. Matthew Montgomery made 178. So Notts with plenty of runs on the board. They've already picked up a wicket. We should have 15 overs to go if the light holds. Durham 26 for 1. Dixon played and missed at that one. As it goes through to Tom Moores, he can't believe it didn't disturb something. Pretty aggressive stuff this from Stuart Broad. Attacking the stumps. 26 for 1, Durham. Stuart Broad bowls again to Sean Dixon, and this one short of a length. Leg side, he goes to paddle it away. Ball looped up, maybe off the glove. And, they take a single. There's cries of catch, but he didn't properly get hold of it, and the ball just rolled its way down to Mead at long leg. 27 for 1. Dixon on to 20. Borthwick has a single. Maloney back in at fourth slip. That's Broad. Bowls nicely defended by Borthwick. In case you weren't with us, David Beddingham had to be helped from the field at tee. Final ball, they went off 5 minutes early while Beddingham was being treated down on the ground by medical staff from both sides. He dived to his left full length at mid-wicket to stop the ball. Good stop, but he fell hard. It was difficult to see whether it was left shoulder injury, left wrist, left arm. And he fell awkwardly, stayed down, clearly in pain. The other players were obviously all too aware, very quickly gesturing, urging the medical staff to come out quickly and attend to him, and after a moment or two the umpires took the players off for an early tea. Fletcher bowls to Dixon. Just, given all the best care in the world, David Beddingham, and then eventually helped back to his feet and helped off. So we suspect it'd be unlikely that we'll see him, if required, this evening out there batting. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and he will be able to take some further part in the game. Fletcher bowls to Dixon, drops it on the leg side. The cries of catch. I don't think it was within reach of Ben Slater at short leg. He goes after it and they don't take a run. 27 for 1. Thanks for all your comments about the commentary this season. With the live streams now up and down the country, it's sort of become a way of life for some people to follow the cricket from the office, from home. Fabulous service. The counties up and down the country bringing you the live pictures. As Dixon pushes it away. Many thanks to Kirsty and her team for all the work they've done this year, and the camera crew out and about all around the ground bringing you the pictures. And a reminder, if I forget to do it, as I often do late on in the day, when they do go off, when players finish for the day, if you just stay, those of you watching the live stream that want to get some reaction, Aaron will always appear and we'll get some reaction, get players or coach or whoever he can to come and talk to him. Next one's pushed into the offside no run and have a bit of a chat. Can only imagine he's got any number of players that he might wish to talk to today. Career best for Matthew Montgomery. I had a chat with him last night. Career best for Lyndon James, 164 not out. The skipper, I'm sure he'll be very happy with how things are going. We might see yet, from the Nottinghamshire perspective, somebody amongst the wickets. Fletcher bowls to Dixon. This is turned to Broad on the leg side. 27 for 1. In the 11th over, should be another 14. Already 20 to 6. Gone on longer than we did last night already. Fletcher to bowl to Dixon on 20. Again, he's mistimed that. It's gone up to Broad at mid-on, end of the over. Luke Fletcher, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. Wonder if we're going to get the first bowling change now from the pavilion end. Let's have a little look. Is Stuart Broad making his way down there? No, it's going to be Dane Patterson to come on. So Broad 6 overs, no, Broad 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9, comes out of the attack. Maybe that Luke Fletcher will have another 2 or 3 from this end, and then Stuart Broad might have a go from this Ratcliffe Road end. But it's going to be Dane Patterson to come on as first change from the pavilion end. Past the 50 wicket mark in the championship last week, and
he's pulled a lot of overs this year as well, hasn't he?
70 wickets in all competitions. Yeah, just the perfect overseas, if you like, the old-fashioned overseas that comes across in April and leaves at the end of September and is available whenever you want him.
He's bowled 379 overs this season, 51 wickets. If the high performance review goes ahead, that probably teams won't even play that many overs in a season anymore. No ball, starts with a no ball.
And that is the first no ball of the match.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I think we only had byes and leg byes in the Durham innings, or in the Nottinghamshire innings by the Durham bowlers.
Yeah, 6 wides, leg byes 3, byes 9. Yeah, well. What a moment in this game. Patterson comes in, right arm over. Borthwick leaves that, it skips through to the keeper. Dane Patterson then is not to be confused with James Pattinson or indeed Liam Patterson-White. He's 33 years old, from Cape Town. Played 2 tests for South Africa against England 2 years ago. He's played 4 one-dayers and 8 T20 internationals. And in terms of first-class matches, this is game number 129. He's taken 468 wickets with his best bowling this year, 8 for 52 against Worcestershire. That was in April. He comes in and bowls. Borthwick defends. The ball runs up to Fletcher at mid-off. His previous best before that was 7 for 20, Western Province against Free State in 2013. And he's taken 7 wickets or more on 4 occasions. 57 wickets he's got for Nottinghamshire. 105 of... in comes the bowler again. That's turned off towards mid-wicket. Played away by Borthwick. He's going to get a couple of runs here, I think. Mulaney chases after it from mid-on, 2 runs. I've got too many conflicting stats there, but I've got Patterson, 105 wickets in 23 games for Notts. That can't be right, can it? Will it be 57 in 23? 53 of them this year? I don't know. There's too many stats there. I've obviously deleted something and not fully deleted it.
He's just got over 100 wickets in 2 seasons in the Championship.
Right. Comes in and bowls. That's gone off to point. So in that case, then 105 wickets it was meant to read in 23 games.
Yeah, 54 last year and 51 this in the Championship.
Right.
It's getting a ticking off now from the umpire.
For walking on the wicket.
And that's a proper telling off, and an official one as well, because the umpire gestured to his colleague. So not a great start for Dane Patterson. Begins with a no ball. Now he's got a ticking off and a warning.
Heat stroke in Cardiff. Comes in again and bowls. Cut by Borthwick. That's away to the Fox Road stand for 4.
No, he was suffering from heat in Bristol, and it was cold in Worcester last week, so he's had both extremes.
Was it cold in Worcester last week?
Yeah. So that's what Ben said. It was cold last week. It's been cold this week as well in training, I would imagine. They had a session on Sunday. Where's the ball? There's the ball. Well, Liam Patterson-White was, as is his wont, polishing it and wiping it and everything, and then threw it to Luke Fletcher, who promptly dropped it.
Patterson in. Borthwick turns this up to mid-on. That is the end of the over.
undistinguished opening over from Dane Patterson. His loosener, if you like, 1 over none for 8. 2 of those coming from the no ball. There's going to be Fletcher to continue. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18.
Just taking a light reading there.
Yeah, just got a little draftier and a little darker. There's still some blue sky around.
Get them off.
Wouldn't imagine they're
dangerous conditions, these.
I wouldn't imagine we're there yet, but you can see it pulling in sometime soon. I hope there's this
discussion going on here.
Yeah.
I think they've decided the light is not right. They took a reading last night when they took everybody off. So
tell you what, with everybody
Stephen
crowding,
Mullaney looks completely unconvinced.
With everybody crowding round the light meet, you'd think they'd back away just to get more light to it. Well,
Neil Pratt's just having a word with Mark Newell, and they're looking towards the south, the west, and saying it's a bit brighter over there. But they went off last night when they were off for about 40 minutes, and then announced that the day's play was over. And then the moment
glorious,
they announced it, brilliant sunshine.
Yeah.
Are they offering them the chance to bowl spinners, or are they going to take them off?
I honestly don't know, but I don't think it's...
I don't think it matters from Nottinghamshire's point of view either, does it?
I don't think it's that bad that they should go off right now, do you?
Patterson might on a ball?
May well be. Luke Fletcher's taking his sweater. Mullaney's getting loose. Then LPW is going to bowl from this end, so you can stay out there if you bowl spin. Crikey. I don't think it's... well, I'm not down at pitch level, and I'm not a first-class umpire. I'm not a first-class player. I never was and never will be, but it doesn't look as dark as... I've seen it played in worse than this, let's put it that way.
Liam...
I should say some of those shadows are sun.
Sun? What? Summer shadows, what?
Some of those shadows, I would suggest, were sunlight.
There's no sunlight in this
I
ground
think
at the
there
minute.
is, yeah, there is.
No. The sun's gone in. There's nothing reflecting on anything. So Liam Patterson White then, born in Sunderland but moved away when he was 4, has no memory of Sunderland at all. Very much has a Nottinghamshire accent as well. Took a 5-for against Durham, didn't he? Bowled all afternoon after lunch one day in the match at Chesley Street earlier in the year. Helmet's been brought out by the Notts 12th man in a luminous green bib, and that looks really bright actually, given how dull it is now in the ground, even with the floodlights on.
I wish Kevin Howells would expand on some of his tweets sometimes, I'll say after this.
Patterson White, left arm round, bowling here to Dixon. Played away to short mid.
He's taken a picture of Edgbaston and put the relegation battle in Division 1 has taken an unexpected twist.
Bowler in again, defended.
And you look at the scorecard, and Warwickshire have declared on 272 for 4 against Hampshire.
Little flick of the right heel as he starts his run up. Dixon in again and defends. So he got 5 for 54 at Chester Street. He's had 5 for 84 at Hove this year as well. 5 for 73 on his debut at Taunton in 2019. Left arm round. Dixon drives. It's stopped by the bowler. 81 wickets, 26 last year, 4-5 for his best figures, 5 for 41 against Hampshire last season. Jogs up to the crease and bowls. Dixon looks, oh, has he put that? Oh, he's spooned it up in the end, he's out. What a silly, silly shot. What a daft shot to play. Spinner's come on, he's trying to smash him through deep mid-wicket, and he's towed it straight up into the air and thrown his wicket away. Out for 20, no need to play a shot like that, and Durham trail by 627 runs. Daft.
Bring the spinners on.
Who took the catch there?
It was Stuart Broad. So Dixon out for 20, batted for an hour, faced 42 balls, hit 3 fours, but a very undistinguished end.
Why would you play a shot like that in this situation you're in now? when they could be going off any minute for bad light as well. Sun's coming out again now.
Yeah. So George Drissell coming out as night watchman. There's pros and cons about the night watchman role, and whether you should or whether you shouldn't. It's coming out against the spinners with the floodlights on and the sun out. We don't know how long's left to play. Should have been Nick Maddinson, shot it at 4. 35 for 2, 1 ball left in the over.
So who's coming? George Drissell?
Yeah.
The futility of the night watchman. Mark 473. Patterson White round the wicket. Drissell defends. You just can't understand what's going through some players' minds at times when you see shots like that in the circumstances where at any second the umpires might be thinking, right, coming off a bad light. They're taking another reading now because it's bright sunshine, but once the cloud covers that, it'll go gloomy again and they might well be off in a minute or two.
It's nice to see the pictures yesterday from New Road. Umpire Nick Cook playing or umpiring the final match of his long and distinguished career. What a really amiable chap he is on the county circuit. He comes and chats to us all the commentators, broadcasters, members of the press. We're going to have Matthew Montgomery bowling for the first time in Championship cricket. So clearly the umpires have laid down a marker, said you can stay out here as long as you bowl spin. So Montgomery, well, what a match it's been already for Matthew Montgomery. But yeah, nice to see the pictures from New Road yesterday and the ovation that Nick Cook got from both sides as he walked out. 35 for 2. Borthwick has 7. And George Drissell is at the non-striker's end, not out. And there is Monty bowling to Scott Borthwick, who doesn't want to get out to another spinner, pushes this into the offside.
Sunburn in Sunderland. Hasn't Bushnell opened this season? Yeah, I think possibly in white ball cricket, but he also, I think he opens for the seconds.
Montgomery bowls. Borthwick again happy to block.
I thought of the options. It might have been Bushnell at the top of the order, or maybe even Maddinson, who I think opens in Australia. But
Montgomery in again, defended by Borthwick. We've got Mullaney at slip, as he always pops in there for the spinners. We've got Ben Slater under the helmet at Boot Hill. Montgomery round the wicket, goes on the sweep, does Montgomery, does Borthwick against Montgomery, and makes a nice solid connection, gets a boundary away on the leg side, and Scott Borthwick on to 11. 39 for 2. Stuart Broad's got to go and fetch the ball. Not entirely
went
sure.
under the covers.
Yeah, there it is.
Half the pizza's gone now, Dave. Far into the ground's all been eaten. That's in shade, and this top end's in brilliant sunshine now.
As we can see from the pictures, those of you watching the live stream.
Look how long the shadow is from
that
the
floodlight pylon.
No, from yes, that's where it's. And then from Drissell as well, where he's standing.
39 for 2. Montgomery bowls again to Borthwick. Plays this up to mid-off. There's no run.
The shadow from the bowler there is going from the stumps about 7 wickets across on the offside.
Comes Montgomery once more and just battered away by Borthwick. That wicket for Liam Patterson White is 47th for Notts this year in
He didn't play in the Blast. He got 11 in the Royal London, despite missing a few games on England Lion duty, and has now got 36 in the Championship. He was the leading wicket taker for English spinners going into the last round of games, and then only got one at Worcester, so I've not checked, but I suspect he might have been overtaken. Dominic Bess of Yorkshire was one behind him before last week's game.
Patterson White to Drizzell, and he's just played that off the back foot through the covers, and it's going towards the boundary rope, and it's got there for 4. Hamid's chasing it but gives up. Ball bounces off the wall at the front of the Fox Road stand, which is bathed in sunshine now.
Yes, if Hamid can't catch it, nobody can catch it.
There's a big hose pipe hanging off the front of that stand, which I'm sure the ground staff will have on the field as soon as play's finished. 43 for 2, 619 the deficit. Patterson White in. Oh, has a bit of turn on it. Playing a miss there from Drizzell.
Umpires may just have done Notts a bit of a favour, actually. Getting him on nice and early here with a hard ball.
Comes in again. Drizzell forward, plays it to short extra cover, no run. Kent avoid relegation. Warwickshire's declaration at Edgbaston means Kent are safe. Here comes the bowler. It's gone off down towards backward point. No run there. So who's it now between Warwickshire and Yorkshire, is it or not? Or did it?
Not entirely sure.
Straight shootout between Yorkshire and Warwickshire to avoid relegation.
Oh.
Two balls of the over left. The man's dropped from mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket. Drizzell defends this one, though. It runs out into the offside and is fielded by Matthew Montgomery. 10 overs to go after this next ball. Brackets, in theory, close brackets, full stop. Patterson White in. Thumped along the floor and off the shin pads of Ben Slater, who was up here earlier in the day. That's the end of the over. 43 for 2.
Umpire taking another reading.
Oh God. Warwickshire can only now get to 141 points if they win. Kent already have at least 142 points with the 8 bonus points they'll pick up from their game. So it's down to Yorkshire against Warwickshire. 4 days in Headingley, 4 days in Edgbaston. Swapped Lords. We might be swapping Lords for Canterbury next year. Oh no, we're not. Kent's are safe. So Bristol's back on the scene, isn't it? In Division 2.
Here's a development.
Patterson
coming back. So the light has improved. That's why he took a reading.
Yeah. From
the pavilion end. Bowls to Borthwick down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 to the total. Perhaps off the pad? No, off nothing. 4 byes against Tom Moores.
Pied wagtails just flying around down below us there as well.
So Dane Patterson, who had a little bit of a wayward first over, which included a no ball as well, and has begun in the same sort of vein, firing one down the leg side that Moores couldn't gather. 4 byes, 47 for 2. Off for rain at Headingley with Gloucestershire 204 for 6, leading by 211 over Yorkshire.
The spikes you could hear were those of Joe Clark, who'd run onto the concrete down below us to retrieve the ball.
Had a bit of a mixed ovation, to put it mildly, on his return to New Road last week. Definitely boos as he went out to bat from some of the home members there. Patterson bowls to Borthwick. It's been busy since arriving in the middle. Plays this to backward point to Patterson White, and they take a single.
It's raining at Headingley. Yorkshire 183 against Gloucestershire. 183 all out, I think they were.
So Dressel is on strike. I mean, to play the night watchman role properly, he should be facing as many deliveries as he can. He just seemed to have been rotating the strike for the time being. come what may. And this one's played up to mid-on. It's a little early to be sort of trying to protect your partner when you don't know how many overs are left. Interesting move to send him out at number 4.
Got to believe you're going to bat the whole lot, haven't you? That's a low-scoring epic at Headingley. Gloucestershire out for 190, then bowled Yorkshire out for 183. Gloucestershire in the second innings 204 for 6, but it's raining there. It stumps in Birmingham.
Here comes Patterson to bowl to Drissell. Plays it up to mid-off to the skipper, no run.
Warwickshire declaring on 272 for 4. Hampshire were 4 for none after 3.1 overs when they've gone off there. Wonder if they decided bad light.
Just wonder why they declared.
Greetings to listeners on Sports Extra who may well have been at Warwickshire and they've now come here. Situation here, Durham 48 for 2 after Notts earlier made 662 for 5, their highest score against Durham. 4 centurions in the innings as well. Bowled by Patterson. So Notts did do that once before, and it was in Coventry, you said, wasn't it, against Warwickshire?
Yep, in Coventry in 1928. Nottinghamshire had 4 centurions in an innings. That was the only time in their history up until today.
And it's never happened to Durham before. So it was the highest score by Notts against Durham. In terms of totals against Durham, it was the 4th highest, and in terms of totals by Notts, their 7th highest.
It's Patterson from the pavilion end, bowling to the night watchman, George Drissell. Deflects this down to long leg. The wickets that have gone down in this innings, Liam Travaskis, LBW to Stuart Broad. He survived a couple of very confident shouts from Stuart Broad. He'll have seen Broad appealing for LBWs without turning back to look at the umpire. He did that a couple of times, convinced he'd got his man, but when the finger went up, it looked very, very adjacent indeed. Travaskis out for 6, and then Sean Dixon. It was a bizarre little period of cricket because the dark clouds overhead forced the umpires to take a reading. They clearly said to the Notts skipper Stephen Mullaney, you can stay out here provided you bring the spinners on. So Notts brought Liam Patterson-White on to bowl, and Sean Dixon just couldn't resist having a bit of a heave, and it went straight up in the air, and Stuart Broad took the comfortable catch. That was 35 for 2. We have had that little passage of play where we could only have spin from each end, but the umpires have taken another light reading, and they've now said you can bring back the quick. So Dane Patterson's just bowled an over, and now it's going to be Stuart Broad, complete with headband.
From the Radcliffe Road end, he started off from the pavilion end earlier.
Mills, he says, Dave, in answer to your question, what I said a moment or two ago was Liam Patterson-White going into the last round of matches was the leading wicket taker in terms of spinners in the country, but he only got 1 last week. Wasn't sure what Dominic Bess did. Mills, he tells me Dominic Bess is 1 ahead right now as Broad bowls to the night watchman Drissell. And it's 49 for 2.
Bernard says he's just heard on 5 Live Sports Extra Essex have avoided a sanction over their wicket against their pitch they prepared against Lancashire last week. Bernard wonders, and other teams might be wondering how and why.
It's Broad in again and bowls, and this is a thickish outside edge, and Drissell's going to get a boundary. BBC Radio Nottingham with us in a moment or two for an update, and that boundary takes Durham up to and beyond the half century. They're 53 for 2 in response to Nottinghamshire's 662 for 5 declared. One of the other things on that 662, Stephen Mullaney last out for 136 when he was just 7 short of reaching 1,000 for the season. Here is that update, where Nottinghamshire have picked up another wicket since I last spoke to you. The light has faded here, and Notts were asked to bring on spinners just to continue the game. Liam Patterson-White came on. Sean Dixon just couldn't resist having a bit of a go at him. Hit it straight up in the air, and Stuart Broad took the catch. That made it 35 for 2. Durham sent out a night watchman, George Drissell. They've moved on to 53 for 2. There should be 8.4 overs to bowl, but as I'm speaking to you now, the umpires have said the light has deteriorated once again, and he's taking them off. So Nottinghamshire 662 for 5 declared, and Durham are being asked to go back to the dressing room on 53 for 2 as bad light stops play.
Well, where we are effectively at here is this is the start of the extra half hour they put on to try and claim overs back for the bad light lost yesterday. So anyway, news from Birmingham. Kevin Houser's texted me. He said, if Yorkshire lose and then Warwickshire win with no more bonus points, they stay up and Yorkshire will be relegated. So
players just sort of hung around there. They all stopped and looked back towards the umpire.
Well, I thought this was a bit of a gamble, because to allow Broad to come back on, because it's broken sunshine, so we've got this thick band of cloud now to the west of us, and the sun might poke back through it in a second, but if they'd had Patterson White on, he could have continued bowling his over, but Broad's been allowed to come back on and has only bowled 2 balls, so you might find this is the end of the day's play here.
Notts can feel a little bit cheated there, actually. They've got spinners on at each end, and they'd picked up a wicket. Then they were told, yeah, you can bring your quicks on. They brought the quicks back on, and now they've said the bad light has returned, so off you go. So, anyway, 53 for 2. We've got a tannoy announcement. I couldn't make out whether it is the end of the day. The stumps are still in with the bails on as far as I can see. The ground staff are making their way over to the hover cover. Today we began 276 for 2 on the board for Nottinghamshire in the morning session. In fact, the lights are now being turned off, so I think that can we can sign to the end of day 2. I'll confirm in a second. But Joe Clark didn't add to his overnight 28, caught by Sean Dixon from the bowling of Matty Potts. That was 277 for 3 at lunch. Notts were 402 for 3. Matthew Montgomery went on to make his maiden first-class 100, a big one, before being eventually bowled by Potts for 178. Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney each also reached 3 figures. Lyndon James 164 not out. Stephen Mullaney out for 136. Caught Benjamin, bowled Rain, and at that point the declaration came. 662 for 5 declared Notts, their 7th highest score of all time. And when Durham batted, just told you that Sean Dixon out for 20, Liam Travaskis before him out for 6, and Borthwick and Drissel have seen it through to 53 for 2. And that does appear to be the end of our allocation, folks, here at Trent Bridge. Like I said,
it's just saying on my screen at the moment, bad light. It doesn't say end of the play.
It doesn't, but what I can say is Aaron is down on the outfield, and as soon as we say goodbye to you, which we'll do in a moment, I can already see he's down there. He's going to be interviewing Lyndon James, so I can safely say that it is going to be the end of day 2. Many thanks to everybody that's got in touch today. Really appreciated your comments. Very much enjoyed the company of Ben Slater, Bashar Atasani, and Storymore, and Colin Barrett, who came to join us. Thanks to Martin for his company today, and Aaron has got Lyndon James down on the outfield, so if you want to watch and listen to that interview, it's now available on the live stream to those of you following on the BBC Sport website and app. We'll be back just before 10:30 tomorrow morning. I hope you'll join us then.
Okay, so a big thank you to Martin and to Dave Bracegirdle there for commentary on day 2. I'm now joined by Lyndon James. Record-breaking day, LJ. What a day of cricket. How do you assess day 2?
That's been a great day, really. I mean, to have 4 lads all get 100 is obviously pretty special, and as a team get over 650. I was saying to Monty earlier, actually, I've never been a part of a side that's got 650 before. Obviously, they bowled all right this morning first up, but then we knew that if the ball got a bit older, we'd be able to cash in. Obviously, yeah, nice to do that.
Now, for you personally, your career best figures, you've had quite a season already, obviously a couple of hundreds in there, but how nice was it to sort of have that performance on the last home game here at Trent Bridge?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's nice to have our last game here, to be honest, with everything that's going on this week, but obviously I love batting at Trent Bridge as well. At times it can be challenging, but when you get yourself in, it can be quite a nice place to score. So yeah, obviously buzzing to get a career best and put on a show in front of the crowd, I guess.
We always talk about partnerships when obviously setting a total. That innings really was built about so many partnerships in there, but if I just talk to you about that partnership with the captain at the very end, obviously you were settled in there beforehand, but it seemed that the captain came in and kind of accelerated a little bit. Obviously a big fan of Cow Corner, but how nice was it to just share that partnership with the captain?
Oh, I love batting more. I mean, we've actually, a couple of years we've been at 5 and 6 together. We've shared a few decent partnerships, and I feel like we know each other's games quite well now, and you know, naturally he scores pretty quickly anyway, which makes my life real simple. I just can go about my business. Obviously with this one short side, he obviously managed to find that quite a lot and made it look pretty easy at times, to be honest. But no, he played beautifully, and yeah, nice to get another decent partnership with him.
And then obviously, you know, after he got out that declaration, how was it in that changing room then with those overs, about 25 overs there at the end? Was it really just about the bowling group kind of bit of a spring in their step and see what we could get in that last little session?
Yeah, a little bit. I think we try and pride ourselves on bringing intensity as a team. Obviously that probably starts with the bowlers and how they deliver the ball, but as a fielding team, that's, you know, we've got to back them up as well. So I thought we did that brilliantly tonight. Obviously, you know, to get 2 wickets there and Patter to chip in with that wicket, you know, it could be a key wicket. Dixon's played beautifully this year, so hopefully, yeah, we can you know, pitch up tomorrow morning, take a couple of early ones, and yeah, a couple more points on the board.
Now, for you personally, a Notts boy, you've been at the club for a very long time. How are you feeling about obviously these next couple of days? Are you excited about what potentially is around the corner, or you know, you're quite a level-headed kind of guy, but focused, bit excited? How are you feeling?
I've tried not to think about it too much, to be honest, because I was thinking about it at Worcester last week, to be honest. That didn't go too well for us, so just tried this week to, like, what will be will be. If, you know, we've played some really good cricket over the last 2 years, and you know, if we play to the best of our ability, I'm pretty confident that the result's going to go our way, and hopefully, you know, finish top and get promoted.
Obviously, just finally, there's still a job to do, isn't there? There's still wickets to be taken. You know, Durham and no mugs. They've won the last 2 games, so it's focus needed for the next 2 days. Back the bowlers, and obviously, you know, maybe a little bit of chirping out there, but just kind of keeping positive attitude and everybody up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, it being September, it's pretty key. We come pretty hard in the morning because, you know, 10:30 in the morning, it's not the easiest time to bat in England, so no matter what wicket you're playing on. So, ball's still relatively new, so hopefully, you know, as I say, we pitch up tomorrow morning, try and take a couple of early ones and keep piling the pressure on them like we have done to a lot of teams.
Okie dokie. Well, congratulations for your
Thanks,
performance
Bob.
today.
Cheers.
I know you've got media duties, so I'll let you go. But thank you very much, Sue. Lyndon, James there. All right, thank you very much indeed. So it really has been a record-breaking day here at Trent Bridge. 662 for 5, Nottinghamshire declared. And then at the very end there, Durham finished on 53 for 2. So day 3 tomorrow. It's known as moving day in the cricket world, so we'll see what we have in store tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us today. We hope that you'll be back tomorrow. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, enjoy the rest of your evening.